It's still unthinkable, isn't it? Destiny had a date with the Chicago Bulls, but now it flirts with the Seattle Sonics. Now, the Bulls' place alongside NBA legends doesn't seem like such a burning question. The only thing burning is the Bulls' 3-0 lead, suddenly down to 3-2. This is now where the NBA Finals will be decided. The Chicago Bulls are back home, not with the title, but instead with unfinished business. Game 6, next.
This is the NBA on NBC. The 1996 NBA Finals.
On their home floor this year, the Chicago Bulls are 48-2. Despite that, and despite the fact that they still have the clear upper hand in this series, there is, for the first time, a bit of uncertainty surrounding this team as they come home for Game 6. Hi, everybody, and happy Father's Day. I'm Bob Costas. That uncertainty surrounding the Chicago Bulls stems not just from the 2 straight defeats in Seattle. Only the second time this season the Bulls have lost consecutive games. Those games are over, but some of the Bulls' problems may not be. Ron Harper, very effective in the first 2 games here in Chicago, was virtually a spectator in Seattle because of an ailing knee that will require surgery at season's end. With knee and especially ankle ailments, Scottie Pippen can't explode to the basket, so the defense lays back and dares him to hit from the outside. So far, he hasn't, shooting under 33% and just 6 for 32 from three-point range. Steve Kerr is healthy, but his jump shot isn't. Usually he thrives on the open shots created by the double teams on Michael Jordan. But in this series, he's been miserable from downtown. 3 for 20 from outside the arc. Tony Kukoc excelled early against Seattle, but in Game 5, he couldn't pick up much of the slack, shooting just 5 of 13. All of this leaves Seattle, an excellent defensive team to begin with, double and triple teaming Jordan with near impunity. In the fourth quarter of Game 5, the time Jordan usually takes over, he managed just 2 points. Keep in mind that Harper's absence means Jordan spends considerable stretches guarding Gary Payton, another drain on Jordan's energies as the Bulls, the league's oldest team, play their 100th game of the season tonight. As for Seattle, right now, Shawn Kemp could be the series MVP. Gary Payton has come alive the last couple of games. And now that he's starting, Frank Brakowski has at least somewhat contained Dennis Rodman. Overall, the Sonics seemed the fresher team late in Game 5, a step quicker in every respect. And now here comes Game 6 on a quick turnaround less than 48 hours later. And so this series has taken on an entirely different tone as we return to Chicago, where talk of the Bulls' place in history has given way to the simple desire to see them finish this thing tonight before it really gets scary. Because if they don't, if the Sonics force a Game 7, Seattle will be the team on the verge of history. No team has ever recovered from an 0-3 deficit to win any kind of NBA playoff series, let alone the finals. And if Seattle can somehow do that, they will have staged simultaneously one of the greatest comebacks and one of the greatest upsets in the history of sports. So, is tonight the night Chicago celebrates? Or does Seattle push them to the brink? Tip-off just 10 minutes away, back at the United Center, right after this. They're already roaring at the United Center, and tonight the Bulls need the crowd more than at any time this season to help reverse the momentum and lift them over the injuries and the fatigue. The guys who will call Game 6 over the din are Marv Albert, Matt Guokas, and Bill Walton. Go to it, Marvelous.
All right, thank you, Bob. And the way things were going over the first 3 games of this series, we did not expect to be standing back here courtside at the United Center discussing key points for game number 6. Matt, first of all, where has it all gone wrong for Michael Jordan and the Bulls?
Well, Michael cannot carry the whole offensive load. Everybody has to contribute, in particular, Scottie Pippen. Now, he has been heading in the wrong direction with his shot, much of it due to his various injuries, and that 33% puts even more pressure on everybody else. But here's how Scottie Pippen can be effective. He has a height advantage in most cases. And these are high-scoring percentage chances that need to be exploited. But overall, Chicago needs to regain their confidence, and this home court should make a world of difference.
All right, and Bill, as for Seattle, Shawn Kemp has been just terrific right throughout the series, but the changes for the Sonics really involve the upgrade and play of other people on the club aside from Shawn Kemp.
Marv, it's been a complete and remarkable turnaround for Seattle. The last time out, Chicago threw everything in their legendary arsenal at Seattle, and Seattle just spit it back and said, hey, if that's all you've got, we can win this thing. And nowhere has the turnaround been more evident than the play of Gary Payton, who's outplayed Michael Jordan the last 2 games, and George Karl will rue the early decision to hide and protect Payton from the king. The role players, though, for Seattle have contributed mightily. Detlef Schrempf, he's picked his spots, and he's been very big in the decisive run of Game 5. Nate McMillan back in the rotation from injury. Well, he's been on the floor the last 2 games. The Sonics have outscored Chicago by 34 points, and Hershey Hawkins, his scoring is up by 7 points per game in the 2 victories. Now, Seattle has youth, health, and momentum on their side. They'll play very well tonight. The questions, though, for the Bulls, they staggered home. They can't think they're just going to walk in here and hold on to a victory. They've got to go get it. All the pressure, Marv, it's on the Bulls and their fans.
All right, so coming up, it is Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Can the Sonics make it 3 straight over the Bulls? Can the Bulls regroup and wrap it tonight? We'll be back with the starting lineups in a moment.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Miller Lite. With a great taste of an ice-cold Miller Lite, life is good. By Honda, who offers an impressive family of cars, sport utility vehicles, and minivans. And by Prudential. Live well, make a plan, be your own rock.
The usual capacity crowd, better than 21,000 at the United Center. And they are trying to rev themselves to provide the kind of atmosphere that the Sonics received at Key Arena in Seattle. We're set for the introduction of the starting lineups. Here's the public address voice of the Bulls, Ray Clay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a happy Father's Day to dads all around the world. The Chicago Bulls welcome the world's greatest fans to the United Center. Tonight's Game 6 of the NBA Finals is between the Seattle Supersonics and your Chicago Bulls. Now let's meet tonight's starting lineups. First for the visiting Seattle Supersonics. At 1 forward from Washington, 6'10", Detlef Schrempf. At the other forward, 6'10", out of Trinity Valley Community College, Shawn Kemp. At center, 6'9", out of Penn State, Frank Brickowski. And a guard, 6'4", out of Oregon State, Gary Payton. And the other guard from Bradley, 6'3", Percy Hawkins. The Seattle Supersonics are coached by
can hear the crowd reacting to the return of Ron Harper, a very important player in the Chicago scheme. Harper makes his return to the starting lineup, played only 1 minute in Game 5. For more on the Bulls and the Sonics, let's check in on the sidelines with Ahmad, Rashad, and Hannah Storm. First to Ahmad.
All right, thanks, Marv. The last couple of games I've reported from the Chicago locker room that they have been quiet, cautious, and even worried. Now, Michael Jordan told me that while they were in Seattle, as a team, they lost their confidence, but now that they're back home, it should return. Now, Randy Brown had a different take on it. He said, you know, while we were out in Seattle, everybody talked about what a great team we were, maybe the greatest team of all time, but while we didn't buy into that, maybe we thought about it subconsciously, and while we were thinking about it, Seattle was kicking our butts. Now that we're home, that's not going to happen. For the Seattle side of it, let's go down to Hannah.
Thanks, Ahmad. Well, arguably the best player in these finals through the first 5 games has been Shawn Kemp, but he suffered a painful bruised sternum in Game 1. He told me that will not affect his play today. His mobility is fine, even though he is sore, and he'll wear protective padding on his chest and underneath his jersey. Meanwhile, what they're counting on for the Sonics is the Bulls to be the ones who are fatigued and who are injured. George Karl is planning an up-tempo game. He wants to wear the Bulls down, he says, even if he has to reach way down in his bench and play guys like Vincent Askew and Erving Johnson, who haven't seen action in the last 10 quarters. Marv?
Thank you, Hannah. The officials, Hugh Evans, Dick Bavetta, Steve Jaffee, the crew that worked in Game 3.
Of course, the presence of Ron Harper means that Michael Jordan now does not have to work as hard in defending Gary Payton. Also, the Bulls want to keep Rodman on Kemp as much as possible. Nevertheless, Chicago has to start forcing turnovers again and get some fast break baskets.
Seattle, good start. Fight the crowd, get them back. 25 shots for Shawn Kemp, and run. Take advantage of conditioning.
And this crowd much livelier than we saw in games 1 and 2 here in Chicago. The opening tip controlled by the Bulls. The crowd actually trying to get itself into it during the playing and singing of the national anthem. They began the chant early on during the singing of the anthem. Here is Harper blocked by Payton. Shot clock at 7. We are just underway in Game 6. Pippen to the drive. He did not see that in Game 5.
Well, one of the reasons Scotty's been struggling with the shot, he gets the ball many times with the shot clock winding down. This time he didn't settle for jumper, took it hard to the hole.
Gary Payton met by Scottie Pippen. Open shot for left shrimp, and the game is tied at 2.
Terrific ball movement. Gronkowski, he wants to take that shot. Shrimp, obviously a better shooter, but Britt can hit that play.
Luke Longley playing with a sore lower back. Dennis Rodman very quiet. Game 5 in Seattle. Michael Jordan. Oh, he knew on the release. He began to walk back down court.
2 series, 2 touches for Jordan in the same spot on the floor.
Shawn Kemp not able to hit on his first opportunity. The Bulls with a 5-2 lead. Jordan had missed his previous 6 from three-point range. Minute and a half gone by. Kemp had it poked away by Rodman.
As we mentioned, Scottie Pippen getting the ball with the shot clock winding down. There's 7 seconds on the shot clock. Michael decides not to drive it, see what he's got with the jump shot first, as the Chicago bench glad to see Michael get off so well.
And here's Kemp from deep. Ron Harper playing with the band back. Played only 1 minute. In game number 5 has seen very little action since game 2. Pippen putting moves on Kemp, slicing his way, and back come the Sonics. 3-on-2 developing, but the Bulls get back. Gronkowski blows the stuff. He thought it was foul.
They're going to let this one go a lot, Marv. Gronkowski's got to finish that play.
That was last touch by the Sonics.
For the last 2 games, Frank Gronkowski has played 33 minutes, has not scored a point, has 4 rebounds, but yet he's been effective for this team because he is spreading the floor. He can't believe a foul wasn't called there on the play before. Scottie Pippen thought he got hit.
Long way. Nice pass for Rodman. Here's Percy Hawkins lost it from behind, and we are seeing a different Scottie Pippen here at the start. He's come out in very aggressive fashion. Ron Harper giving the Bulls a 7-2 lead, and they are standing and cheering here at the United Center. Pressure from Chicago. Sonics able to get it down. Percy Hawkins. Percy Hawkins, as Michael Jordan described, has been very scrappy, very aggressive. He's played very well the last 2 games. Jordan lost it. He thought he was fouled. 4-on-3 for Seattle. Kemp. And the Bulls were looking for a charge, did not get the call as Kemp was able to tip it home.
Well, in the other games of this series and throughout all the playoffs, we have heard so many whistles. The officials look like they're going to let them play. If they do this, however, they got to let them go all game this way.
The Bulls 7 and the Sonics 6. And now a whistle away from the ball as Steve Javie indicates a foul on Murkowski.
This is what championship basketball is all about. Let the players decide this. Rodman with another flop. Sean Kemp just stays with it. Sean Kemp again very active. The difference for Chicago, they're taking the ball to the basket. They're not settling for the perimeter game.
And that's what Jordan attempts to do and was fouled. He was hacked. Percy Hawkins called for his first.
Well, the players have it in their minds. They want to be aggressive. They want to take the ball to the basket as much as possible, but they're going to start to get some second thoughts. If they're going to go to the hole and not get the whistles when they get fouled, well, they're going to start thinking about maybe just relying with that jump shot.
Well, Michael with his 4th point. Jordan 11 of 22, 26 points the other night in Seattle. The rest of the Bulls just 18 of 55, but it was a very quiet 11 of 22. Michael shut down in the 4th quarter. Did not have a field goal the last 9.5 minutes and looked tired in the second half.
Marv, that long week on the road in the 2-3-2 format at the very end of the season, very debilitating for the team like Chicago on the road.
And he had to chase Gary Payton around at the other end of the court. Off the steal. And taken back by Payton. Payton for Kemp. And a blocking foul against Chicago.
Well, Chicago has had a number of situations in the early going here where they have been a little bit careless with the handle. A couple of catches by Luke Longley. That time, Scottie Pippen not making sure he had the ball before he went down court and gave up the ball. And Scottie felt he was in good position to take that charge. I think he was too far underneath the basket. Good call.
What's a first-team all-league defensive player like Scottie Pippen doing taking charges anyway? That's for guys who have no game. When you can play basketball, you are defenders. You're not a guy that just gets run over and bailed out by the refs.
And Pippen picked up his first foul. Matt, did you have something to say?
I'm stumped. I don't know. I thought that was a part of good defense, taking charges. No way Scottie Pippen could block that.
And Luke Longley could not handle the lead. Hopper says his fault. Bulls 9, Sonics 8, with 7:40 remaining in this opening quarter. Marv Albert with Matt Guokas and Bill Walton. On Rashad and a storm working the sidelines. Payton, yes. And the Sonics with a 1-point lead.
Hannah was talking about play the full 48. Seattle does not think that Chicago can do that. The poise, the confidence, the determination evident for the Sonics today.
Here's a three for Pippen. Scottie Pippen. Only 3 of 24 from downtown the last 3 games, and the Bulls a horrible 3 of 26 in Game 5 on Friday night. In fact, at one point they missed 20 straight 3-pointers. Shrimp, yes, and the game is tied at 12. Bulls have hit their first 2 3-point attempts. Jordan and now Pippen. Scottie Pippen, who's playing hurt, the bad ankles, a bad back, sore knee, has had a very difficult series. There's a shot corner, Longley from way out. The tip has scored. Converts.
But poor spacing by Chicago. Chicago with Jordan being fronted in the post. Luke Longley has to get up above the tip of the circle to get Brikowski out of there. That's why they cannot throw that lob to Michael.
Bulls with a 14-12 lead. Here's the double on Kemp. Rodman over to help. Kemp in trouble. Hawkins able to save it. Midcourt crowd wanted to travel. Shot clock is at 3.
Seattle is not taking care of their defensive boards. And the fact that Shawn Kemp is off to a very slow start is hurting the Sonics.
And the Bulls are firing from the three-point range. Shrimp for 3. Way off.
Oh, everybody just launching the first shot that shows up, trying, I think, to get whatever jitters there might be, and there shouldn't be at this juncture, just to shoot jump shots.
Timeout is taken with 5:33 remaining in the first quarter. The Bulls with a 14-12 lead on the Sonics. Scottie Pippen in a discussion with Hugh Evans. Here's the three-point shot by Scottie Pippen to end his drought in that department. And watch the work off the offensive boards. First Jordan, he goes wide of the mark, and Rodman puts it home. So the Bulls feeling better about things in this first quarter. They lead by 2. For the Seattle Sonics, it's been an unlikely, dramatic turnaround, winning the last 3 games. So what is their approach tonight? We asked that of Coach George Karl.
At times this year, we have been overly happy with success. And, you know, if we come out happy tonight and not angry, you know, Chicago embarrasses. But there's a lot of class in what we did. I think there's a moment of pride that's got to come with that. But I think my team's going to be very serious tonight. I think they're going to play their best basketball game. And Chicago, we're going to make, the whole theme since Game 3 is make Chicago earn Game 4, win 4. And I think we'll do that.
And you can see it on the faces of guys like Schrempf and Brikowski. It's always there in Shawn Kemp's eyes.
Shot clock is run down. It's at 1. Pippen just did beat the 24. And it's the Bulls by 4. Scottie Pippen off to the fast start. 3 of 5. He has 7 points and looking very active, particularly on the defensive end.
It's remarkable how well he's playing. Those injuries don't get better in 2 days.
Oh, Brikowski way off. He's been looking for the 3. He has not taken the shots the last couple of games, but feels he can hit from downtown. Kemp broke it up. So Shawn Kemp with the steal.
And Luke Longley continues to have problems catching and holding on to the basketball.
The Sonics give it right back. Harper for 3. And Shrimp to the boards. That left threat for Gary Payton, met by Scottie Pippen. Yes, Gary Payton with the touch. He's hit his first 2. The Bulls 16, the Sonics 14.
That's a beautiful move by Payton. He made Scottie Pippen think he was going to spin and drive, and it froze Pippen.
It's not just individual basketball. Nice pick and roll initiated by the ball handler.
And a strong move to the basket by Longley. That's his first field goal. For the Bulls, in losing the 2 in Seattle, it's their first back-to-back defeat since last February when they lost it in Denver and in Phoenix. Here's Payton again off the spin. What a move by Payton, and the Bulls again lead by 2. The Bulls have not lost 3 straight since January of 1995. They lost 4 in a row during that stretch, but Michael Jordan was in the midst of his retirement. Hacked by Payton. For Payton, it is his first foul, so Jordan will go to the line. Overall, the Chicago Bulls at home have been magnificent, as you'd expect in recent years. The last time that they lost 2 in a row here in Chicago was January of 95. Jordan has 6 points, along with 4 rebounds and 2 assists. The last time they lost 2 in a row at home with Jordan, February of '93, Matt, when you were a child.
And the old building across the street, which is now a parking lot. And you remember all the complaining last season about the new United Center, how the Bulls could not get used to the crowd atmosphere, to the floor, to the baskets, to where the bench was. Everything was wrong with it until Michael Jordan returned.
Nothing wrong with Seattle's offense. That's fine as their defense. They're not pushing Chicago to the perimeter. They're not taking care of their defensive boards.
Bulls lead by 4 as we come up on 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Nate McMillan for the first time trying to run to travel on McMillan. Sam Perkins also on the floor for the first time, and it's a 24-second violation indicated, but looked like that previous shot hit the rim.
Yes, I hope that did. I hope that's not just me that saw that hit the rim. This shot thrown up by Nate McMillan clearly will clang off this rim.
Well, it's close, Bill. Very close. The question is whether it did hit the rim, because then the shot clock is reset. And after the officials discuss it, they say, yes, it did. Here's a look from another angle, and it did clearly. Yes,
I did rebound 1 or 2 shots in my life.
That doesn't mean anything about your sight from this distance.
Well, that's how you get rebounds, by looking at the ball. That's one thing Luke Longley does not do very well.
And a foul is called, a pushing foul on Rodman. It's his first.
And Dennis Rodman slaps the ball out of the hands of Shawn Kemp, and right away George Karl right into the face of the officials complaining about it. Series long, Shawn Kemp has been so strong, so quick in his low post moves, getting in there and drawing that personal foul. But these are the antics of Dennis Rodman that bring even more attention to himself and alert the referees. Just like that, you see Steve Javie watching him, George Karl complaining. These are the moves Dennis Rodman just has to stay away from.
Well, Michael Jordan telling us prior to the game that he hopes, and he's talked to Dennis about calming down, because it just brings more attention not only to Rodman, but the teammates in terms of the officials checking them much closer.
Marv, it worked early in the season. He got under Seattle's skin, but Seattle has moved beyond that. They've got experience now. And now it's just big picture time. This is the championship being decided right now.
Tony Kukoc has come on for the first time. The Bulls obviously would prefer having Kukoc come off the bench. Jordan for Longley. Well, the double team stopped Jordan at the baseline, but he was able to hit Longley with that pass. And the Bulls now lead 22-16.
It's just remarkable how he can make decisions in the air, Jordan.
Kemp rejected.
Jordan will be isolated against Shawn Kemp. He just gets right to the hoop. Shawn closes out on him, and then Jordan pulls the ball back, and Sam Perkins breaks down defensively.
Sonics have missed their last 4 shots. Shot clock is down to 5. Kemp has to fire it up, and hits. Foot on the line, a 2-pointer, 6 for Kemp, and the Bulls now lead by 4. Shawn Kemp playing with some great passion, challenged his teammates after the loss in Game 3, did not like their attitude. That's been a big factor. Hawkins on the shot that came up short. Nate McMillan, who's provided a lift despite the fact that he has been playing hurt. McMillan working against Kukoc. Now Perkins posting up. Open shot from McMillan. And back comes Jordan. Last touch by Kukoc.
Seattle is not doing a good job on their defensive boards, but Shawn Kemp, they threaten inside, and then Shawn Kemp, that's his 6th shot of the game. He's got a couple of free throws. Sonics playing terrific basketball.
Timeout is taken by the Bulls. We'll be right back.
Well, Nate McMillan has had his injury problems and has really not been able to help the Sonics until the last 2 games. And did he ever help? But here in a collision with Tony Kukoc, and Nate McMillan shaken up on the play as he got the hip check inadvertently from Tony Kukoc.
You can just see the caution that Nate is forced to play with because of that herniated disc. This great champion of a person and a terrific player, his one chance, and his body lets him down.
And McMillan able to hang in, remains on the floor. David Wingate has come on for the first time for Seattle. Steve Kerr in for Chicago. We come about 1 minute left in the first quarter. Illegal defense called for the first time. So that is the warning against the Bulls. Ron Harper starting the game after playing only 1 minute in Game 5 in Seattle, and has played well in this first quarter. Here's Dennis Rodman for Luke Longley. Here's it from the crowd. 4 points for Longley.
Ron Harper is moving so much better. He was so tentative back in Seattle. Perkins has to have a big game for Seattle. He has not been aggressive in his early moments.
McMillan left, beating Kukoc. Crowd looking for a travel. Harper able to dive for it. Steve Kerr only 2 of 8 in 24 minutes the other night. Tony Kukoc rebounded by Kemp. The Sonics on the run. Wingate gives it back, a bad pass. And on the scramble, Rodman had it knocked away. Last touch by Seattle.
That was a terrific defensive recovery by Ron Harper. And those are the kinds of plays he has made for Chicago all season long and in the early going into the playoffs. When Tony Kukoc is posting up the smaller Peyton inside, no fadeaway jumpers. Take the ball strong in the hole.
Seattle does a terrible job of getting the ball to a guard on the fast break. Get the ball to Peyton. Get the ball to Wingate. McMillan.
Kukoc from the shot clock running down. The extension by Tony Kukoc. Final seconds of the quarter. Perkins for 3. And that's it for this opening quarter in Chicago. Standing ovation for the Bulls. After 1. The Bulls 24 and the Sonics 18. Chicago trying to turn it after the poor performances in Seattle the last 2 games. The Sonics hoping to bring it to a 7th and final game here on Wednesday night. You are watching the NBA on NBC.
The NBA on NBC. The 1996 NBA Finals.
Welcome back to the United Center in Chicago, and a happy Father's Day from all of us here at NBC Sports as we head to the second quarter. No team in NBA history has ever come back from a 3-0 deficit. To give you a broader perspective, Major League Baseball, no one has done it. National Hockey League, 2 teams have done it. The 42 Toronto Maple Leafs, the 75 New York Islanders. And no team has ever come back from a 3-2 deficit in the NBA with 2 wins on the road. Let's check in with Hannah Storm. Hannah?
Marv, Nate McMillan has been bothered on that left leg by pressure on the sciatic nerve. He's had a lot of pain in the back of the leg, but this most recent injury was a knee on the side of the leg. They iced it during that timeout. It shouldn't have any impact on the injury that he has struggled with throughout these playoffs. Let's send it over to Ahmad.
All right, thanks, Hannah. I just talked with Chip Schaefer, the Wolves trainer, and he told me the ice they're putting on Ron Harper is preventative sort of medicine. What it does, it gives it an analgesic effect that numbs the knee and keeps the pain away. Marv?
All right, thanks, Ahmad. Opening minute, second quarter, and the Bulls with a 24-18 lead on the Sonics.
Chicago has to be very happy with their defense in the first quarter, holding the Sonics to just 18 points. And I don't know why Seattle doesn't go to more pick and rolls. Chicago has had a lot of trouble defending it.
Gary Payton just missed a wide open layup after he burned Jordan from the perimeter.
And here's Jordan getting inside, and he was fouled. Foul on Wingate. For David Wingate, his first, and Michael Jordan to the line. He's 4 of 4 at the line.
And again, the intelligence of the Bulls. They know that when Michael has this feeling on championship night, when he's got a small defender, give him some room to get to the hoop. He can just overpower the outsized Wingate.
8 points for Jordan, although he is only 1 of 5 from the field. You know, you think back to after Game 3, several Sonics, including Gary Payton, basically giving their concession speeches. Rodman is fouled, and he'll go to the line. You had the feeling that the Sonics felt that the series was all over. They appear to be giving up, except for Shawn Kemp, who made those bold statements, and here they are right back into it, although the Bulls are playing very well in this first half, and Dennis Rodman, hearing him from the crowd after drawing the foul, is called on Kemp, who sits down.
Well, you just can't assume that Michael Jordan is going to miss free throws just because he's a good foul shooter, but how can you not box out Dennis Rodman in a free throw situation? He makes a living doing that.
Matt, Seattle's a poor defensive rebounding team. They don't have the big guy. Rodman horrible at the line. Remember, it was in Game 2. Seattle had a chance to go for the victory. Scottie Pippen continues to play perfect basketball.
Take a 27-18 lead in this opening minute of the second.
One game for all the marbles. Game 7, if necessary, Wednesday night on NBC. The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? By Priority Mail from the U.S. Postal Service. And by LDDS WorldCom, telecommunications service that's one-on-one.
Scottie Pippen defending the bigger Sam Perkins will step in front for the steal to start one of the fast breaks and one of the rare ones for Chicago, as they have not had very many. But Scottie Pippen right here in the middle of the floor, nobody coming up to stop him. Michael Jordan running this lane and wide man over here, and Scottie Pippen just making the right play with the perfect bounce pass to finish off the fast break.
And the good ball movement by Chicago continues. They've got 10 baskets and 8 assists, and the people in Chicago are ecstatic.
Well, this crowd has been into it right from the start, looking to provide a lift for the Bulls. Very quiet crowd in games 1 and 2. Chicago with an 18-8 run the last 7 minutes. Perkins coming up short. And it was last touched by the Bulls.
Marv, Sam Perkins looks really off tonight. This is the guy who has to have a big game. He had a wide open dunk there and just not moving well at all.
Perkins has missed his first 3 shots. Seattle bench 0 for 6. Here at the start. Now Perkins gives it back. Shrimp for 3. Yes! Dead left Shrimp from downtown. He has 7 points. And the Bulls now lead by 6.
Poor decision by Tony Kukoc to come doubled as he ran back to the other end. Phil Jackson let him know about it. Rodman had Perkins under control. Too far away from the basket. Double team not necessary.
And Rodman took a poke in the head from Shrimp. For dead left his first. And a new 24 for the Bulls. Here's another look at it.
Rodman in the triple post. Detlef feels he can get a play from behind. Rodman always has to have the last word.
Jordan with a series of fakes, had to give it back. And a travel on Steve Kerr. The Bulls were called for 7 traveling violations in Game 5 in Seattle.
And I talked to Phil Jackson before the game. I said, of the 7, Phil, how many really were? He said 1. Actually, on that particular play, Michael Jordan got away with a walk to escape the defense of Wingate.
When does Phil Jackson start complaining about the ref? Come on. Seattle hammered him in Game 5.
Of course, that's always a coach's point of view in terms of, well, 1 out of 7.
Well, first it's the refs, then it's the timekeeper, then it's the announcers next. Who knows?
Well, he wasn't complaining about the referees. He was just answering my question.
He was complaining about you. Kukoc off the steal. Kerr facing the double team. We are early second quarter, and the Bulls lead 27-21. Steve Kerr, who has not been hitting the shot, hits on his first, and the Bulls lead 29-21.
Jordan rode Kerr the last turnover. He went right back to him with the pass. That's what great teammates do. They lead their guys to beautiful performances.
Hawkins. Percy Hawkins with the floater. His second field goal. He has 4, and the Bulls now lead by 6 points. Bill Jackson with Rodman, Kukoc, Jordan, Hawkins, on the floor. Beautiful pass. Rodman. Well, Dennis getting credit for the extra rebound. It's the second time that has occurred.
That's Moses Malone basketball. But Chicago's getting to the hoop. They did not do that out in Seattle.
Woodgate hits from downtown. And now it's changed to a 2. And the foot on the line. 31-25 the score. And a blocking foul called on Wingate.
Well, Michael Jordan drawing the attention of the defense, getting up in the air, finding Kerr wide open, and the crowd, you could feel it in the tone. They wanted Steve to make that, and he really put a beautiful arc on that shot to get the first one. And Michael is so in tune anytime around the basket, feeling the defense, finding the open man, and Scottie Pippen appreciates that kind of basketball.
Longley back on the floor. Setting up on Perkins, and it's a traveling violation.
Luke has been playing very, very well. He's another one of the Bulls who's going to have off-season surgery. He's got to have some bone spurs taken off those ankles. He will not play in the Olympics for Australia, his native country, this summer.
And Luke also bothered by a sore back in recent days. 6-point Chicago lead. 4 minutes in, second quarter. And the overplay, Harper called for the foul.
Well, the Bulls have made a concerted effort anytime a smaller man is playing a bigger man in the post to get around and front and put pressure not only on the passer, but make that a tough pass, and it has gotten the Bulls more aggressive defensively. Hey, Chicago is playing very well. Seattle is not playing their type of basketball yet, and they look at up at that scoreboard and find themselves only trailing by 6.
And if they would just feed the post, Seattle would get that ball in better. They float passes. They hang them out. You got to zip it in there hard to the guy.
And that's Brett holding on the play. And it led to the offensive foul. Illegal pick set by Kemp, trying to free up the man with the ball, Shrep.
It looked like Sean Kemp was stationary, but when he leaned over, when he put that shoulder down, if he had stood his ground upright, that would have been a foul on Rodman.
Here's Jordan. Well, would have been a 2-pointer. Put on the line, so Michael is now 2 of 7 from the field.
The guards are running away from the ball in the backcourt for Seattle.
Nice. Kemp, Rodman.
Now there's that pass you wanted, Bill, as Rodman, he was buried in the lane there, had to try to get around in front, but way too late, as Kemp did a beautiful job of holding him off. Perfect pass.
Bulls 31, Sonics 27. Jordan facing the double team, finding Pippen. Rodman trying to draw contact, no call, but Longley got it to Jordan. Here's Jordan. Michael able to elevate. Bulls lead 33-27.
Marv, defensive rebound. It's killing Seattle. They can't dig that ball out.
Sean Kemp once again from the outside. That's his 4th field goal. He has 10 points, so the Bulls lead by 4. Bulls have led by as many as 9. Sonics briefly led by 1. They were up 10-9 in the early going. Here's Jordan going to the series of fakes. Rebounded by Shrep.
Oh, Michael is so quick right now. He had Hersey Hawkins whipped on the baseline. Hersey would have never found him, but Michael didn't realize how badly he had him beat.
Perkins working on Pippen and lost it. Hopper with Hawkins back. Foul by Hawkins, and Hopper had the acceleration.
Sam Perkins looks asleep.
Many have said that, but that's not necessarily on the court. It's the look, though.
Life is a sport. Drink it up.
The starting lineup for your Chicago Bulls.
Can't beat a job like this. You get to sit courtside every night, watch the world's best athletes. What I try to do is just add a little twist of my own to the game.
Tony Kukoc. Down it.
I like the individual play. I'm sort of a highlight guy.
Here comes Superman, Michael Jordan.
I've got the best job in the world. Well, maybe I've got the second best job in the world.
Another
Well, the NBA and NBC Sports have teamed up and created the official website for the NBA Finals at finals.com. Game previews and player bios and video highlights. The latest news on the Bulls and the Sonics. Plus, during our broadcast of the Finals, fans around the globe can interact with our very own cybercaster, Steve Snapper Jones, who is online. Not to be confused, incidentally, with the Steve Jones who won the U.S. Open earlier today. Steve was asked the other day, what is the most asked question that he has received, and this the answer. Did you get a fair deal trading courtside seats to Marv and Matt for a seat upstairs away from Bill? I don't know about that one, guys. I don't know.
Hey, Marv, I heard you were online the other day.
Well, and I told Bill, anytime that he has a question, he can ask it directly. He does not have to go online. Feel free at any time, Bill.
You don't want to give me that kind of freedom, Marv. You want to keep me on the nice tight leash that I'm on
here. Chicago with a 35-29 lead on Seattle. Halfway through the second quarter. Hawkins and Payton in the backcourt. Shrek with Kemp and Perkins up front. Here is Kemp. And Hawkins able to hustle it down. Shrek for three. Hopper with Shrek back. And Jordan will reset.
Harper moving so much better. Obviously, the series of injections that he took during the course of this week seemed to be working for this game today. Always a very dangerous proposition.
Play by Perkins to bring it up and hit the rim. So they got the new 24. Kukoc. The Sonics screaming for offensive interference.
It's like a volleyball game up there. Nobody going after the basketball in a green uniform as Kukoc lonely hanging all over that rim.
It's amazing. How can you expect to win the championship of the NBA when you can't get a defensive rebound each and every time the other team miss?
And another Seattle turnover. They've been sloppy with the ball. It leads to Pippen. 9 points for Scottie Pippen. And the Sonics want to talk it over. To Chicago, and coming up on the Prudential Halftime Report, we'll hear live from Isiah Thomas, Vice President of Basketball Operations for the Toronto Raptors. Isiah and his Pistons won back-to-back titles in 1989 and 1990, and they often tangled with Michael Jordan and the Bulls. We'll hear from Isiah as he chats with Bob Costas on the Prudential Halftime Report. As we were going to break on that Sonic timeout, double technicals were called on Payton and Harper as they had words as they crossed paths in front of the official scorers table. 10-point lead for Chicago, their biggest lead of the night. We have 4:39 remaining in the first half. Perkins for Schrempf. Pippen with the rebound.
Bad pass by Perkins took Schrempf out of his rhythm.
Jordan. Good box out by Kemp. Jordan able to break it up. Harper protecting the ball. With the tip. And the Bulls are rolling.
Chicago is getting fast break opportunity after opportunity. Sonics not getting back. And when they do, and the shot is missed, nobody's jumping for a rebound.
And the Bulls have out rebounded the Sonics now 24-15. Shot clock down to 5. Bottled up and held. The foul committed by Jordan.
The effect of the home crowd, which just keeps pushing and pushing for their favorite Bulls here. Just waves of rampaging Bulls at the glass. Harper throws it up. He knows somebody. That time it was Kukoc. Pippen was right there. Pippen's defense has been spectacular today, Marv.
Standing ovation for Ron Harper. Steve Kerr coming on for Harper, who is playing with an injured left knee. Kemp for Sam Perkins. It's the Bulls by 10. Chicago with 9 steals in this first half. 4 by Pippen. NBA record for the NBA Finals in a single game is 7 by Robert Horry of Houston last year. Pippen already has 4. Pippen keeps it alive as the Bulls get the new 24. Crowd wanted Kukoc to pull the trigger.
Pass it to Jordan instead.
Excellent thought. Shot clock at 5, and a travel is called.
Well, they were trying, but Michael Jordan really played beautifully by Gary Payton, bumping from behind, getting around and fronting, and doing a terrific job as he has now the last 2.5 games, just unable to get the ball to him, and Michael Jordan upset about it.
Able to free himself up. 9 points for Schrempf. Bulls lead 41-33 with 2.5 to go in this first half. 8 rebounds, 5 off the offensive glass for Rodman. You can see the domination by Chicago. Schrempf with a good play to knock it away from Jordan. 3-on-2. Fouled by Kerr.
That last play, Michael lit up when Detlef Schrempf switched out, and that was a replay of George Karl's faulty strategy from game 1 in this series. Led to a fast break opportunity, and with good balance, with the guard in the middle and Schrempf running the wing, they got an easy trip to the foul line.
So Detlef Schrempf to the line for the first time. Earlier this season, Detlef out with a fracture of the left tibia. Sat out 19 games. Took a while for him to make it back. His cutting and reactions were a bit off. Here's Dennis Rodman for Tony Kukoc. Kukoc 2 of 5. He has 4 points. The Chicago Bulls 9-0 at home in the playoffs, including victories over the Sonics in games 1 and 2. During the regular season, they won 39 of 41. The Sonics did not want the Bulls celebrating on their floor. Won the last 2 in Seattle. And now the Bulls are hoping to pull off the celebration here tonight. The Sonics looking to send it to a Game 7 here in Chicago on Wednesday. Seattle with 6 unanswered points. They are within 6 with just under 2 minutes to go. First half. And again, the Bulls force the Sonics into a turnover.
Pippen's defense is just spectacular tonight. He's everywhere. He doesn't get any credit that time, but he forced that turnover. So nice to see Scotty back on top of his game.
Chicago has had a couple of unforced turnovers by Michael Jordan on the last couple of trips. They have to start handling the ball much, much better.
Already 11 turnovers tonight. They had just 11 for the entire game on Friday. Nice ball movement. Pippen slicing his way, trying to feed off to Longley, but it was called for a charging foul.
Good call. Pippen in the lane. The defenders were in the air, which is fine. Scotty initiating this contact. Knocks over a bunch of players.
Well, it is a good call, but the way this ball game started, everybody was flopping to the floor, falling down. Some of them were real charges, some of them were imagined, but this is what confuses the players. The way the game starts out, the way it's officiated, and then it starts to change as you gradually move on. Very tough to figure out.
Scottie Pippen was called for a second, taking a seat, replaced by Tony Kukoc. Here's Kemp on a double team. Able to shoot loose, but could not hit.
I think Sean's got to take shots like that, Marv. He's got 11 shot attempts in the game. I think 25 for him has got to be his goal. Sometimes you got to force a little bit when you're the best player on your team.
Nice lead pass, but Jordan rejected by Kemp. What a play by Kemp. How often do we see that? And here's Kemp at the other end.
Kemp is the one guy on this team that will block shots. He's not a real intimidating shot blocker, but when he gets his rhythm, he'll force Phil Jackson to take a timeout as he's led Seattle right back into this game.
You know, we have just seen one of the great end-to-end sequences of this season. The show by Sean Kemp.
Sean Kemp defending Dennis Rodman. Doesn't have to worry about him so much as an offensive player. You do have to worry about him on the offensive glass, but no way he can get it there as Sean Kemp made sure nothing doing for Michael Jordan. And then Sean Kemp, who's been shooting the jump shot really from the perimeter very well, and that tough little medium-range jumper nicely.
You see the way Sean Kemp floated by Jordan and let Jordan sort of suckered him in, forced him to bring it behind his head, and then wiped it off with that left hand. Reminded me of Bill Russell a little bit.
Well, Kemp with 14 points. He has sparked an 8-0 run for Seattle after the Bulls took a 12-point lead. And now Kemp sitting down with 40 seconds remaining in the half. The Bulls lead by 4. Looked like they were about to pull away, leading by as many as 12.
Who has been shooting the ball very well throughout the series, not getting that many shots, however, as he has averaged 11 points a game, doing a terrific job in this ball game of when his man leaves him, finding that crease, finding that open area, and his teammates know where big Luke is and able to finish the play.
And the difference in the post feeding by both teams. Chicago, the Tex Winter and Phil Jackson, the triple post offense, they know you got to zip that ball in.
Longley going behind the back. All right.
Redheads are very good at stuff like that.
I see. Here's Perkins. He continues to struggle, but Shrimp on the rebound.
Nobody
lead by 6, and Perkins rejected. Perkins not able to hit, but a foul is called. Well, Matt, as you say, no one defending Perkins. McMillan spotted him, but Sam has had a very long first half.
Well, so, no question he's having a tough time, but you don't leave him wide open underneath as miscommunication between Longley and Rodman, leaving him wide open, but Sam still couldn't get the shot to go.
I think they were testing Sam. I think they said, look, if we leave you wide open, can you score?
I see.
He couldn't.
He is 0 for 5 from the field. Foul was called on Rodman. And Perkins now 0 for 1 at the line. Sam was celebrated his 35th birthday on Friday and was serenaded by the crowd after the game. Had the touch earlier this series, usually very good in clutch situations.
And that's what's so surprising. I mean, this is the kind of game that Sam Perkins comes out and plays beautiful basketball and hitting the threes and rebounding, playing defense, and today it has just been nothing.
So the Bulls lead by 5. Final seconds of the half. Jordan. And he was tripped up. That won't count. Gary Payton upset about that foul, his second. And Seattle in the penalty, so Jordan will shoot 2 with 4 at 9/10 seconds remaining first half.
Well, with the second quarter winding down, the Bulls going to their spread offense where they open the floor, and we'll give it to Pippen, Kukoc, or Michael Jordan. I asked Phil Jackson before the game, come fourth quarter, if you're having trouble scoring in the triangle, will you open it up? Give the ball to Michael Jordan at the top of the key. He said, we haven't used it much yet. We're ready to put it in.
The Bulls 44, the Sonics 38.
That's probably why Phil Jackson's coach of the year. Just, you know, call the play. Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan.
Chicago by 7. McMillan. And Perkins. That's the end of the first half. And the Bulls hearing it from this crowd. Halftime at the United Center in Chicago. And the Bulls lead the Sonics 45-38. We'll be back with Bob Costas and the Prudential halftime report right after these messages.
This is the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by Prudential. Live well, make a flag, be your own rock.
Halftime of Game 6 at the United Center with the Bulls leading the Sonics 45-38. That despite a poor shooting half for Michael Jordan. He's 3 for 11. He has 14 points. Also 6 rebounds and 4 assists. Shawn Kemp leads the Sonics with 14. Bob Costas back at the United Center. We're joined from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan by two-time NBA champion and currently the head of basketball operations for the Toronto Raptors, Isiah Thomas. No, Isiah did not play in the U.S. Open in Bloomfield Hills. Just happens to be, coincidentally, where he lives. Isiah, your thoughts on this first half and the way the Bulls and the Sonics each approached it?
Well, I thought Seattle did a good job in terms of handling the emotional rush at the start of the game. They're only 7 down now. They had a few turnovers at the end of the second quarter that really cost them. But I think they probably going in the locker room feeling like they're in good shape. And I think Chicago, on the other hand, is probably going into the locker room feeling that they're in good shape, too, because they're at home. I think at the end of the third quarter, you'll probably see both teams have a little tug of war. But I remember in Game 6 back in L.A., you know, Chicago's in a dangerous position because they're one injury away from actually losing this thing.
Well, that injury was your injury. You're talking about 1988. It might have been 3 in a row for you guys had not the Lakers won their second straight in 1988. Kareem made a shot over Bill Laimbeer. Actually didn't make it. He was fouled down the stretch in Game 6. He made the 2 free throws. They won a close one. Then you played Game 7 and had a great game in gutty fashion, but you were playing on a terrible sprained ankle.
Danger that they're in terms of injury. They've had Harper, Pippen. You know, as I said, they're one sprained ankle away from kind of losing this thing. They had a chance to finish it in Seattle, and you know, when you got a team down, you got to kill them.
As one of the great point guards, I'd be interested in your take on Gary Payton. I heard that Brendan Malone, your former coach, in fact, you just let him go after 1 year with the Raptors and hired Darrell Walker, but obviously there's still a lot of respect. Malone was hired by the Sonics to help scout for them during the playoffs, and he went to Payton, as I understand it, and said, look, I spent years with Isiah Thomas. He wasn't passive. When a big game came up, Isiah was aggressive. He went after it.
Well, that's the only way you're going to win. At this point in time in the season, you got to put it all on the line, and you got to really go for it. And you know, you're not going to get anything in the NBA by being passive. And you know, what I try to tell all our guys in Toronto, you know, especially Damon, is you got to be aggressive. You got to go out there and play as hard and as well as you possibly can, because if you're going to wait for somebody to give you something, it's not going to happen.
Dennis Rodman was a teammate of yours on 2 Detroit Pistons champions. Compare and contrast. Rodman then, Rodman now.
Well, actually, Rodman was a little bit more animated then than he is now. You know, he was doing the tattoos then. He was doing shaving messages in his head. And if you remember, he would always dunk and kind of point at the crowd. I think now he's kind of toned down a little bit. He's kind of, you know, got the color in his hair, but he's still a great basketball player, and he's, you know, the best rebounder who's probably ever played the game of basketball. And he's the ultimate in terms of a teammate that you want to have on your team.
Kind of a frightening concept. This is the toned down Rodman. One quick Raptors question. You got the #2 pick in the draft. It's a foregone conclusion. The Sixers with the first pick will take Allen Iverson out of Georgetown. I know you've had Ray Allen from Connecticut in for a workout. Marcus Camby is another possibility. What do you think?
Well, if we have a shot at getting Marcus Camby, you can put a Raptor uniform on him because, you know, he's a Raptor. He's everything that we want in a basketball player. And if Philadelphia's going to take Allen Iverson, you can pencil in Marcus Camby for us because he's a Raptor. He's what I'm looking for.
Real quick, Isiah, any chance you would trade the pick? Darrell Walker, your coach, was quoted as saying, "We're not married to the pick, we're engaged to it."
Well, that possibility exists, but that's only if Camby's not there.
All right.
But if Camby's not there, don't bother ringing my phone.
Thanks, Isiah. That's a wrap for the top man from the Raptors, Isiah Thomas. We thank him for being with us. We'll take a short break now, then check in on some of the drama at today's U.S. Open. First, a message from Prudential, and as always, a word from the NBA. Okay, we're back in Chicago. The Bulls leading the Sonics 45-38 at the half, joined now by Julius Erving. And Doc, it's your feeling that although they trail by 7, the Sonics are very much in the game.
I think the Sonics are in this game. The Bulls have thrown a lot at them. The Sonics haven't gotten much out of their key reserve, Sam Perkins. I think the team that spends the most amount of time in the second half playing offense against the other team's set defense is going to win this game. After playing 5 games against a team, you know, you just can't play set offense. You gotta create situations in the open court and make or miss, push the ball. Seattle did that very successfully in the first quarter. Chicago has done it in both quarters.
2 big questions answered positively for the Bulls. Ron Harper plays and plays well, and that means that Jordan doesn't have to guard Payton, at least not much anyway. And Pippen, the first time he touches the ball, explodes to the basket on the drive.
Well, I think he was under specific orders from Phil Jackson to take the ball to the hole. Good things happen when you take the ball to the hole.
All right, Doc, as always, thanks. And now to the final round of the 96th U.S. Open Golf Championship, which was played earlier today in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. Good drama it was. With a report, here's Dick Enberg.
Bob, the 1996 U.S. Open champion.
Father's Day for Steve Jones. It's halftime in Chicago. The team that has led at the half has won each of the first 5 games of this series. And the Bulls lead the Sonics by 7 at the half of Game 6. We'll send it back to Marv Albert, Matt Guokas, and Bill Walton after these messages from your local station.
This has been the Prudential Halftime.
Welcome back to Chicago. Game 6 of the NBA Finals Series as we head to the second half, and the Bulls lead the Sonics 45-38. Matt, the Bulls appear to be very much back to their game after the 2 poor performances in Seattle.
Well, they're back to dominating the backboards, and they're back to forcing turnovers. The problem is they're turning the ball over themselves. But good first halves from Luke Longley and Scottie Pippen to help out Michael Jordan, who's not shooting the ball particularly well, but getting to the free throw line.
Now, the Sonics, Bill, have not played well, but they're down by just 7. What do they have to do in the second half?
Marv, Seattle, they're not rebounding the ball. They're not getting anything from Perkins. But I want to go back to what Bob Costas was talking to Isiah about. Gary Payton just not getting the job done. Jordan is outplaying him after Payton had the edge out in Seattle. Gary Payton's got to get a lot more aggressive play like Isiah.
And how often have we heard George Karl say that Payton is at his very best when he's playing, as he puts it, crazy. A look at the halftime statistics, the Miller Lite halftime stats. Seattle 16 of 39, 41%. Chicago at 43% on 17 of 40. Jordan, as Matt mentioned, not shooting well, 3 of 11. He does have 14 points, doing it at the line where he's 7 of 8. And the Bulls in the steals department with 9 in the first half, led by Pippen. Scottie Pippen with 4 steals, and we have seen a very active Scottie Pippen, who had an outstanding first half, 4 of 8 from the field, 9 points, 4 steals, 3 rebounds. We'll be right back. Back in Chicago, Marv Albert, Matt Guokas, and Bill Walton. Ahmad Rashad had a storm on the sideline as we get ready for the start of play in the third quarter. The Bulls gunning for their 4th championship the last 6 years. The Sonics trying to stay alive for a 7th game here on Wednesday. Well, Michael Jordan, 3 of 11 tonight. And the rest of the team, 14 of 29. So the supporting cast has done it in the first half. While for the Sonics, Shawn Kemp with 14 points on 6 of 12 and a terrific display once again in the first half. The rest of the Sonics 10 for 27 from the field. Seattle ball as we get started in the third quarter. 7-point Chicago lead. Rakowski up front with Kemp and Schrempf. In the backcourt, Payton. Payton opens up by hitting the 3.
Inside-out offense. Seattle needs that. Chicago hasn't had much of that. That's one of the reasons why they haven't been getting it done from behind the line. But you dump it inside, that sets everything out.
Bulls lead 45-41. And a traveling violation on Pippen.
12th turnover for Chicago. Seattle with 11 in the first half. In the half court, Seattle does have to go into Kemp, but only 2 fast break points in that first half for Seattle. I don't know if they can win a basketball game playing that way.
And guys, that's the 4th travel on the Bulls. They were not happy with 7 travels in game 5 on Friday. Here is Kemp. Spot, but could not convert.
At least Kemp is still taking good shots. They open up with Payton and Kemp handling the ball.
Open shot for Hopper, who has been a major factor. He has 7 points, and the Bulls lead by 7.
Total miscommunication on the part of the Sonics in their transition defense. That wasn't even a fast break. It was a slow break.
Oh, he was playing tough by Pippen.
Pippen's playing a solid all-around game, but when he gets Schrempf, he should keep facing the basket, use his quickness, foot speed, just blast right by Delta.
Schrempf has 13 points. Got the step on Rakowski. Short! With the putback.
Defensive rebounding. Again, you think of championship teams, you think of big guys snatching balls and firing outlet passes. There's nothing. This is just layup after layup for Chicago.
All started with the double team on Jordan. Big man chasing small men out on the floor.
Here's Schrempf for 3. And Jordan with the rebound. Bulls lead by 7. 2 minutes, 10 seconds gone by. Third quarter, Jordan for Longley. Yes. Have opened up a 52-43 advantage.
Penetration and dish. That's Michael Jordan's ultimate taking over of this league after Isiah, after Magic, and after Larry Bird.
Rakowski for 3. Longley able to save that pass slightly off, but then threw it away. Gave it right back to the Sonics.
Test that man for color blindness.
Shot clock at 10. Schrempf went flying. Shot clock at 4. Oh, what a shot by Gary Payton.
Well, after terrific defense on the part of Ron Harper, really stifling Gary Payton, forcing him to take that tough shot.
Ron Harper will have to take some time out to tie the shoelaces.
I don't know how that was not a traveling violation on Payton.
And still hits the 3. Forget about the shoelaces. There you see it. Dragging the right foot. 10-point Chicago lead. Offensive foul is called.
Percy Hawkins, as Ron Harper's got to tie the shoes up. This is after he made it, where you just play with no shoelaces. Percy Hawkins called for the screen across foul on the move. Dennis Rodman flops once again. Again, here's a guy that doesn't flinch when Shaq thumps him. And Percy Hawkins is bigger than Marv. Comes out and sets the screen. And
that's 4 on Hawkins. So again, Jordan heads to the line. Foul on Payton. That's 3 on Payton. And a timeout taken by Seattle. discussion between Dennis Rodman and Hugh Evans, who is being led away by teammates. 8:08 to go, third quarter. It's the Bulls by 10.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Budweiser, official sponsor of the 1996 Olympic Summer Games. This Bud's for you. By Genuine Chevrolet, the cars more Americans trust. And by the Pepsi-Cola Company. Now, the more Pepsi you drink, the more great stuff you're gonna get.
We welcome you back to Chicago, where the Bulls with another spurt. There's Lamar Hunt, the owner of the Kansas City Chiefs, one of the original owners of the Chicago Bulls, and now one of the Bulls' partners. Eddie Vedder of Pearl Jam. He and Lamar will not be getting together after the game. And Bill Murray, a native of Chicago. We talked with Bill earlier. He said that he always returns for ritual sacrifices. And Oprah on hand here at the United Center.
Well, Michael's still struggling from the field at 4 for 12, but like all the great scorers in the history of basketball, when they do not have their shot going, they find ways to score, and here it is, right at the free throw line. Michael going for his 9th and 10th free throw of the game.
4 minutes gone by in the third quarter. The Bulls lead by 12. This matches their biggest lead of the game. Gary Payton is playing with 3 personal fouls. Hersey Hawkins has 4. They're on the floor with Kemp, Trent, and Brakowski. Open shot for Trent. And let Trent with a solid ball game. 6 of 11. He's now the high scorer for Seattle with 15.
Seattle's hope here has to be on the fact that Chicago cannot play a full 48-minute game. The age, the injuries. But that crowd right now is so ready.
Offer way off. Dennis Rodman, who's been quiet the last 2 games, has certainly had an impact here tonight. Hawkins broken up. And here's Pippen leading the 3-on-2 as they spread the floor. Pippen for Rodman on the road. And it counts.
Well, Dennis Rodman doing what he does best, work on the offensive glass. Nobody gets a body on him. Frank Brakowski loses them right on the doorstep. Dennis Rodman finishing one off. And then you get the rare 3-on-2 fast break that you don't normally see. You see 3-on-1s, 2-on-1s, and Scottie Pippen making the nice play to Dennis Rodman.
Matt, I think that Dennis Rodman works the crowd better than he works the offensive board.
Well, he has the crowd going with 9 points and 10 rebounds. Shot clock at 5. And away from the ball, the call against the Sonics as Rodman was taken down by Kemp. That's 3 on Kemp.
Rodman and Kemp away from the ball. Kemp, the frustration. That was not a flop. He threw him to the ground. Sean, you cannot lose your poise here. That's Dennis Rodman trying to get into your head. You've been above that all series. Stay that way.
And this is that little bit of a different tactic that the Sonics have not seen in the last few games. Running the big man inside, and the Seattle not handling it very well at all.
The Bulls have a 15-point lead. Shoot!
Dennis Rodman, who's been doing everything here in the third. This has just become a clinic for Chicago at the basket. Michael Jordan so ecstatic. George Karl forced to call a timeout. Things falling apart for Seattle. They're in desperate straits at this moment.
A stirring scene in Chicago, and in one of the upper boxes, that is Michael Jordan's wife, Juanita, with the dance steps, and 7-year-old Jeffrey Jordan holding up the Happy Father's Day Dad sign. Little communication for Dad, who has led his Bulls to a 64-47 lead with 6:25 remaining. Third, Jordan with the steal. Jordan puts the move on McMillan. Harper and Payton able to break it up.
Well, this is the situation that Gary Payton loves best when Nate McMillan comes into the ballgame. Now Gary doesn't have the responsibility of handling. He can play off the ball, and it's usually a good situation for Seattle. But the way Ron Harper is defending right now is outstanding.
Yeah, but Han has been telling us that Nate McMillan's so frustrated with his teammates' lack of performance. Seattle better get on their game, or this celebration is going to start momentarily.
Jordan with the air ball. Rare miss for the Bulls in this third quarter. Now 7 of 10 from the field. Rodman broke up that pass from Payton.
What is Gary Payton doing? Rodman blocked that with his face.
And Payton and Rodman in a conversation. Rodman posting up on Payton. Bulls looking to go to Rodman down low. Now Longley with 1 on the shot clock. 24-second violation would have been called, but the Sonics came up with a steal. Perkins for 3. Oh, didn't get anything.
Nate McMillan cannot even move out here, Marv. It's beyond an emotional lift. You're only going to get that at home. They got to get somebody who can play in there, who's physically healthy.
See the Bulls 7 of 10 for their 19 points and a 19-9 edge in the third. Pippen claiming that he was fouled. Payton for Perkins. Sam Perkins with his first field goal. He missed his previous 7, and the Bulls call for time. 4:48 remaining. In the third, it's the Bulls with a 15-point lead.
United Center, where the Bulls lead the Sonics by 15. Seattle's inspirational leader, Nate McMillan, sobbing during that timeout. Tears of both frustration and pain. Team doctor tells me that he did re-aggravate his back injury late in the first half. He was wearing a back brace just prior to his trying to enter the game for a few minutes and in obvious pain, and they're not sure if he will be able to play again today. Marv?
Thank you, Hannah. 4:48 remaining, third quarter, and the Bulls lead by 15 points.
You feel so bad for Nate. Marv, I dreamed my whole life of playing against Abdul-Jabbar in the NBA Finals. I finally got that chance, and I had a broken foot at the time, and it just ruined my life. Of course, until they let me carry your bag.
I was going to say, but it's been turned around the last couple of years.
Now that they
NBC Association.
Now that they let me carry your room service and make your dinner reservations, it's a lot better.
Pippen checking the shot clock. It's down to 3. Harper for 3. And a loose ball foul. Called on the Bulls.
I really haven't noticed the Sonics defense picking up that much, but in the last 3 possessions for Chicago, very tentative. They had a couple of fast break opportunities that they didn't take. The Sonics want to get this thing to 10 points before this third quarter's over.
Pass, Payton finding Perkins. And it's a 13-point Chicago lead. And the crowd trying to rev up the Bulls once again.
Good sign that Perkins is coming to life, but Sean Kemp's only taken 1 shot this half.
Nice move by Pippen. And here comes Payton with Jordan back.
Now right there, Payton should just go right at Jordan. You're only going to win if you attack with your strength.
Fires the 3. He has 14 points, and the Sonics are down by 10. Jordan has not had a good shooting performance, but he has distributed the ball well. He's been looking for teammates. On the back tap, it's handled by Payton.
Ahmad was telling us that Phil Jackson does not want these wild threes. That's how Seattle got back into the end of the first half. They're creeping back in right now because of Chicago's poor offense.
trapped with the poster move. Rebound kept alive by Kemp. And the save by Kemp. What a play by Sean Kemp. What ball control to fight off two Bulls. And that makes it a 9-0 run for the Sonics. The Bulls call for time. So the Sonics have come roaring back. Down by as many as 17. They are now within 8 points.
Well, it must be at that end of the floor because this is what Seattle was doing in the first half, not going for those loose balls and rebounds, and Luke Longley making just a couple of half-hearted efforts, and Sean Kemp showing that he just wanted that basketball more as the Sonics have regained the momentum and start to creep back into this ballgame.
9-0 run by Seattle. Sean Kemp with 16 points, along with 10 rebounds, and with 2:49 to go in this third quarter. It is an 8-point game.
Marv, Chicago took Dennis Rodman out when Rodman had control of the game. He was on the offensive glass. He was making nice passes. The Bulls were running. They put him on the bench, and now Seattle back right in it. And Sean Kemp working his way on the offensive glass, and Dennis Rodman, all he can do is stretch. He has to learn that trick about substituting yourself, I guess.
Well, the Bulls misfiring on their last 5 shots. No field goals the last 3 minutes and 45 seconds. A rare drought for Chicago. They've played exceptionally well here tonight.
Well, we have seen the last couple of games with the Chicago Bulls. Now, it was on the road in a very tough building to play where the crowd was just huge as far as the inspirational impetus that they gave the Sonics, but we saw Chicago get tired. We saw Michael Jordan get tired, and right now, almost with 2:49 to go in the third quarter, Chicago just walking through their offense, loping, not sharp with their passes and not sharp with their cuts, and it is killing them.
It goes right back to what Hannah talked about at the very start of the game, about Seattle's hope being based on Chicago's inability to play a full 48. Payton very quiet in the first half. Payton has come back strong. He's got 8 points here in the third, along with 6 assists. Magnificent third quarter for Gary Payton, but they're still down 9. The crowd here has been put back in their seats.
Phil Jackson will rest Michael Jordan. Rodman is back on the floor. Kukoc, Pippen, Hopper, and Kerr. Rodman setting the screen. Kukoc in a battle with Perkins. Shot clock at 7. Here's Kerr over Perkins. A 3 for Steve Kerr, who was 3 of 20 from downtown in this series prior to that shot.
Oh, no way he could see the basket. He was totally covered. He just had to launch.
They bring Rodman back in, and he shuts down Kemp right away.
Coming up on 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Intended for Pippen. And back comes Payton. Here's Kemp. Sean Kemp has mastered that shot. It appears he's about to put it on the floor and drive to the basket, but he has that nice little pull-up now.
On this situation with Chicago struggling, you say, why would Phil Jackson take Michael Jordan out? First of all, it's normally when he comes out of the game, late in the third quarter, but also Phil likes to show the confidence in the other players that they can stem the tide.
And yet another travel on the Bulls. That's the 5th time they have been called 4 steps.
But it's been when Jordan's on the bench this entire series that Seattle has made their greatest runs, particularly in this building. In the 2 games out there that Seattle won, it didn't matter that Jordan was on the court. Seattle spanked him anyway.
Minute 25 remaining, third quarter. Sonics down by 9. Payton putting moves on Hopper. Did not find the shot. Shot clock at 4. Payton from deep. Forced into a difficult shot.
And a great rebounding job by Scottie Pippen, who throughout this series, despite his shooting problems, has played the other parts of the game.
Hopper rejected by Kemp. Kept alive, though. Holt brought it back to three-point territory. Shot clock is down to 5. Kukoc. Pippen. Traveling. What is going on here?
That's a good call. Scotty stepped into his shot. He didn't deliver it. Again, the hesitation that Scotty has. The shooting, both teams dead even. The score is not a 9-point lead. Scotty needs to attack, be more of a leader when Michael's on the bench.
Vincent Askew, who was benched the last 2 games, seeing some action here. But not happy with his play. And he goes right to the offense. Rodman with the rebound.
Everything one-on-one for Seattle. If you're going to go one-on-one, go one-on-one with Payton. Go one-on-one with Kemp. And move off of them. Everybody's standing around watching.
15 seconds to the quarter. 4-second differential with the shot clock. Pippen. Down to 5 seconds. Look out. Kerr going for the steal. Payton finding Hawkins for 3. After 3 quarters in Chicago. The Bulls 67. Sonics 58. Kemp 8 of 16 for his 18 points. Jordan not shooting well, 5 of 14 for 20 points. We'll be back after these messages and a word from your local station. You're watching the NBA on NBC.
Telecast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of the NBA.
Well, the Bulls are pulling out all the stops to get this crowd going. These are some things we haven't heard in the past. In fact, I knew they were serious about getting the crowd into it when we heard the rendition of Macho Man from the Village People in the first quarter. Now, that's early.
Very early, normally a second half song, but Bob Costas was talking about it at the very start of the show, how this is the Chicago Bulls fans' opportunity. It's the only chance this year where they've really had an opportunity to be a factor.
Randy Brown has come on for the start of the fourth quarter. Michael Jordan is back. The shot clock rolling down. It's at 5. Kukoc for 3. Rodman with the rebound and fouled by Kemp. For Kemp, it is number 4.
Well, in the fourth quarter of Game 5 out of Seattle, George Karl and the Sonics went to hard double teaming of Michael Jordan and took the Bulls totally out of their offense. They did it on this occasion as well, but when you double team, you are vulnerable on the offensive glass.
Rodman's got his rhythm, though. 19 attempts for rebounds. He's pulled it in 13 times. That's a phenomenal percentage.
Here's Brown for 3. And chased down by Rodman, beating Askew to the loose ball.
Dennis is just out hustling. He was a non-factor late in the week in Seattle. Today, beautiful.
Little reminder of Game 2. A lot of offensive rebounds, no scores. Holding on to the game by time of possession.
Shot clock at 5. Kukoc for 3. His first three-pointer, so the Bulls are hitting the threes. It's been a factor after the terrible time they had in Seattle on Friday. It's their 6th from downtown, 6 of 16. And they back it up. Here's Payton for 3. Yes! Gary Payton with 17. The Bulls 70. The Sonics 61 with a minute and a half gone by in the fourth.
Marv, Seattle's doing a really good job of getting the ball in Payton and Kemp's hands. Much better than they've done in their earlier defeats.
Jordan. Calls for time. Kukoc hears it from the crowd as he came up with a save and took the timeout.
Well, the most important thing on defense, if you can get the other team to miss a shot, you've got to get the rebound.
Timeout taken. We'll be back at the United Center in just a moment.
Miller, where great taste runs in the family, brings you Miller Moments.
Tonight's Miller Moment takes us back to the 93 NBA Finals, Game 6, and the Bulls trailed the Suns by 2 in the final seconds when John Paxson hit that clutch three-pointer to give Chicago the lead. The Suns had one last chance, but Kevin Johnson's shot blocked by Horace Grant, and the Bulls became the first team in 27 years to win 3 consecutive NBA titles. That was done also on Father's Day back in '93. In recognition of that moment, Miller Brewing Company will donate $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund. There's John, now an assistant coach, his first year as an assistant with the Bulls after serving as color commentator for the Bulls. His clutch shooting made him a major contributor to the Bulls' 3 NBA championship teams. 2 minutes gone by in the fourth quarter. Chicago with the ball. They're up by 9, and here is Jordan coming up short, but he drew the foul. Oh, he wanted that off the spin. His shooting's been off. He's 5 or 15. He's 9 of 10 at the line, and he'll go back to the line after that foul by Schrempf.
Matt mentioned earlier about the great ones when the game's not happening from the perimeter, get to the foul line. Looked like he was going to clear out a little bit with the stiff arm left, but he just dangled it out there, and Detlef came in and hammered him.
It's such a difficult cover for Vincent Askew to begin with. He has been buried so deep in the doghouse, hadn't played in the last couple of games, and now, even though he has been able to play Jordan in other situations, just looks very rusty out there.
And with this lineup for Seattle, Chicago's going to be able to get to the hoop, and nobody's going to be able to keep Rodman off the board.
And there is Juanita Jordan rooting her husband, and the Bulls on. They now have an 11-point lead. 9:50 to go in this fourth quarter. But the pass was off the mark.
Terrible pass, Detlef Schrempf.
Randy Brown for Tony Kukoc. Scottie Pippen played by Hersey Hawkins. Hawkins been very quiet here tonight after the 2 solid games. Look out. That's headed out of the way. Brown trying to save it. And he was fouled by Pippen.
That was your ball. We were waiting to see, Marv.
Did not know whether to go left, did not know whether to go right, but really a poor decision on the part of Randy Brown in what amounted to an outlet pass and starting that little fast break play for Gary Payton. Bill, you mentioned before what a bad pass by Detlef Schrempf, and the reason why it was so bad is Gary Payton took his eye off the passer, Detlef Schrempf, and you should never make a pass to a man unless he's looking to get the target and ready to catch it.
Well, that was your excuse for not feeding Wilt all the time, right? That Wilt wasn't looking.
If I didn't feed Wilt, I was on the bench. Pronto.
Sonics have not spent much time at the line. They're now 7 of 8 from the line. The Bulls 14 of 18. Bulls lead 72-63. Steve Kerr is back. It's Kerr and Jordan with Pippen, Rodman, and Kukoc on the front line. Kukoc from the three. Yes. Tony Kukoc, who contributed early in this series with some few shots, has hit his last 2 from downtown. And a foul, a hold called on Rodman. For Rodman, his 3rd.
Rodman working the triple post. You see the action away from the ball, the antithesis of what Seattle does. The split on the ball side, the screen down on the weak side, everybody involved for the Chicago Bulls.
Bill Wennington enjoying the moment. Dennis Rodman now 14 rebounds along with 9 points and 4 assists. Isolated against Brown. Hawkins for 3. Not even close. Hersey Hawkins 2 of 5 from the field. Kukoc for straightaway. Coming up short. And it lands in the hands of Kemp. Schrempf took the hit from foul.
Marv, when Gary Payton gets this short outlet pass from Sean Kemp on one of their few defensive rebounds tonight, Gary Payton's got to drive that ball up and create the fast break himself. He throws it away so early in the possession. He's the playmaker. He's the creator on this team.
All right, Askew sitting down. Perkins is back with Shrimp and Kemp up front. Peyton and Hawkins at the guards. Kemp going, and Rodman trying to draw the foul. Perkins for three. Again, comes up short. Sam Perkins, 2 for 10 from the field.
Well, the Chicago Bulls have gotten a couple of major breaks there. A wide open look for Hawkins, and on another one there for Perkins to try to get Seattle back into the game. They just cannot make their three-point shots.
Shot clock at 2. Kuko firing away now. And a foul on Brown, making contact with Shrimp.
Marv, Scotty's been all over the court, Scottie Pippen tonight, in so many different ways. He ran down that last loose ball, but when he gets the ball against Deadlift Shrimp and Hersey Hawkins, he is not blasted by those guys. There's no way that Shrimp and Hawkins can even stay in the same gym with Scottie Pippen on the defensive end.
Ron Harper getting set to return. Bulls now have 14 fouls. Sonics with just 2. Shrimp pulling the hook shot out of the repertoire.
But Rodman is taking over. He knows where every ball is going. I dump it into him in the low post. Now let him run the triple post.
Rodman has 16 rebounds. Jordan. Rodman and Perkins in the battle. It is called a jump ball. Michael Jordan upset. He thought there should have been a foul on the Sonics, but they'll jump it up when we come back. 6:58 to go in the fourth.
Great to keep shooting, but do it. Carl told him.
On this Father's Day, Michael Jordan certainly has a host of emotional memories. His dad, James, a regular at Bulls games, very close to his son, murdered 3 years ago. We asked Michael for his thoughts on his dad.
My father's not here, but yet I have to give tribute in whatever way I can in faith and in spirit. But I think what's the blessing of today is to be able to wake up and see your kids come in and say Happy Father's Day. I mean, that's the transcending of your father to you and to your kids, and I think that lessens some of the emotional things that I had to go through for today. And I'm looking forward to going out and playing hard and knowing that I'm doing what I can to try to make him proud and make my family, my wife, my kids proud, and put forth the effort, and whatever happens from that point, it's meant to be or not.
So special, that relationship with your dad. I know my dad is watching today. He's still driving that MVP truck that I got 20 years ago.
And a standing ovation again from this Chicago crowd. They want to see the championship celebration tonight. The Sonics only 1 of 6 from the field in the fourth quarter. Oh, Pippen with the save. And it is Chicago ball with 6:50 remaining in the fourth, and the Bulls leading 75-63. Open shot for Pippen. Pippen able to scoop it up.
Second shots, the story of this game, and it's why the Chicago Bulls are in the position they are right now. Dennis Rodman does most of that damage for Chicago, but the rest of the team does very well because of all of his activity.
Shrimp. So he ends that streak that you just saw, and the Bulls now lead 77-65. Shrimp with 17.
Seattle, Marv, has not been a terrific comeback team in these playoffs. When they played as the leader, they've been super.
Oh, Dennis Rodman with the one-hand rebound for his 17th, and he drew the foul, number 5, on Kemp.
Dennis Rodman, unbelievable how he works and has a nose and has a feel for where shots are going to come, and Seattle just cannot get a body on him.
Just under 6 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Comes back to Jordan. Oh, the ball fake. We saw that in the Orlando series, but Michael this time did not take it to the basket, just setting it up. And an offensive foul is called. And for Michael, his second.
Now, Michael does have a tendency to use that off arm to wipe out the defender to get an advantage, and just ever so slightly just wipes at the hand of the defensive man.
You get the idea. He wants to do something that will get this crowd to explode. Perkins for three. Sam Perkins, 2 of 11 from the field.
Marv, Chicago so fundamentally sound. They box out magnificently. It's not a big team. Walton is not a great defensive lineman. That's a heat check. He knows he's got the rhythm. He said, why not?
Just under 5 minutes remaining in the third. And Sam Perkins, again, not able to hit. It's Pippen off the boards. Chicago with a 47-31 advantage on the board. Longley is fouled. Good lead from Pippen. And Luke Longley is headed to the line.
Well, that last sequence of fast breaks for Chicago, Sean Kemp is begging for the ball. We got Sam Perkins, everybody else casting off from three. They can't even get their star player the ball.
Standing ovation from this crowd at the United Center. And Sean Kemp has fouled out. 18 points, 14 rebounds.
Well, Luke Longley running the floor, and Sean Kemp, I think, very, very tired and frustrated that he could not get the basketball late getting back. And that really puts Seattle in a major hole. Looking over to the bench saying, hey, get me out. I want the ball. I don't know what's going on at this point.
I don't think he's asking to come out. I think he said, get me some shots here. Talk about a lead in 25. He didn't get close to that.
But what a magnificent series it has been for Sean Kemp. Took over in Game 7 against Utah and has played so well against the Chicago Bulls, which has led to much discussion around the country. You see it written, you see it talked about on the airwaves. That what a shame that Sean Kemp did not make the Dream Team at the Olympics.
Well, very possible that he might replace Scottie Pippen, who I don't think should play in the Olympics because of these problems that he's got health-wise.
But I'm told, Bill, that Pippen says no matter what, he'll be there. He's playing, even if it's in a limited role. I know the Bulls would like to see him sit it out for a while. Dennis Rodman receiving an ovation as he sits down with 18 rebounds. And again, 11 on the offensive boards to equal an NBA Finals record. He tied it back in Game 2, the record that is held by Elvin Hayes of the Washington Bullets. So Dennis is in the record books twice for the 11 offensive boards. Bulls lead 79-66. We come up on 4 minutes to go in this fourth quarter. Harper was looking for the alley-oop. Last touch by Seattle.
Well, Chicago was having problems late in the third quarter with their offense. It was stagnant, nobody moving, and the ball not being passed very well. They came out of this fourth quarter and spread the floor more, and they got more space to run. They got better spacing on their passes.
Shot clock at 5. Pippen. Dick Bavetta blowing the whistle and apparently indicating a foul call away from the ball. The basket counts, and a double foul on Wingate and Jordan.
A lot of action underneath the boards. Just a lock up there. No need to call that. It's just two tough competitors going head-to-head. Let the game be played by players.
All right, here's Payton. Trying to give it up. title the last 6 years. Only in 1992 against Portland did they have the trophy presentation on their court. Pippen. And rebounded by Perkins. They won their first championship in Los Angeles against the Lakers in 1991. They won their third title in Phoenix against the Suns. Crowd looking for a travel. Perkins, Sam Perkins, who has had a very difficult time of it, 3 of 13 from the field. He now has 7 points, and the Bulls lead 82-68.
Marv, for Chicago, just keep moving. Push yourself through the fatigue. A couple more baskets will probably be all they'll need to get that championship.
Here's Kerr. Steve Kerr turning it around after the miserable time he had the previous 5 games. 3 for 3 tonight for 7 points, and the Bulls now lead 84-68. Just under 3 minutes remaining. Fourth quarter. Pass from Brett was thrown away. Hawkins could not get to it, and a timeout is being called. 2:44 remaining in the fourth. We'll be back in Chicago in a moment. Well, 2:44 remaining in the fourth quarter, and the Bulls appear to be on their way to a 4th title. And following tonight's Game 6, we will have full post-game coverage, the presentation of the Larry O'Brien Championship Trophy, and extensive interviews with the Bulls. And following our broadcast, a special episode of Mad About You. A nice way to wrap up Father's Day. So for the Bulls, what appears to be the completion of what has been a magnificent season. But with the 2 losses to Seattle, did it cost them a piece of NBA history in terms of perception? The comparison has gone from greatest team of all time possibilities to, are they the greatest Bulls team of the 90s? Or are they still one of the great teams in the history of the league? Michael Jordan has not been able to find the cut, and Steve Kerr keeps it alive with 2:20 remaining in the fourth.
Marv, I think they're absolutely one of the greatest either. I don't think those 2 losses mean anything. Nobody remembers what the spread was in the series. As long as they win, that's what counts. They've delivered all year long.
Now down 2 minutes. 16 points. Kicks it out. Perkins. So Dennis Rodman with his 19th rebound. The only question is, will he break the NBA Finals record for offensive rebound? Standing ovation for the Chicago Bulls. Kerr. And back comes Hawkins with 1:25 to go. Trap. Rejected by Rodman. Wingate. And the Bulls now lead 84-70. The trophy presentation will take place on the floor here at the United Center. The Michael Jordan comeback will be completed. Here is Jordan kicking it out. Pippen. We are just under 1 minute remaining, and the Bulls will have won their 4th title. And for the Sonics, a season that saw them win 64 games, answer their critics by getting to the NBA Finals. They had the same people wondering over the first 3 games, but they came back in glorious fashion to force the 6th game. And they are now down to the final 21 seconds of this 1995-96 season.
Chicago Stadium, the old building, one of the loudest in all of sports. The United Center, I think, has finally come of age. They have reached the level with this crowd, and they've played a major part in this victory tonight.
Well, Eric Snow walks it up with time running out. Down to 10 seconds. three-pointer for Trent. 87-75, and we're in the final second. The Chicago Bulls have won the 95-96 NBA championship. Make it 4 in 6 years as they defeat the Sonics 87-75. And they are going wild in the Windy City. Rodman, his third after the two with Detroit. And the Bulls are able to, as Michael Jordan has often said, complete the picture. Michael Jordan, we're told, has won most valuable player honors for this final series. It was not a particularly good shooting series for Michael, and he finished tonight only 5 of 19, but 11 of 12 at the line, 22 points, but also had 7 assists.
And the first time in the history of the NBA that one player has won the regular season most valuable player, all-star most valuable player, and NBA Finals. A tremendous accomplishment by Michael Jordan.
The questions in terms of contract signing involving Phil Jackson, Michael Jordan, Dennis Rodman. On the other side of the ledger, George Karl of the Seattle Sonics. We will have the presentation of the championship trophy in just a moment. An emotional moment for Michael Jordan. The tears are flowing. We'll be talking with Michael in just a few moments, and I would think there is a tie-in with his late dad on this Father's Day, 1996. We'll be back with more from Chicago as the celebration continues. Back in a moment.
Welcome Olympic basketball teams. As a host to this year's Olympic Games, me, Akeem Olajuwon, and the rest of American Dream Team are going to treat these guys for lunch.
We said we're going to eat these guys for lunch, not treat. Whoops.
To Akeem, when you need a world of purchase power, it's time to go for the gold. Visa Gold, it's everywhere you want to be.
Well, the celebration continues here at the United Center. The Bulls wrapping up the series in 6 games by beating the Sonics 87-75. Michael Jordan, the high man, with 22. Scottie Pippen came roaring back from the earlier disappointment. 17 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 assists. Michael Jordan averaged slightly over 27 per game for the series, which is under his norm, but also 5 rebounds and 4 assists. Dennis Rodman finishing very strong with 19 rebounds. The crowd reacting to the 4-time champion Chicago Bulls. We'll be back with more in a moment. But first, these messages from your local station.
Chicago, show them how a real world-class city celebrates with class.
New Miller Beer, proud sponsor of the NBA, salutes the Chicago Bulls on their 4th NBA championship of the 90s. New Miller Beer, reach for what's out there.
your attention to center court for the presentation of the Larry O'Brien NBA Championship Trophy. Here's NBC's Bob Costas.
For the fourth time in 6 years, the Chicago Bulls are world champions. We'll hear from most of the players momentarily, but surrounding me here, Commissioner David Stern will make the presentation. The owner, Jerry Reinsdorf. We'll hear from Phil Jackson momentarily. There he is, towering above us. Jerry Krause, whose moves have been about as shrewd as anybody in sports over the last several years. Every player on this roster, save Michael Jordan, acquired by this man. And for the presentation of the trophy, the Commissioner, David Stern.
Your 72 wins, an NBA record, and this championship placed the Chicago Bulls among the storied teams in NBA and sports history. Along the way, you and the Sonics treated the world to NBA basketball at its best. Thank you for that. Congratulations to the fans of Chicago, the organization, and the four-time NBA champion Chicago Bulls.
You do, don't drop it. Jerry Reinsdorf, I know it's hard to separate one from another, but this one certainly was different.
This was different. This was a fairy tale year. 87 wins out of 100 games played. Every single man on this team contributed to this championship. Great players, led by the greatest player that ever played this game, the greatest coach in the league, but more, if you had to give credit to one man, the guy that put them all here, Jerry Krause.
Jerry, I heard you say on one occasion that had Michael remained, the 93 team might have been the best of all, but this one will do.
It's a great, great group, and this win today was so great because everybody contributed. There wasn't a guy on this roster that didn't contribute today. I'm so proud of them.
Jerry, congratulations. And now to Phil Jackson. After the two losses in Seattle, was there even a tinge of worry coming in tonight?
We were never worried. We had these people to come home to, home crowd. That's right, home cooking. We knew we'd win it right here.
You've been around the game a long time. You've played with a storied team in the Knicks of the early 70s. You've coached 4 world champions, but this season was different than any other in NBA history, and the expectations were very high. Nothing but a championship would have sufficed.
You're right. The championship was placed on our heads the first day of camp. Dennis Rodman, addition to our basketball club. We've had a wonderful time doing it. It's been a joyful ride.
The atmosphere in this building speaks for itself. We don't want to put a damper on it in any way, but this is a question that has to be asked. Do you expect to be back here as you go for 2 in a row and 5 overall next year?
They want me back. If the management wants me back, I'll come back. But it's got to be right. It'll be right.
And now let's go to Ahmad Rashad, who's with Michael Jordan.
All right, thanks, Bob. Michael, I know that the first one was sweet, but how much sweeter was this one?
Well, you know, I can't even put it in words. My Father's Day, what it means to me. I know he's watching. To my wife and to my kids, and to my mother, my brothers and sisters. This is for Daddy. I'm very happy for him.
Now, you had said, Michael, that of all the accomplishments that you've made, that this may be the accomplishment. Why?
Well, this goes right up there to having my kids. My kids are the most important things to me, my wife, my family. But next to them, this is going to mean a lot to me because of what it symbolizes, which is my father on Father's Day. It means it means a big deal to me.
Now, you remember just a couple years ago that early flight to Indiana where it all started. Now, all of a sudden, it looks like this is a culmination.
It's been a long road. You know, it started from scratch. You know, I had a lot of support from my teammates, from my family. I'm just happy for the city of Chicago. I'm sorry I was out for 18 months, but I'm happy I'm back to bring a championship back to Chicago.
I know this is what you're pointing for, but as we look back at the baseball, we were talking the other day that you've almost forgotten about that. Seems like years ago.
I haven't truly forgot it. You know, those minor leaguers meant a lot to me. They really got me back on the road of thinking basketball. They showed me the genuine attitude that you have when you're playing a sport that you truly love. So I give a lot of gratification to the minor league organization, the White Sox organization for giving me that inspiration. But it's always great to come back and play in Chicago.
All right, Michael, congratulations to you on a great year and way to bring it to an end.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's go over to Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Ahmad. I'm here with Dennis Rodman. They're chanting your name now. Rodman, did you simply impose your will there in the third quarter with all those rebounds and 5 points?
Well, I just think, say one thing. I just thank Chicago for having me in the city. And a lot of people never gave me any credit to be in this situation where I am today, but I proved them all wrong again, so, you know.
Did you have some doubts? Did you think maybe, Dennis, this wouldn't work out as well as it has?
No, you know, I'm just happy to be here with somebody, with a city that likes to see someone work their ass off, and, I just like to give back to the people.
Everybody wants to know about next year. There's been some questions. Do you feel as though you're going to be back here next year?
I don't know. It's just up to I promised the people one thing, and I think I did it tonight. Hopefully that's what they want, you know.
What did Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen and the guys say to you after you guys lost in Game 5? They specifically had some words for you. What were they?
No, you know, the referees seem to have a tendency to pick on somebody that's totally different, but I say screw them, I like to go out there and do what I have to do to win a ball game. If they don't like me, they're going to see me for the next 3 or 4 years in the league, baby.
Congratulations to you, Dennis. Your third championship. Let's go over to Marv Albert.
All right, Jim, Dennis obviously confused. He thought it's the CNBC cable postgame show. So the Chicago Bulls, with a record-breaking 72 wins in the regular season. In the playoffs, they sweep Miami. They beat the Knicks in 5. They sweep Orlando. And they take the Sonics in 6 for their 4th championship the last 6 years. Back with Scottie Pippen in a moment. Welcome back to Chicago. Poignant moments for Michael Jordan and his family as the celebration continues here at the United Center. The Bulls over the Sonics to take the series in 6, and one of the Chicago heroes this evening, Scottie Pippen, who bounced back with a very solid game. He's with Ahmad Rashad. Ahmad?
All right, thanks, Mark. I'm here with Ron Harper and Scottie Pippen. And Ron, first of all, you played, you had the bad leg and everything, but you gave it all tonight. What a big difference you made.
Man, I'm just happy to get to see us over with. Me and my teammates came out tonight, and we knew the job that we had to do. And this goes out to all our fans and all our family in Chicago and all over the world. Hi to my son. Hi to everybody out there. And I love you, man. Get on your butt.
All right, Scottie, you've been battling injuries all year and taking a little heat in the last couple of games, but tonight you came out and had it all together.
The last 4 months, you mean?
The last 4 months.
But, you know, I had to stick with it, Ahmad. Our basketball team guys been dedicated to coming out and winning. We've been very focused all season. We won 72 games. Scott came out and played hurt, played injured. So I knew I had to dedicate myself to finish this season off strong because I felt very positive about our ball club. And Ron did a great job of coming out, giving us the lift that we needed today because he's injured.
Now, you have been around all 4 championships. Can you compare this one to the other 3?
Well, this is great because our basketball team was so focused this season. We went out and we've tried to win every basketball game that we faced. And to make this season more special, we felt like we had to win an NBA title. And these guys really deserve it.
What about you personally? You've battled all these injuries. You got the dream team coming up. Will the injuries have any effect on you competing in the Olympics?
Well, I don't think I'll be as valuable to the Olympic team with those great players that they have on the basketball team as we have here at the Chicago Bulls. So if they can live in my minutes, I'm looking forward to playing them all. I'm dedicated to going and playing throughout the Olympics, and I'm looking forward to it.
All right, congratulations, you guys, on a great year.
Thanks, Ahmad.
All right, let's go down to Hannah Storm.
Okay, thanks, Ahmad. I'm here with Sonics coach George Carlo, who's gracious enough to join us. What did you tell your team afterwards?
Well, there's seasons in basketball that you can be proud of, and there's a specialness to this year's team, and I think a lot of things that we've done. I think there's also a lot of pain in our locker room because we know we didn't give it our best shot in a couple games in this series, and we just never could play well on this court. Our team's heart was very big, and I think they showed a lot of pride.
Just a quick reminder from the Channel 5 studios that we'll be live with the celebration all throughout the city of Chicago. Stay tuned right here for full coverage of what's going on as the city celebrates safely a 4th NBA championship. And now back to what's going on inside the United Center.
Winning the games, and we had it in game 4 and 5, and they had it in game 3. And tonight, I thought, their bounce on the rebounding was unbelievable. But I also think the experience, we got frustrated at times in this building and gave them minutes where we didn't play our best basketball.
How will history treat the Chicago Bulls, who came into this series? A lot of people theorize they were one of the greatest teams ever. Did you destroy that theory by making it a series and making it difficult on them?
They're a great basketball team, and I think, that shows with 3 all-defensive players. You probably got the MVP in Michael Jordan. You got probably the best all-around player in Scottie Pippen. You got the best 6-man award in Tony Kukoc. You got a great coaching staff led by Phil Jackson. So I think they got to be in the top 3 or 4. But as I said to my team, I said we showed that we're close to them, and I think with an experience and the growth that can happen, this team will be back fighting for the championship again.
Okay, George, thanks very much for joining us. Great effort by your team coming back from 3-0. Well, let's send it back out on the court.
All right, thank you, Hannah. And Seattle with their first trip to the NBA Finals since they won the championship in 1979, a 64 regular season, 64-win regular season scenario for the Sonics in the playoffs. They beat Sacramento, swept Houston, beat Utah in a grueling 7-game set, and then came back against the Bulls but lost in 6. We'll be right back. Well, for the Chicago Bulls, the composite record for the season, 87 wins and 13 losses, including the playoffs. Tonight, game number 100. There is symmetry in that as we conclude this NBA regular season. The chairman of the Chicago Bulls is Jerry Reinsdorf. Many questions will be facing Jerry in this offseason, and he is with our Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Marv. There are an awful lot of questions for Jerry Reinsdorf, but the main ones are, will Rodman, Jordan, and Phil Jackson all be back next year?
Well, right now, I just want to enjoy the moment, the celebration that's going on here, and the visit that we have to Grant Park, and then we'll worry about those things later. Right now, all I want to think about is what this team accomplished and what an incredible job that Jerry Krause did in putting together a team of players that anybody else could have had, many of whom nobody wanted.
What would the reason?
NBC5, Chicago. Now live from the NBC Tower, this is the Channel 5 News at 10.
The Chicago Bulls have won the 95-96 NBA championship. Make it 4 in 6 years.
Okay, Chicago, take a deep breath. The Bulls find some Father's Day magic and put an exclamation point on this record-breaking season.
They are slam dancing on Division Street. Finally, the finale that Bulls fans in their hearts knew they were going to get if they just believed. A phenomenal 4th NBA title. Tonight, Chicago is celebrating. Good evening, I'm Carol Marine.
And I'm Ron Majors. We knew there was never really a Sonic scare, was there? It wasn't possible that Seattle could deny the Bulls a 4th championship. But we did hold our breath for a while. Seattle's Key Arena may be the loudest in the NBA, but Chicago's United Center is home to the NBA champs. And John Kelly is there live tonight. John?
Well, Ron, this one took a little longer than a lot of people expected, but the Bulls finally won it. The final score, 87-75, and as you can see, I'm outside the Bulls locker room right now like a herd of cattle with the waiting media. And we see Dennis Rodman slipping in right now. He just got done talking to the NBA entertainment folks. He's slipping his way in, and as that door opens, I promise you, I can smell the heavy odor of champagne. They're doing some serious celebrating in there right now. And speaking of Dennis Rodman, who just slipped into the door, the Bulls' victory, their 4th title, they finally have it, and Dennis Rodman was on fire all night long. He comes out doing it offensively and defensively. In one sequence, he comes down, grabs a rebound, turns around, goes down, makes a steal. Then he comes down and makes another defensive play and scores a bucket. He rips off about 5 points and he was totally in control, and he got this crowd energized, and he also had his team energized. So Dennis Rodman, we checked his final numbers unofficially. 19 rebounds for Dennis Rodman. He did his job on the boards. 9 points. He also got everybody else going. Michael Jordan a little quiet in this ball game, but he was able to do enough in the end. And I tell you what, when that final gun went, Michael Jordan went to find that ball like a heat-seeking missile. He grabbed it, headed off the court while everybody else was celebrating. He made a quick trip to the locker room to dump that one off before he went back to celebrate with everybody else. But it's similar to the 92 finals when the Bulls did win it at home. Their only other time they'd won at home out of their 4 titles, they came out and partied after they beat Portland. Well, tonight they came out, danced the night away a little bit, had the fans going crazy. And Ron, as you pointed out, tonight the United Center crowd was that sixth man. The Bulls certainly needed it. We're still waiting to squeeze our way in to talk to a few of the players. We'll have it all coming up pretty soon. Let's send it back to the NBC Tower.
John, thanks very much. Well, the Bulls did their job, and now the citizens of Chicago are doing those. They are celebrating. The Chicago police are there to make sure it is a safe celebration. What you're seeing is a live shot of Division Street, and Dick Kay is somewhere there. Dick?
Carol, we are here on Division Street, and up until now it has been a boisterous celebration and only a celebration. But this crowd has formed something like a mosh pit, and they are running at each other, and some awful hard blows are being delivered out there from time to time. And nevertheless, that is in only one spot. There are plenty of police present. Someone might get hurt in this kind of activity, but for the most part, this is a celebratory crowd trying to keep things quiet, and the mounted police are down at the end of the block. In fact, there are police all over Division Street, and the crowd swarmed out of the bars into Division Street, where, as you recall, several years ago there was trouble because a taxi cab got caught in this, but not tonight. No traffic is being allowed through. And for the most part, this is probably a smaller crowd than we would have seen Wednesday or on Friday night, because they were ready Friday night and some of the steam has gone out of them. The crowds are smaller in the bars. We checked it out beforehand, but they are still celebrating in the streets on Division Street, and we expect this celebration to go on for quite some time. But as we said, police plan to let them just celebrate and keep it in check, keep them contained, keep the traffic out, and let Chicago celebrate this 4th Bulls championship. Ron and Carol?
Thanks very much, Dick. Police have, in effect, cordoned off that area now. From Clark Street over to Lakeshore Drive and from Oak Street up to Goethe, the police have established a perimeter there. They are allowing anyone within that area to hit the streets and continue to party and to celebrate if they choose, but they don't want that mob of people moving anywhere else. They want to keep the party confined to that area, at least on the north side for now. Let's go back to the United Center. Channel 5's Warner Saunders is right outside at the Jordan statue, I think. Warner?
Hello there. How you doing? Well, we're right outside where the statue is, where the Michael Jordan statue, with a crowd of very happy fans. But here's what happens. All of a sudden, people are growing these kind of heads on them. It seems that all we got out here are Bulls fans, young Bulls, old Bulls, middle-aged Bulls, and the only thing that's going out is people are saying, we're the champions, and we are so glad that it's over. Back to you, Ron.
Warner, can you hear us at all out there? Can you hear us at all, Warner?
I can hear you a little bit now.
Well, everybody just seems to be having a good and fun time out there.
It does not look like this is a rowdy crowd at all. The fans, of course, are exuberant because we won, but it's a very orderly crowd, and everybody just wants to cheer, be on television, and say that they love the Bulls.
Well, and I'm sure we'll stay on the air long enough to give just about everybody in Chicago a chance to be on television and say they love the Bulls.
That's right. We do it every day, but they enjoy it now.
Yeah, it's having
Can't
a
blame
good
them.
time.
Thank you, Warner. There have been so many messages across this entire week saying celebrate safely, keep it in check. It genuinely appears that those messages had some real meaning. Marianne Ahern is at Michael Jordan's restaurant. Can you even hear us, Marianne?
Believe it or not, these help a lot, so I can hear you. They gave everyone here a free glass of champagne. They tell me this party will go on for about 30 minutes, and then they will encourage everyone to head on home. But I have to tell you, they've been waiting a long time, and tonight's party, this is what they have been waiting for. The final moments of the game, everyone was so thrilled. It was almost as if you were at the United Center. Every basket that was made, the cheers went up. The confidence they had going into the playoffs was tested in Seattle, but the Bulls proved it was sweet home Chicago.
They shaked, rattled, and rolled with every Bulls basket. Fans who waited some for 10 hours to get inside Michael Jordan's restaurant, a few of those hours in the rain, to cheer on the Bulls.
Today's my birthday, and my family had a cook-off for me, and I told them I'm sorry that I knew that the schedule was coming out, and I said, watch them win it on my birthday and Father's Day, and they're going to do it.
Chicago police officers are back on the street, their third time of standby duty in 5 days, waiting and anxious for a Bulls victory.
A lot of guys missed Father's Day with their families, and I know that they want to get this over with. This is the third night in a row, and we've all been having our days off canceled and pulling double shifts, and we hope they finish it up tonight.
And back inside, 3 friends from Dallas and Oklahoma City drove to Chicago for their very first visit ever, and with no tickets to the game, Jordan's 17 TV screens makes it feel like you're part of the action.
Oh, it's great. They're crazy. It's awesome. The best place to watch the game. Best place anywhere. So.
And this tie already ready to go. How do you like it? 4 rings, 96 in silver. This is some confidence these folks had. And as Warner said, everybody does want to get on television tonight, but they have been really a terrific crowd, very friendly. I told you earlier tonight, I feel like they're old friends. They keep coming back the last couple of games. Some waited since 7 o'clock this morning, and they're having a wonderful time. Back to you, Ron and Carol.
Thanks very much, Mary Ann. Now quickly back to the United Center. John Kelly in the locker room. John?
We finally fought our way into the locker room, Ron, and Ron Harper's talking to the media right now, who did come back from an injury and had a big game. Let's listen in.
Championship ring. I didn't ride his coattail. I gave him a little help on his coattail, and so that's all that counted the most.
When did you know that you were going to start, Ron?
Well. I knew I was going to start Saturday.
Yeah.
When the plane landed in Chicago. I told Phil, if I don't play, we're going to fight. if I don't start, we're going to fight.
A fight between you and your coach.
How much I'd have beat him up.
Ron.
So you guys are right, Ron.
I was in pain during this last half, but I was in pain this last half and the last half of the game, and I'm going to enjoy it, and I don't care what pain I'm in.
Now drink your champagne. You deserve it.
He's drinking. Hey, Ron, can you talk about it? Ron, you said this was the greatest team ever. Tell me your thoughts on how you rate this Bulls year.
This is the greatest team of all time. 72-10 in the regular season game. I don't care. We lost 3 postseason games. We NBA championship, and we decided on the basketball court. I'm proud of me and my teammates because we came out every night and competed, and we didn't let a game go by. We're a very good defensive team, and we're a great offensive team. They all count.
This is your first title. Talk about how special this one is getting that first one.
Hey, this is the ultimate goal. This is the ultimate dream, and this is what dreams are just made of. When I was a kid, and when I played in Los Angeles and Cleveland, I used to see the Bulls play, and they won 3 championships, and I always said, I want to win championship.
Ron, at what point in the year did you know?
Did you ever think of not playing tonight?
No, shit. I ain't played the last 3 ball games. Tonight wasn't going to be. I'm playing tonight. I told Phil, if I don't play, we fighting. That was the bottom line. I just played my game tonight. I told everybody I'm coming to play. I don't care. I don't have no conscience. I don't have no pain. I'm hurting, but I don't have no pain.
Ron, after losing 2 straight games, how crucial and how serious were you guys talking about getting this one, getting it done?
No, we knew this was it. We knew we would come back home. We ain't lost at home all postseason. We've been a good home team, and we came out tonight and we played a very, very great ball game today. And shit, this feel good.
72-10 world champions. What do you do for an encore?
Shit, celebrate and wait till next season, start all over again, and just hope that we remain the same team that we got in here. Some draft picks.
I want to know how the champagne tastes.
What's the nature of your injury, Ron? Can you talk about that?
I don't know and don't care. I just know I got to get scoped Tuesday morning. I don't care. I don't care. I'm NBA champ. And I ain't going no damn Disneyland.
Go ahead and have a little champagne.
Where in Chicago haven't you?
Well, that's it. I tell you what, we're going to try to work our way around this locker room. These are the official NBA champion hats. Where are you going?
Chicagoland, baby. World champs, baby. Bring it on home. We did.
Ron Harper, a part of the big celebration tonight, helping the Chicago Bulls lock up that 4th NBA title. We're going to battle around here, see who else we can talk to. For right now, we'll go back to the NBC Tower, and we'll keep sweating and working all night.
Not going to Disneyland. Well, we understand. Tom Zenner, we're switching over to Tom, where he is with Jerry Reinsdorf. Tom?
Yes, Carol, we are with a very happy owner of the Chicago Bulls. And, Jerry, you've been through this drill 3 other times in the early 90s, but this expectation was created from day one with this team this season. How does this rate up?
Well, I don't know how it rates, but I know if we hadn't won, it would have been a tremendous downer, because we knew we had a great team put together. And while you can expect and hope, you still have to play the games. You hope you don't get any injuries. And we were playing a great team. The Seattle team won 64 games this year, which is the 10th best record, I think, in the history of the NBA. But as down as I was not winning in Seattle, in the end, it was worth it to win it at home.
You created a monster with this team with the expectations that everyone had for it from the beginning. Was there ever a point when you didn't think this would be the end result?
Well, I never get cocky, so, I'm famous for thinking we're going to lose when we're down 2-0 in the first quarter. But, I really thought we should win all the way.
And finally, Jerry, we're not going to give you much time to celebrate this thing, because we want to know about Phil, Michael, and Dennis Rodman. Rodman's performance tonight, does that underscore just how important it is for him to be back next year?
Well, we want everybody back that's a free, and we're going to work on that after we finish up in Grant Park.
You got to love this. They're calling your name. Jerry Reinsdorf being saluted. All right, reporting live with Jerry Reinsdorf from the United Center floor. Tom Zenner, back to the studio.
We're back in the locker room right now. Scottie Pippen talking to the media. He said this is the greatest of the 4 titles he's won. He's most proud of this one. Let's listen in.
In the first series. Well, I think our defense is what's been the key to our ball club all season. And when we're able to play defense, it makes a difference in our wins and losses.
Now at the end, how sweet was it for you to hit those shots, those 3-pointers?
Sean Kemp's here from the Seattle Supersonics right now. These two exchanging congratulations. This is a special moment. This is pure competitiveness. This is what sportsmanship is all about. Scottie throwing champagne all over the locker room. But what a class move by Sean Kemp coming in here to celebrate with the Chicago Bulls. He put up a great fight. He was a man-child on the court, and he tried to carry his Sonics team on his shoulders. But what a move. He comes into the Bulls locker room and shakes hand, hugs Scottie Pippen, made his way all the way around the locker room. Let's keep fighting our way here. We're going to go ahead and bust back in towards Scottie in a second if we can get over here. Let's try to battle it, bud. Let's make this move here. We'll see if we can get in Scottie Pippen. He turned his back to us. Oh, folks, you don't understand what this is all about. Champagne.
That burns. That really burns. Scottie, tell me about coming out tonight after that rough last game. You guys really had to suck it up after losing those 2. It showed what you were made of.
I think we give credit to our 6 men, our crowd. They came in and made the difference in us winning here, and it was a difference in them being able to win on their home court. And our crowd gave us the lift that we needed tonight, as well as Ron Harper, and everybody stepped up. We knew this was a big game, and we weren't going to let the series go to 7.
Scottie, the motto was 72-10. Don't mean a thing without a ring.
We got the ring.
Scottie. Well, we'll try to fight back here a little bit later. These guys are moving around like madmen, and why shouldn't they? They've just won their 4th NBA title, and the party is on. Let's toss it back to the NBC Tower as we fight our way back in. Everybody's mugging for the camera tonight. It's victory cigars, baby. Yeah.
Cigars and champagne and celebration, and back to Tom Zenner.
All right, Carol, we are now on the court with Bill Wennington, a guy who toiled in Italy, toiled with the Dallas Mavericks, some bad teams in the NBA. Now you're tasting champagne, you're smoking a victory cigar. What does this mean for a guy that's been a journeyman throughout his career?
This is a huge step. It's a wonderful feeling. Hard work pays off. You got perseverance and hard work. It's a beautiful thing.
Bill, the expectations were created from day one with this team, but now that you've finally done it, how does winning a championship feel compared to what you thought it would feel like?
It blows. It's been unbelievable. It blows everything else in the world out of the water. This is unbelievable. It's so exciting, especially to do it here in Chicago in front of our fans. Get them in the game. They kept us in the game. It was great.
The pride of Canada, Bill Wennington, he's going to get his first NBA championship ring. Back to you guys in the studio.
And Tom, quickly back to the podium where Phil Jackson is talking to the press.
Michael didn't dominate it as a lot of people expected, and the contributions were rather evenly distributed. Is this an ideal Phil Jackson kind of win?
Equal opportunity?
Equal opportunity.
Yeah, that's right. I think this game, Michael complained a little bit of being stiff, right before the game. There are no excuses. He went out. I talked to him about fatigue factor. He said, I'm just going to go. We'll go with whatever takes it to win this game tonight. I wanted to rest him in the third quarter when I saw him struggling, but there were 4 or 5 timeouts, it seemed like, in that quarter. He said, I can fight my way through it with this amount of timeouts. But his shooting, as obviously, was just a little bit off. But it seemed like we always got the ball back. Dennis got 11 offensive rebounds. Our offensive and our defensive rebounding was just outstanding tonight. The control of the ball was the factor of the game.
Bill, was this championship more rewarding than the other 3 because Michael came back and rebuilt the team?
Well, it was a great championship. But the one thing about this championship was we were expected to win. And that whenever you're expected to do something, the pressure is great on a basketball club. It's a relief to win rather than a exaltation. So tonight was kind of a relief and a celebration because we knew we were good enough to win. We just had to put that nail in the coffin and close the lid of this series. And you know, we just kept waiting for that game to show up where we play well. We didn't shoot well again tonight, but I thought we shot consistently from 3 points at least, and we got the inside-outside game going. And that's what made it a sweet game. And every time we needed a big basket, every time we had to step up, every time they made a run, we were able to hold them back.
Phil, can you name some of the things that stand out in your mind when you look back at this record-breaking season?
Well, the obvious thing is the return of Michael Jordan to this year. That's the pivotal point. The second thing was the acquisition of Dennis Rodman. The injury to Dennis.
John Kelly right now is with Scottie Pippen. We're going to go back into the locker room.
Now, come on. You got the victory cigar, Scotty. Hey, this one took a little longer than a lot of people expected. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Scottie Pippen getting a big hug. Is that Mama Pippen?
No, this is Dickie's mom.
Oh, Dickie Simpkins' mom. How'd you like it tonight?
Oh, I just loved it.
Scotty, how excited is this moment? I mean, you guys, it took a little longer. Everybody said the Bulls were struggling the last 2 games, but you came out tonight and put an exclamation point on the season.
Well, it was great, you know, and I think that we did what we had to do to see how we won the first game. And, you know, they came back and played very well in their building. They won a lot of games, and, you know, you got to give them credit. They gave us a run for our money.
Well, what was with all these injuries they said you were supposed to have? I didn't see any injuries tonight.
Well, we had to step up. I mean, it was a big game. We didn't want the team to put the pressure on us by coming in here and having a 7th game. And, you know, all the pain had to be put aside. And Ron came out, you know, in a lot of pain, and he did what he had to do. So everybody stepped up tonight. This was the game that we wanted.
Scotty, you've been here before. You've got 4 rings now. Talk about winning it for the other guys like the Randy Browns, the Ron Harpers, who haven't ever experienced this before.
Well, it's great. You know, these guys come to this basketball team realizing that, you know, we're built around a lot of guys who are dedicated to win, and it feed off of it. And I think Ron and Randy and Steve and Judd, all these guys really saw something special in our ball club, and they were very dedicated to coming out every game, every practice, working hard. And today we paid big dividends to a lot of guys who came here.
Just give us a couple of conversations that went on that plane coming home. Just a couple of conversations, that's all.
What? It wasn't much conversation going on. The card game was kind of slow, but I won all the money.
Hey, Ron Harper just a few moments ago was yelling that this is the best team in NBA history. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I feel the same way. You know, I think we're a good defensive team. I think we've shown that we can, you know, work the triangle to perfection. And you have to give credit to this ball club that, you know, we played against a good ball club. Even though we lost the last couple games to them, they were a good team.
Out of your 4 championships, how does this one rank?
At the top.
All right, Scottie Pippen says that he agrees with Ron Harper. This is the best team in NBA history. And out of his 4 rings, of course, Dixie likes this one the best. This one's electric tonight.
Well, you know, what I thought was important was that they were able to come out and do what they wanted to do offensively. Every loose ball they got, every hustle point, dominated on the board, especially on the defensive board. Did a great job.
Dick, I don't know about you, but I'm probably sweating as hard as Michael Jordan did tonight. We're going to keep rocking and rolling in here all evening long, but for now, let's send it back and get some relief at the tap.
All right, John, and here's some more good news, I think, for the city of Chicago. About 10 minutes after the game ended, the 911 center in Chicago said the number of calls, of course, went up, but said it was nothing out of the ordinary. It seemed to be a perfectly normal evening. We're told about parties and hundreds, maybe thousands of people in the streets in pockets of the city, but so far everything seems to be safe and just a good time.
Pretty mellow, as a matter of fact. We're going to take a break, and then we will be back with our coverage. Stay with us.
Again, anybody want to raise their hand and volunteer for this? This is a little bit insane in its own process. The playoffs, the energy level, the duress, both in the personal life and in the...
And you are looking at a live picture from Chopper 2, 1300 West on Roosevelt Road. The first initial reports of some looting, some trouble here tonight in the aftermath of the Bulls' victory in the celebration. Chris, what are you seeing?
Well, Linda, right now in the 1300 block of Roosevelt on the near south side, we have a crowd which is gathered outside of what looks to be a drugstore here on the corner of the street. We have a number of black and whites Chicago Housing Authority police units. We also have a little bit of smoke that comes up from time to time from the street. We're not sure if that is tear gas that may have been used to try and disperse some of the crowd that's gathered out here. It's a large crowd. We haven't seen any quick movement here, but they have been surrounding the building and coming up against the front windows and also the front door, which has burglar bars on it. The police are responding, more tactical units out here onto Roosevelt. We're also seeing a cordon of police officers that are now blocking the side street here immediately south of Roosevelt Road. They're trying to keep this as orderly as possible. The crowd that we've seen out here has dispersed for the most part. There was a large crowd when we first arrived here in the last 10 minutes or so. They seem to have, part of them have gone across the street. Another section has gone further south on the side street here and are gathering a little bit farther south of here. Now, it should be noted that most of the celebration that we've seen out here has consisted of people yelling and screaming out of their cars, but we'll keep a handle on this, and we'll bring you more as it becomes available and it develops.
All right, Chris Harperwell, it sounds like for the most part police are keeping a good handle on things. Let's go back to the NBA room at the United Center. This is Sean Kemp, one of the standouts of the Supersonics.
It's hard to come from from 3 losses, so I think the thing you just take home is that, hey, if you come out with the right approach to the series, it'd have been a little closer, but we have nothing to hold our heads down at this point.
So any disappointment at all?
Yeah, it's always disappointment. I mean, there's no second place winners in this world, so and we realize that. So, like I said, the thing you have to do is just take it and take it in the right way, and just keep working and work harder. And I think you realize at this point it doesn't come from probably from the physical ability on the court. A lot of it's mental, and I think as a player, as a young player myself, that's what I'm gonna take home with me. Try to take home a lot of the mental stuff that happened out there on the court.
Sean, what's most impressive about the Bulls team?
No doubt, number 23. I mean, without that man there, it'd be a 360-degree turn right now.
After 6 games against Rodman, your impressions of Dennis Rodman?
No doubt, Dennis to me is definitely a good basketball player, a great basketball player. His work ethic on the court, he does what he has to do to win. That's what you have to respect. It's not about what he does or how he does it. You have to do what you have to do to win the game, and I think that stuff that he did out there, his rebounding, his activeness, all that stuff leads their players to be more aggressive out there on the court.
How irritating can he be? I mean, does he get under your skin?
No, not necessarily. He doesn't get under my skin because I don't really pay Dennis any attention. I've played him for 7 years now, so that doesn't bother me at all.
Sean, you played this season with a confidence and a competence that I've never seen you play with before. Short of winning the championship.
He deserves it, and we all deserve that.
Boy, that's a live picture back in the locker room. Tony Kukoc with his son up on his shoulders. This has been a family affair in the locker room, hasn't it, Joe?
Did you worry at some point that perhaps you'd have to go to a 7th game?
No, not at all. Not at all. I said before, if we won up to the 2nd or 3rd game in Seattle, everything will be all right. But we won the first one by 20, so everybody was expecting us to win 1 out of 2 over there. We didn't, but we came pretty confident over here. I was a little bit nervous before the game, but once the game started.
Who's up on top, Tony? Ron Harper was magnificent, wasn't he?
He was great. He was great. He had a pretty good rest, so he came on the court with a great intensity, a great energy, and he's a champ.
You got all those cigars in there, smoke alarms going off?
Yeah. Who cares?
Tony, tell us who's on top there.
All right, Tony Kukoc.
That's my son. He's 4 years old. He was my energy tonight.
We're talking to Father's Day you'll never forget, right?
Yeah, this is the best one.
Tony, what gave you the feeling that the shot was really there today? I mean, you just seem to have a lot of confidence.
There was no feeling. We just came in with a great energy, great intensity. We knew we got to take those shots. we felt 2 games didn't shoot. One game has got to come. And it came in the right time.
Were you a little tired out in Seattle? I mean, was it getting home the answer?
No, I don't think we were tired. They played pretty good the first game and the second game. They had energy coming in from their fans, but we had the same thing going on tonight.
How does this compare to European championships?
It was great over there, but this is the best. This is the ultimate.
Welcome to the United States. Have a great time.
Thank you.
All right, where's Luke? Let's get Luke out here.
Here we are down in the melee here.
Well, this really shows that the Bulls are really Team International. They have the best European player on the planet, the best player, period, on the planet, the best rebounder, and that's why the Bulls have created this tremendous interest worldwide with players like Tony Kukoc and Luke Longley from Australia, Dennis Rodman. Such tremendous interest in the Bulls. I don't think this is a phenomenon that we may ever see again.
Jim, let's go outside the United Center. Rob Stafford standing by. Rob.
Linda, I can tell you the decibel level is definitely increasing. What did you think of the game? All right. We got Jeff from Burbank here. He was inside during the game. What did you think?
It was awesome. All I got to say is, Horace! Horace! Horace!
Charlie from Chicago. Any doubt in your mind that they were going to win tonight? Tell me what was going through your mind during the game.
The game, I thought it was excellent. On the third quarter, I got up in there and they started coming back, but about 9 o'clock, but I got down by 9 points. But the fourth quarter, of course, is Mike's time. Mike came back. Mike did it again. Chicago!
There you have it. Pretty happy crowd here. Everything under control. Just a lot of good fun. Back to you.
Well, they haven't had a chance to do this for some time. There's only been one previous championship actually at the stadium and now the United Center. So this is a big deal that people can celebrate in Chicago. And here's Luke Longley.
Sick bay and
Ron was huge for us. Ron was huge for us defensively. Took the pressure off Michael. You know, when we got out. It's good for the rotations too. We were able to bring Tony in. It's great. What's that?
It was emotional for Michael Jordan.
Was getting home the difference?
And Ron Harper, the hero of this game.
Hey, Ron Harper. Okay, man. We got quite a phalanx going through here to the dressing room.
I hope they're proud. I hope they're proud. It's I hope this is going back home. This is great. It's the best thing ever.
How does it feel to be in a foreign country and then be the king of the world?
Hey, I can't tell you how it feels. You can see it, I think.
What about for next? I mean, I don't even want to think this far ahead yet, but what about for next year? This is a tremendous springboard for everybody. A lot to build on.
I hope they keep the team together, the coaching staff, because this is a great team. I think all the way through, man to man, we had just, we did the job.
Could you get a little Ron and that guy on the board?
Dennis was huge for us. Dennis was huge for us, and I'm glad he got the MVP because he worked his ass off all year.
And did you get a little bit
How you doing?
Hello, Kelly.
Kelly, how are you? How do you feel about all of this?
Awesome. Incredible.
Were you worried?
You kind of thought it was funny when people started asking questions after the first 2 losses. I mean, did you guys ever have a confidence crisis?
No, I don't think as a team we had a confidence crisis. We felt very good about it. A little bit surprised with the doubters, but I think people just wanted some drama and they got it.
Yeah, you made it want that much more because when the thing goes down and the city wants it a lot more, it tastes all the better.
Hey, nothing like a little bit of delayed gratification to make it more rewarding. I'm trying to teach my kids that.
Believe that. Slip on the Barbie.
There'll be lots on. What's that? No, we don't get them till early in the season. But it's going on this finger right here.
All right.
5 more.
All right, yeah, let's be careful with those fingers, mate.
What's that? With Dad? Hey, Dad.
Jack Haley coming on.
Jack, you ain't getting out. Sorry, Jack. Jack, you ain't getting out.
No way in hell, huh?
Y'all gonna have to go out the back door.
It's a gauntlet here.
Oh, we're gonna go out the back door, Australia, down under.
It's gonna be a long night. Believe me.
Go ahead.
Good. No questions? I go.
Michael, the emotional weight that you played under today, was that the heaviest, given all the things that were going through your mind and through your heart and the stiffness and all of the others?
This is probably the hardest time for me to play the game of basketball. I mean, I had a lot of things on my heart, on my mind. I had the good fortune of a team who came in and played extremely well. I just had a lot to think about, you know, and maybe my mind wasn't geared to where it was, and you know, but I think deep down inside it was geared to what was most important to me, which was my family and my father not being here to see this, and you know, I'm just happy that the team kind of pulled me through it, you know, because it was a tough time for me.
As they pass it around, and whatever you do, don't drop it.
You know, who would have ever written this this season? You know, no one predicted it as much as you guys tried to be predictors. You know, we couldn't have predicted it early, but things work in mysterious ways. I mean, you put forth the effort. You know, I think we always blessed with the success that we've had this year. You know, I was blessed to be healthy throughout the whole season, and blessed to be able to get the game ball or the championship game and bring the championship back to the city of Chicago. And you know, it happened on Father's Day, which it makes it even, you know, more special. And I think we all should, even if we're not together next year, which I hope we are together. I mean, this has been a very, very special year, and you know, there's no way you can really describe it.
From the time you came back 15 months ago until now, was there any, you mentioned before...
Bill Jordan speaking now as we begin Channel 2 News at 10. This is live coverage of the follow-up of tonight's NBA championship.
I never doubted that I couldn't get back to this moment, but it was some days that was harder than others. You know, the motivation wasn't quite the same, you know. Maybe a day, just emotionally, I didn't feel as secure or as confident as I've been in the past. But I mean, what made the difference is my family support, you know, and my friends' support, you know, my wife and my kids. I mean, my wife pushed me every day. I mean, on days I didn't feel like getting up and working with my trainer, and you know, she pushed me. She set the alarm clock and made sure I got up, and I went down to work out. And you know, it's the gratification of those days. I mean, and I had good days. Don't get me wrong. Most of the days were good, you know. And when I looked at my teammates and the lack of success a lot of those guys have never had, that was part of my motivation to do whatever I could to be a leader to this team, to get to where a lot of them had dreams of getting. And I'm just as happy for those guys, you know, so that they can go out of their career as champions. You know, no matter what happens from this point forward, you can't take a championship from Randy Brown, from Judd Bushler, and even Jack Haley, you know, and Luke Longley. You know, all these guys who have bounced around from team to team, and now they have finally got to a situation where they have played in the most ultimate dream of playing in the NBA, and that's for a championship and to win.
Mike, what would you say was a pleasant surprise to you this year? Something you didn't expect and it came through and made it better?
I guess the pleasant surprise was the way that we all have gelled together. You know, it was no animosity. There was no bickering. There was no jealousies. You know, we knew each and every individual was going to be judged differently. And I think that's what Phil's credibility has been, is that he's been able to, you know, blend everybody together where no one feels different than the next guy or envious of the next guy. I mean, and that was something that I was very leery of coming into this season, you know, especially with Dennis. And I think Dennis he dedicated himself to come and help this city win another championship. And to his credit, he's done a good job in mentally focusing himself not to be too much of a diversion, not to say he wasn't a little bit, but we've been able to maintain a certain focus, and yet we have accomplished this dream.
Michael, you're marveling at what y'all have accomplished, but I remember October 22nd or 23rd when I came to you and asked about the possibility of winning 70 games. I thought you would laugh me out of the locker room, but you didn't. You said that you all could, and can you think back and why you had that hunch?
I think everything's a possibility. I'm the most positive thinking guy that you can see, and when you said that we could win 70 games, I certainly didn't think negative. I thought that, you know, we could, but it'd take a lot of things to go in our way, and I never pushed it on the negative side, and I just said that it's going to take game by game, you know, day by day. We can't jump ahead of ourselves, and you know, but I didn't focus on it that moment, you know, because I knew it was a lot of work to be done, and we did put a lot of work into this.
Mike?
No, it's not a good comparison. I mean, you guys are going to do all the comparisons, but this team is very amazing that we have come together and in such a short amount of time and accomplish a major feat, you know, and then, you know, to compare it to the 3 championship years where that team was some sort of a family, and we were together and went through a lot of disappointments before we accomplished, you know, the 3 championships. That's an unfair comparison.
Mike, if you stay together next year, can you see anybody beating you? Can you promise to repeat now?
I don't do promises of repeats. You know, I think I like to see us together so we can win another championship. But you know.
Will you soon address the sweatshop issue?
Sure, I will. I will sit down with Nike and we investigate it and we will address it. But
do you feel that you've been used?
I can't say that. I mean, I can't say that without really investigating, you know, my participation and my involvement and what's happened from a business standpoint. I've been focusing on this, and you know, yeah, I will give myself up to thinking about, you know, things other than this after the, you know, from this point forward. But I can't give you a comment on that right now.
Michael, do you believe you will definitely be back here next year?
I believe it. I'm very positive. I believe we'll be back. I did say we. That includes Phil and hopefully Dennis. And me. He's not going nowhere. He's not going. He's one of the reasons I came back. If he leaves, I'm leaving again. You know, I hope he's around. And as much as I admire Sean Kemp's ability, I'm just so happy they didn't make that trade. If they had made that trade, no telling if we would have been here and if I would have been here. And you know, a lot of people doubted Scottie Pippen for a long period of time, and you know, he's becoming like a little brother to me. I'm very happy that he's come back today and answered to a lot of the critics that kind of criticize him. And to his credit and to the work that he's done, the 18 months that I was away, I'm very blessed to be a part of his team and seeing him grow so much in the last 8 years is truly a blessing for the city of Chicago and certainly for me.
Michael, how much did Ron Harper help you tonight?
Ron, I can't say how much Ron is meant to this team. I mean, he was very disappointed last year when I came back because it kind of pushed him to the bench and he really didn't feel the involvement. This year he geared himself he worked out all season, off season to get himself into the game and a more integral part to this team. And tonight I think he showed his importance to this team. He played extremely hard, and he's our glove. You know, he's our mitt. He may not be a glove, but he's a mitt. And I'm very happy that he's bounced back. I know he's going to have surgery sometime soon on those bad knees, but you know, he fought through pain today to help us bring this championship here to Chicago, and I'm very glad that he was around.
Scotty, when you were a kid with the team, did you think Jordan was a pain in the butt?
When I was a kid?
A couple of years.
No, not at all. I've always respected and admired Michael's game, and I've always tried to pattern my game after Michael, as well as a lot of great other players that played the game. But, you know, Michael's brought me along, as he said, like a little brother to this game, and I've learned a lot from him by being his teammate.
Am I assuming right that this championship probably means a little bit more to you because you were here during those 2 years between the three-peat, and you saw the team go down, and now you're back on the mountaintop?
I mean, the comparison is pretty close. You know, I have to say winning 3 titles in a row back in the 91, 92, 93 season, it was very special because, you know, we felt like we had did something that no other team has done. But to bring this team together in one season, to bring back Michael, to bring Dennis here, this is very special because, you know, I think we all, as players, as individuals, had a lot that we wanted to prove and that we wanted to show the world that, you know, we were still the greatest team. Chicago deserved the championship, and you know, we've been dedicated all season of going out and trying to win every basketball game that we played. And believe me, it's a heck of a job to go out and win the number of games that we won. Our basketball team deserves a bow, a hats off, because it was a very frustrating, very tough season. But, you know, we dedicated ourselves to coming out playing with pain, playing with injuries, and it's made the difference. And we're just glad to be able to cap this season off with a title.
The whole floor give you the same thing. thing here at the game channel out there as far as the encouraging the crowd?
Our crowd was a big part in today's game. I mean, they helped us to lift our defensive pressure up, the intensity. And I got to say, playing in Seattle is probably the second loudest arena that I've ever performed in. And we didn't perform very well once we allowed their crowd to take over and be a part of the game.
Michael. All right, we're with Michael Jordan right now. How you doing, partner? Tell me something. Give me your emotions right now when you came off that floor. All the work put in from baseball back to this, and you got the job done.
You know, it was a long road. I miss all my minor league buddies over at Birmingham, and you know, when they see this, hopefully they get to see hello boys. You know, Tito Francona, who's with Detroit now, and a lot of guys I played with in Phoenix. They were all my motivation to get reestablished back with the game of basketball, and I saw the way they achieved their dreams and chased their dreams, and you know, that started my whole work back to the game of basketball. And you know, this has ended up in a success story, and those guys deserve the credit.
Your best play of the night was grabbing that ball out on the floor. You weren't going to let anybody get that sucker, were you?
No, that's from my father, and you know, it go right in my trophy room with everybody signing it, and you know, even Jack Haley, and you know, this is a very special moment.
You said that's for my father. Obviously, it's Father's Day, and he's never very far away from your mind.
No, he was in my heart all day. That's probably why I couldn't play that. I wasn't really as focused as much as I wanted to be, and I think just a special day of him not being here. Really, I had a tough time focusing today, but thank God I have a team.
What do you think about this thing now? You said your children were old enough to where they can enjoy it too. They know what's going on with it.
Yeah, you know, no matter what I've done today, you know, I got 3 beautiful gifts at home and a 4th with the wife, and you know, that is the most important thing. This is secondary, and you know, it's a tribute to my father. But you know, if I would have lost here, you know, I knew I had a warm home at home, and that's the most important thing.
What do you want to say to those fans in Chicago that are watching that adore every move you make?
Well, I'm happy that I could represent them, and that we could represent them. I think I dedicated myself to come back and bring a championship to the city of Chicago, and you know, I've accomplished that, and I think we all have, from Dennis on down to Scotty to Jack and everybody. And we got a whole year to celebrate here in the city of Chicago that we're champions once again.
How many in a row are you going to do?
Well, if I'm
like
still
an 8
here
or
in
9,
Chicago,
Pete? Why don't you play till you're 50 and then go right to the senior tour?
I don't know, but as long as I'm still in uniform, I'm certainly going to try to bring a championship back here to Chicago.
I think you'll get a new contract now.
I don't have a doubt with that, I don't think.
You know, I just want to say something here. You know, everybody doesn't know you like the rest of us do, but you're such a great guy to work with. You treat everybody with respect. So for me and the rest of the guys that interview you all the time, I'd like to say thanks a lot.
Thank you, guys. You guys have been very trustworthy and very respectful of my time, and I've tried to do the same to you guys. And you know, I wish you guys the best. I'm happy you guys can celebrate now that we represent you guys as well.
We get to go on vacation and play golf now, so don't bother us.
Don't shank it.
All right, there goes Michael Jordan on the backwards route. He's not going across the floor. He's taking the tunnel with his police officers as he goes back into the locker room to start the celebration again. Yeah, go ahead.
That was a terrific moment, I got to tell you. You know, we've all watched him time after time, and you chasing him down the hall and reporters going after him, and this guy will always stand and talk to you. And even if he doesn't talk, we'll give you a smile. You know Michael pretty well. Tell me about that moment you just shared.
Well, Lester, there goes Scottie Pippen. He's just finished up at his press conference, and we're going to follow him out there for a second if we can. Come on, Chuck, let's go for a walk. Scottie Pippen's walking out through the fans. He's going to try and make it back to the locker room. I don't think very many people have left this building yet. I can tell you that, Lester. There goes Scotty with his victory stogie in hand. We've just lost our camera, I think, as you can see there, Lester. So we're going to attempt to keep going back out here. I think that they're through answering questions at this point, Lester. Let me see if I can find a camera there, and I'll try and finish up my thoughts on what you were asking about Michael Jordan. As I said to Michael, you know, everybody doesn't know him like the rest of us do. He's a great guy. You can see where he got it. His father was a terrific guy. His mother has a lot of class, and he's the same way. He treats everybody with respect. So as great as he is on the basketball floor and the moves that we see him make that we can't believe, I'm just as amazed at the way he acts off the court, Lester. He's a classy guy, and he's a great guy to have represent the city of Chicago.
And Howard, with the incredible amount of pressure that's on Michael Jordan, the incredible intense scrutiny he's always under, no matter how perhaps offensive the question may be from the questioner, he never says he never makes a wrong move, does he? He is
No, he
always
doesn't.
patient. He always says the right thing.
He does, and you know, they just brought up the sweatshop thing that was a story a couple of weeks ago, which I think was kind of an inappropriate line of questioning at this time, but he stood in there and he handled it with grace and poise like he always does. You can't throw anything at him. I mean, when a controversy comes up, he handles it, he answers the question, and it's like he said so many times, you know, when you speak from the heart, you can't go wrong, and that's what he does. He's a straight shooter, he answers the questions, and as I said, he just handles himself with class. And there's some mad fans in here right now, Linda, because they just asked him to clear the building, so the celebration is now going to spill out into the streets.
Well, we know a guy who probably has just a little bit more respect for Michael Jordan. His name is Gary.
A lot more
Gary
respect
Payton,
than what he said the other night.
He had a few choice words for Mr. Jordan. Let's see what he's saying now.
About, you know, having distractions and stuff like that.
You want to stay in Seattle next year?
I'm not going to think about that for about a couple of weeks. You know, anything can happen. I love Seattle, and we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Gary Payton, the Sonics player.
Yeah, the trash talker. In fact, and he was alluding to the fact that he is a free agent now, and a lot of teams are going to be interested in him. He really did show up big, but I think clearly the best player in this series, Bulls and Sonics, was Shawn Kemp, who talked about his respect for Michael Jordan and what poignant moments we had with Michael talking about Scottie Pippen, Michael talking about his dad and what representing the city of Chicago means to him.
And it was neat seeing Kemp go into the Bulls locker room and offer his congratulations.
A lot of stuff from the heart tonight. A lot of stuff from the heart.
Very special, Lena. Let's find out how the city is handling the celebrations right now. Let's go to studio control. Marianne Childers has been keeping the pulse on things.
Lester, I think the answer seems like pretty well. At Michael Jordan's restaurant, where obviously there was a big crowd tonight, the management says, hey, it's a great party, but it's over, folks. The restaurant usually closes on Sunday night at 10 o'clock, maybe 10:30. Tonight, they're closing their doors. They've closed their bars. They've brought in their maintenance people, and they're asking people to please go home and drive safely. The Chicago Police Department is also out making sure that people go home and not come downtown. We've just received word that they're beginning to shut down some intersections in an effort to keep traffic from coming into the downtown area. Two that we know are closed, Chicago and Halstead, Division and Halstead. In other words, the intersection's blocked, so you're forced to continue going north, south, or west, but you're unable to come east. Word a couple minutes ago that 8 people were arrested at Fairbanks in Chicago, a location just off Michigan Avenue. We have no word if that's even related to the Bulls. All told, a small incident. And you know, there are a few scattered incidents. Those things happen on summer nights in a big city like Chicago. We all heard those pleas for a celebration that would dignify the team and dignify the city. And you know, Chicago, it seems, is just rising to the occasion. We'll be keeping tabs on things in studio control. For now, I'm Marianne Childers. Back to Linda and Lester.
Marianne, the only other disturbance that we were aware of and had reported upon earlier tonight at Roosevelt and Troop, Dorothy Tucker is there now to update us on the situation. Dorothy.
Linda, this is the sort of thing that Michael Jordan, the mayor, everybody had asked not to happen. They made a plea for a peaceful celebration. That is not the case here at the corner of Throop and Roosevelt here on the west side. This Kaplan drugstore that you see behind me, it has been looted. If we can zoom in inside of the store, police tell me that about 200 people stormed this store minutes after the game ended. They came here and they ran in and they just took everything. What is really ironic is that the police were about a block west standing on the corner, a block east standing on the corner. No one was here on this corner, and this is the store right along here that they chose to loot. Let me take you now live to talk to a gentleman who was in the store right next door. This is Ronnie Hashish. He owns the store right next door. He was standing by, and you saw everything. What did you see?
Right after the Bulls won, they just went up to these doors and pulled down the bars and just started snatching stuff out of the store, started looting the place. And until the police came, they took a lot of stuff out of there. There's a lot of damage in there. And we were right next door just watching the whole thing, like peeping through our store.
You were in your store to protect your store?
Yeah, we're in there protecting ours because the police, there's no police over here except the CHA police, and they're doing a good job. You know, they're here with us. You know.
Thank you very much. Let me walk over here to the commander and explain to you that the smoke that you see here is really something that is just coming out of the sewer, out of the street. This place was not burned. It was only looted. The commander rushed to the scene, one of the first police officers on the scene. I'm going to ask you to step over here. just a bit here. And you were telling me earlier that you guys were very close, just not quite close enough to stop this.
Not close enough. We had officers over at Loomis and Roosevelt. We had officers right down the street here at Roosevelt and Ashland, trying to keep some of the people back from one of the stores over there. We saw about 200 people coming over here, and that's when they hit the store. We immediately converged on the scene, but by the time we got over here and started pushing them back, they had already looted one store. They started on the second liquor store. We were able to keep them from there. Right now, we're just holding our line right here. They've been throwing rocks and bottles at us, but we're trying to do the best we can to prevent any more looting on Roosevelt.
Okay, let me give you an idea of where we are. Rudy, if you can pan over, you will see the line of police officers over here. Can we pan over and show those officers? You're looking at the Jane Addams housing complex. Literally, police are doing all they can to keep the crowds of people on the other side and keep those people from coming out here. They tell me they are afraid to leave this location. There are a number of stores to the east and the west. They are trying to protect these stores, and they say they will be here until these people decide to go home. And as you might imagine, Linda and Lester, this is probably going to take a while. Back to the studio.
All right, Dorothy. Jerry Reinsdorf now is with Tim Weigel.
Roller coaster season, hasn't it?
Well,
I mean, it's been mostly up.
Right, but the pressure has never been this great to win.
Right.
Each of the other championships, you know, if we hadn't made it, okay, you know, we wouldn't have made it. But this team with the...
They got us, ladies and gentlemen. You know what? Thank God it was water.
Yeah, Whittington is a madman.
Oh, baby. Anyway, he has the nerve to do that to the boss and put out his cigar.
No, he didn't get the cigar. This is the second time he got it.
That was Buddha that did that.
Oh, that was Buddha. Oh, okay.
That was Buddha.
Okay.
That cost him about $100,000.
Right.
All right, you were talking about the pressure.
But the pressure because of the record, you know, if we hadn't won, and then going up 3-0, if we had lost, it would have been the biggest collapse in the history of sports. So the pressure to win was enormous. But, you know, and I wanted to get it over with in Seattle so badly, but it was worth it. Now that it's over, it was great for them to win it here in Chicago.
You know, what's your feeling as the owner of arguably the best team of all time? I mean, that's a rather unique distinction. I mean, it is an entirely unique distinction.
Yeah, well, the sobering thing is that I know that
now you have to pay for it, huh?
No. The sobering thing is that I know that I'm the least important guy in putting this whole thing together.
Well, I don't know. Yeah. You could argue that point. I mean,
I hired some good guys, but they did the job.
Well, I know you want to get a plug in for Jerry Krause because it's come around at this time of the year. Everybody's realized the genius of the moves, right on down to Judd Buechler or Wennington or whatever. All these people, and that was why this team was so much better, is because it was so much deeper.
That's right. We may not have been the best team of all time. We certainly were the deepest. And the incredible thing is that we have a bunch of players that nobody wanted.
Yeah.
You know, nobody wanted.
Well, I mean, it was
really effectively. I mean, for all intents and purposes,
Rodman.
Rodman was a talent. But Buechler and Kerr and Wennington and Longley, these were players that really weren't wanted around the league.
Now, is Rodman coming back? That's of course the immediate question. Now you're the one who's going to have to strap it on now. It's your season starts.
Well, what I'm going to do is stay up all night, not go to sleep, because if I wake up, it might turn out to be a dream. Then we're going to go to Grant Park, and then we'll worry about those things later.
Jerry, you don't seem worried though, Jerry. I mean, I think it's pretty apparent that everybody wants this to keep together and to work, from you to Dennis to Michael to Scotty to Jerry to the city. I mean, it seems, and Phil, of course, too.
Of course, we have to try as hard as we can to keep it together. There's no question about it. But we also have to tinker with it a little bit because you can't stand pat 100%. But certainly you want to keep the nucleus. You know, there were only 2 players on this team from the '93 championship team. So you always have to make changes. But, you know, tonight, who wants to think about that? I just want to think about winning.
Of course, it's a moment to savor, and it's a moment that will never be duplicated, of course. But I remember that Senator Cole said that he'd take the contract for the big dog and give Big Dog the franchise. Are you going to make that swap with Michael?
Well, I don't think it'll quite come to that. But I know that Michael wants to be here. I know we want Michael to be here. I think everybody else wants Michael to be here. So, you know, I would be tremendously disappointed if we don't get things worked out.
Well, Jerry, you know, if Jack Haley's not around next year, Gene might be able to sit in for him, you know, or stand in for him, because he is probably the Bills' biggest fan right now.
Well, he is, and he almost made a 3 from half court. He hit the rim, so I'm impressed.
Jerry, what order will you handle the contracts of Phil, Dennis, and Michael? What will be first?
Well, Phil has to be first. We can't even talk to the players under the NBA rules until the 1st of July. So we got to get the celebrating over with, and then we'll sit down with Phil.
The numbers were bandied about in the paper, $1,650,000 your offer, $3 million his request. Are those accurate? How close are you?
Well, both of those numbers are grossly wrong. Okay.
In other words, the 165 is low and the 3 is high.
Right.
Okay. Right. So then, my guess is you're about what, 300,000 or 400,000 apart?
Well, who knows where we are?
You do, Jerry.
But I'm not telling you. Jerry, Macy's doesn't tell Gimbals or something like that.
What about Jerry Krause in turn? I mean, well, let's talk about the whole suite. Most valuable player, coach of the year, general manager of the year. I mean, it really is something that you could.
Man of the year, everything.
Right, exactly.
Well,
except for defensive player of the year, but otherwise.
Right. But when I think back to some of what had to be done, I mean, I remember going to split Yugoslavia or split Croatia with Jerry, trying to get Tony.
And he vindicated himself tonight in a huge way.
Yes, he did. And I know, people yelling at Jerry, saying he shouldn't be chasing this guy all around Europe, but he had a belief in him, and he did it.
This is the crowd being dispersed along Division Street as we listen to Jerry Reinsdorf. Police breaking up the party. Never really got out of hand. They plotted an area for people to celebrate. They celebrated. And now police figure it's time for the party to end, at least in the middle of the street, and people quite peacefully lining up along the sidewalks there, and police clearly in control, as has been the story pretty much around the city. Let's go back to Jerry Reinsdorf.
Everybody should be enjoying themselves and not acting like gangsters.
Well, it's funny. Are you still enjoying this as much as always? Because, I mean, you've won 4 world championships now, and there's a lot of headache and heartache involved, but tremendous rewards. As you look at the whole big picture, is this still a thrill for you to be the owner of the Bulls?
Certainly tonight, anybody that wouldn't be thrilled, it would be nuts. But I always say, when I think about what I do, that it's a lot better than having a real job.
You've had real jobs and done pretty well, though, I think.
I know, but this is a lot more fun.
Well, Jerry, congratulations. We're very happy for you. I'll just have to give you one of my own there, because John Sally's got a few of these passed out already.
We trotted out a jacket I haven't seen before.
Well, I figured that, Jerry, this one wouldn't show the champagne as much.
Hey, weren't you the guy that wrote that I should sell the team?
Well, I wasn't, absolutely. Oh, I didn't say it in exactly those words, but I thought that now things have entirely changed, obviously, when Michael has come back, and may I be the first to congratulate you. And may you long enjoy your ownership and stewardship of the Bulls, because it worked out pretty doggone well.
That's what it is. It's a stewardship. I mean, nobody has it forever.
Well, I congratulate you.
Thanks.
All right. Okay, Jerry. There's Jerry Reinsdorf, the owner of the Bulls. Steve, don't cut Gene out of our picture here, would you? Because we got to get Gene and Howard back here. But come on,
I got to do Steve.
I know. That's because he is, of course, that's another Westinghouse property too.
I'm sorry.
You're wiping off the lens of the camera.
This is our three-point shot. We've got Tim, Howard, and Gene wiping off the camera. Hey, they talked about a celebration. I should mention something just crossed the computer. It looks like the official Grant Park celebration, 11:30 on Tuesday, Petrillo Music Show. Among the performers, the Dancing Rodmans.
Dancing Rodmans. That's worth the price of admission, which is $0. Tuesday at 11:30, was it? 11:30 a.m. You're looking again live at a picture from Division Street earlier tonight, not all that long ago. Perhaps a crowd of about 400 to 500 people gathered in the street. It looked almost as though there was a little bit of roughhousing. What they were doing, we're told, was moshing, some slam dancing. Actually, things never got out of control. They were generally very calm, and police have just, mounted police have just walked down Division Street on horseback and have begun the process of clearing out this crowd on a Sunday night at 10:30.
We had one looting incident that we know of that we reported on Troop in Roosevelt. I got to tell you, this does my heart good. I think it was the '92 championship, the second one. I was out of town. I was visiting family in California, and I can't tell you the embarrassment and just the sadness of turning on the TV and instead of seeing Michael Jordan's play, seeing Chicago being trashed, and that's not the image we want the world to see when they turn on their TV somewhere. We want them to see the celebrations.
Tonight has gone swimmingly by and large. Mike Parker, you're down there.
I'm here. About 40 minutes ago, the fog moved in. About 10 minutes ago, the police moved in. They had been patiently waiting at either end of Division Street. One group of police officers at State Street, the other end over on Dearborn, and waiting while this crowd of several hundred people rocked and rolled in the street. And as we say, 10 minutes ago, they moved through on horseback, moved everybody out of the street and up onto the sidewalks where they seem to be staying right now. Periodically, you'll hear a whoop go up. They're still making noise from time to time. We haven't seen any arrests. We haven't seen any real problems between police officers and civilians. Earlier tonight, within the past 40 minutes or so, there was some rather serious slamming going on among the revelers. Groups of young people would run across the street and slam their bodies into the bodies of other people standing on the other side of the street. It looked a little more serious than it probably was in the end. As you can see, police are now in the street, keeping the crowd from the street, and they're on the sidewalks, and things look pretty quiet right now. Here again, you see the value and the wisdom of Chicago police closing off Division Street between State and Clark for the duration of this expected post-victory celebration.
And this has been the case in many parts of the city, Mike. A massive police deployment all across the city, and as we've said, very little in the way of disturbances. Very isolated one, as we mentioned. But you can see on the left of your screen, while we keep an eye on Division on the right, this was the PSA that Rodman, Michael Jordan, and Coach Jackson recorded that went to air last week, urging the city to celebrate, but celebrate in a nice, calm, peaceful way.
We've been working hard all year to bring the championship back to Chicago.
Here's Jordan slicing through.
We're not there yet, so we'll still count on all of your support.
Just like last time, we're all in this together.
If we win, celebrate our achievements with style and dignity.
This is Chicago's moment to shine. Let's show the world how to do it right.
Well, they are there, and they did win, and looks like we are doing it right. Chicagoans, by and large, keeping the peace, but having a good time, and why not? It was a terrific night, and, you know, I mean, Howard Sudbury, I think it was last night's news I was watching, and he made an interesting comment. Well, let's listen to Steve Kerr.
I've had such a tough series, and it's been eating me up inside, but I just tried to stay positive, and finally I got some shots to go down.
Steve, you know, you go down as the John Paxson you're the Paxson this year. I mean, you're the guy who made the shots that when they counted in this game.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I could never
Bobby Hansen. I mean,
John Paxson hit huge shots every year. I couldn't buy one all series. I'm no John Paxson, but I do have a ring on my finger. I'm happy about
Steve,
that.
what did you do? What did you do
for you? How special is it for you? It means everything to me. I mean, you know, you work your whole career and dream of moments like this, and wow, what a
Steve,
moment.
It's got to be very special, Father's Day. I mean, talk, if you can, at all about that.
I thought a lot about it today. I was watching the U.S. Open, sitting there thinking about Father's Day, and not only my son, but my father, too, and who passed away a long time ago. But I kind of wanted his inspiration tonight, and I think I got it. I felt a real sense of calm out on the floor, and just thinking about him helped me get through it.
Did you do anything before, the pressure was on you for this game?
Yeah.
What did you do? I think people might be interested. What does a top-flight athlete do to get himself out of a slump?
Take a lot of deep breaths. I mean, there's a lot talked about with Phil and his breathing exercises and his Zen philosophy, and I've been trying that this week. It's been a very trying week for me. I've had a really tough series, and I just tried to relax and keep my confidence up, and finally this game, I got a few shots to go down.
Steve, did he give you a mantra? Did Phil give you a mantra?
No mantra. Just win.
Were you a little concerned when they started to try to catch you guys in the second quarter that you wouldn't be able to hold them off?
You know what? I really wasn't concerned. I could tell by the way we were playing defense and the way we were getting after them that we were going to break them eventually. Even when they made that run in the second half, I knew we were going to be all right.
What about the inspiration of Ron Harper? You must be very impressed to see what Harper did tonight.
Harper and I played together in Cleveland about 5 years ago, and we never thought we'd be together here winning a championship, but he's sold out for us tonight. He's getting surgery in 2 days. He completely sold out. Every time he came out, he had to ice his knee. We needed him desperately. He hit huge shots, played incredible D, and Ron is the unsung hero of this team.
I agree with you.
I love the guy. Ironic that people were questioning his heart and said, "Oh, Ron Harper." Some people were saying he's dogging it. Here he comes, like you said.
Last year.
Well, out in the absolute most critical game of the year.
I had no idea anybody was saying that because, I don't know. I mean, the guy has been so unbelievable all year. He's had knee problems the last couple of weeks, actually all year, and he's really worked hard to lift weights and keep his knee strong. And I love the guy. He's our unsung hero, unquestionably.
Speaking of U.S. Open, now you can play a little golf yourself.
Golf season starts soon. That's right.
Doesn't bother you anymore.
That's right. No more icing my knee. No more shooting 100 free throws every day. Just take a few months off. It'll be nice.
What about next year? It's got to be an exciting prospect keeping this whole outfit together.
Who cares? Who cares about next year? I don't. I'm enjoying this.
Thanks, Steve.
All right. Thank you.
Now, if we could stay on here, Gene, right behind. They're about to bring the trophy out that we think, and they're going to bring Phil Jackson out as well. But we also could get a bucket full of water here when we least expect it, as the crowd is not thinned out at all.
Timmy, after 2 buckets, it starts to feel very good.
Yeah. All right, they're trying to clear a path now to get the trophy out here. Howard, get in here. With Michael Jordan having had a very beautiful, touching moment with you to really reflect on what this all means to him. Steve Kerr was reflecting on, I mean, he lost his father. I'm not a huge Paul Harvey fan, but he did a great little thing where he said this athlete who was cut in high school, not good enough for the college team, lost his father, and it turned out to be Steve Kerr, who, of course, has suffered heartbreak that only we can imagine.
Tim, the theme of missing fathers is clearly the signature of this day. If the team had to lose, maybe there's some destiny involved in the sense of Dennis Rodman does not have a father with him.
Yes.
Obviously, Michael and Steve Kerr. So this is a classic Father's Day story for the Chicago Bulls.
Well, and it's also interesting that Dennis Rodman has nowhere to. He took off the shirt, he went out on the court, and where has he gone? As he's back in there somewhere, we assume.
Have they got a
even Jack Haley wasn't sure where he was. So now this is mysterious, and we also have not gotten the announcement yet, have we? Lisa, have we heard of the MVP announcement been made yet? It is Jordan. Okay. See, we were in the maelstrom here. We weren't sure we heard that. There was a large undercurrent of writers who said Rodman should get the award, and I'm really very curious as to where he went.
If they gave it for,
they were wrong.
If they gave it for a single game, it would go to Ron Harper in Game 7. There's no question. I mean, he literally, as he told our audience, is having his knee scoped on Tuesday. So Harper.
All right, Lester and Linda,
gentlemen,
we're going to have a rough time getting this guy out of the sports department now. He's kick of being in here. And,
Tim, you might want to start going to movies here. You might have a new line of work.
Yeah, I'll swap with you for about 6 months.
They don't make movies this interesting, Timbo.
Right.
Gentlemen, we're going to break away from you for a minute. We want to head up to Chris Habermill in Chopper 2. He's over the, looks like the Ohio off-ramp at Kennedy, where police are doing some lane blockages there in their efforts to let people get around and celebrate safely. Chris, what's the story?
Lester, the fog has now moved back enough to allow us to see at least part of the police traffic plan that's in effect right now. What you can see is that the Illinois State Police and IDOT Minutemen have closed down the eastbound Ohio feeder. As a matter of fact, they closed it down midway through the fourth quarter when it was obvious that the Bulls were going to do it this time. Also, the Chicago Police Department has its traffic management plan in effect. You've heard all the different remotes we've had this evening around Russian Division. Also, parts of Madison are closed down. It was an immense effort on the part of the Chicago Police Department to move a capacity crowd, 21,000 plus, out of the United Center. They have now done that successfully. Most of the traffic around the United Center is now dissipated. Once again, this is an effort to try and keep everything on the quiet side. For the most part, what we've seen up here from Chopper 2 this evening, with very few exceptions, it has been. Drivers are paying attention to the police department. Also, different exit ramps along Lakeshore Drive, you should keep that in mind, are closed right now. No access to Michigan Avenue. The North Michigan Avenue shopping area is off limits right now. A very, very heavy police presence. It's very impressive to see from Chopper 2. Of course, we're going to keep you up to date as the evening progresses. Lester and Linda, back to you.
So, Chris, it has to be very gratifying when you are hovering over the city the way you have been all evening long to see basically calm and peaceful celebrations, traffic moving the way it should, just as the police had planned to get people in and out of the city.
I was surprised Wednesday when we left here that even though the game was over and the Bulls had lost, that I know you and I use the same off-ramp, but it was blocked off.
It was, and I was surprised given, I mean, they've all had to have known what was going on, that they had lost the game, so there shouldn't be any problem, but they stuck with it, and I mean, I guess a great dress rehearsal for tonight.
They got 2 dress rehearsals at a cost of about $1 million a day, but obviously money well spent because this is what we all hope, a championship and a safe one as well. I think we're going to go to a break, but we're not going to leave without showing you a picture of that championship trophy. Stay with us.
One man, one team, one giant party. Monday at 9, Channel 2 has your ticket to Dennis Rodman's Bulls Blowout. The Worm is going prime time, celebrating the Bulls' victory. Join Dennis and Channel 2's Tim Weigel, your host for the biggest Bulls party ever. It's a party you won't want to miss, and Channel 2 has your exclusive ticket. Dennis Rodman's Bulls Blowout, Monday at 9 on Channel 2.
You're looking live at Division Street, one of the parties central in Chicago tonight, celebrating the Bulls' 4th World Championship. This is continuing coverage of Channel 2's special report, The Bulls, the Champs. And as you can see, a very, very peaceful crowd. What's left of, there were about maybe 500 of them there tonight. But all went very, very well, with very few exceptions tonight.
A lot of credit being passed around to Jerry Krause's name has been mentioned. Here he is with Tim Weigel.
And he did it. He had one mistake, you know, about halfway through the year, and he told me after that, I'll never do it again, and he didn't. He was super. He did great.
Dennis Rodman did everything you wanted him to do, and he will be rewarded. And we assume that because this thing is so special and everybody senses that, there won't be a problem in keeping it all together.
Well, we're certainly going to try really, really hard to, you know, if it's not kept together, you know, we're going to work really hard to do it. So, you know, we're going to work awfully hard to do it. If it's not kept together, it won't be because we're not really trying hard.
Dennis, really, the kind of shape that he's in and the way he continued to perform, I mean, he could go on for at least a couple more years at this level.
Well, Dennis is, you have to see him to understand how hard he works. I mean, that room with that bike and those exercise things back there, he's just a mule. Dennis is just a mule. He just works so hard, and his guts and his toughness. And you know, we sat and we talked a long time before we did this, and Jimmy Stack deserves a tremendous amount of credit. My assistant, he kept talking to me early in the summer about, let's do our homework on Dennis, and I was kind of a little hesitant. He said, come on, we owe it to ourselves to do the homework. I said, okay, and we started doing the homework, and the more we found, the more we liked, and we found out a lot of myths about Dennis, and we found out they weren't true. And Jimmy deserved Jimmy deserves a lot of the credit for this.
I appreciate that too, but Rodman really needs to feel appreciated, and he will respond in kind if he knows that you're in his corner.
Well, I told him today, I said, I love you, big sucker, and I do, because he's special.
Careful, Jerry.
No, I love him in a good way.
Jerry,
I love all these guys.
Does Jerry ever get old?
Jerry, I want to ask you one question.
No, it don't get old, I'll tell you that. It don't get old. There's 4 of them. We got 6 more fingers.
Jerry, does you feel that tonight vindicates the long-term 5-year contract, $9 million for Ron Harper?
Harp played super. You're damn right. I mean, he played so great. And you talk about guts. I mean, this morning at practice, it was a really great practice this morning. About an hour and a half in the film room, and then came down, worked on the floor for about a half an hour. Not a word was said. There was not a peep. Guys just worked and understood what they had to do, and nobody talked to the media. Everybody went out of that room and just, they knew what they had to do. Everybody knew what they had to do, and we came back on the airplane the other day. There was nothing. Nobody was talking. We just knew what we had to do. And
but Harper is going to be scoped on Tuesday. You know that.
No, he's going to. We're going to get a second opinion. So he's going to be. It's going to be a little later than Tuesday. But we'll handle all the medical things as they go this week. It's not going to be Tuesday. But we'll go along and get the things that have to be done.
Have you seen guys with more guts than him tonight?
Well, I'll tell you what. He showed me tremendous guts. And you know, Ron's done it all year. Ron, the way he worked last summer, he worked like a mule last summer to get ready for this. And that's tremendous tribute to him, because it was a lockout situation and we didn't know where he was, and we didn't know how hard he was working. You just had to say, okay, Ronnie, you're a professional, go to it. And he did it. And that's what it's all about. Without supervision, without the things, professionals do those kind of things. And I was just so proud of him.
You think that comes from Michael's influence? I mean, what accounted for him deciding to work his butt off
Well, I
this summer?
think it comes from Ronnie Harper's been a professional all his life. He was a professional at Cleveland, a professional with the Clippers. He's around great people, and Michael's influence is great on this team, and I think Scotty's influence, everybody on this team. We got a group of great professionals on this team, and I think it rubs off on everybody.
Jerry, as tight as you are with Phil, I mean, is there any way in your wildest imagination you see that deal might not get done?
Well, we're going to work like hell to get it done. I mean, you know, Jerry and I have promised we're going to work like hell to get it done, and we're, you know, that's you know, all I can say right now. We're going to work like hell to get it done.
Quickly, Jerry, will this transpire?
Any timetable, because, you know, we got some things to do tomorrow before we can even do anything.
we got some debriefing meetings, and you know, we got to get Jimmy Clemens on his way to Dallas, and so we got to get some things done.
Is it only money? Is it only money?
Well, we're just going to get some. Well, you know something.
Stop grilling the guy, would you? It's not a film.
Tonight is a night to celebrate, and we're going to celebrate. Tomorrow we'll get to the things we have to do in the future.
Congratulations, Jerry,
Thank you, guys.
honestly, and we're very, very proud of the way the Bulls have performed for years and years and years.
Well, you know,
a lot of joy to this city.
I think a lot of people don't realize it, but Jerry bought this team in February of '85, and asked me to run this team in March of '85, and since then we've had the best record in the NBA.
And you are
over 11 years we've had the best record, and that I think says something about Jerry and about the way he runs an organization.
Lester and Linda, Jerry Krause, the happy general manager of the Bulls.
Thank you, guys. Somebody got a light because I'm out.
I'm sorry, we have filibustered and we made you have the cigar.
Thank you. No problem at all.
Careful with the champagne on their heads. I think they're flammable.
I think someone had a baby tonight. There's so many cigars being passed around. The baby was the 4th World Championship.
Absolutely. Hey, we've gotten through a pretty good night here. We're celebrating, having a good time. There have been a few problems, and I underline few. And one of those spots was at Troop and Roosevelt. Dorothy Tucker's there. Dorothy?
Lester, I may very well be in one of the worst spots, and I suppose if you look at things overall, that's good news. Not a lot of things going on, but here at the corner of Troop and Roosevelt, there's a lot of activity. About a dozen police cars out here, about 100 police officers. They are all out here because the store that you see behind me, the Kaplan Drug Store, it was looted shortly after the game started. Police tell me that the looters went in, they tore down the gates, they broke the window, they rushed this store. About 200 people completely trashed the place. The floor of the store is covered with glass, with empty candy boxes, with empty pharmaceutical bottles and boxes. The glass display case is empty. It is clear that people came in here and they grabbed everything they could. Right now, if you take a look at what's going on live here, you've got a line of police officers who are standing here. They're trying to keep the crowds away from this street. This is the Jane Addams housing complex, and the fear is that if these people get a chance to come over here, they may very well attempt to rush some of the other stores. They've got about 3 stores down here that police are trying to protect. On the other corner, on the other side of the drugstore here, there are another 3 or 4 stores. Again, police here are concerned that people may very well attempt to come up and rush these stores and loot these stores as well. They say they're going to be out here for quite a while to try and protect this area. Linda, Lester.
Dorothy, tell us, has the crowd diminished at all since first we checked in with you earlier?
You know, it has diminished just a little, not very much. What they have really done, if we can take a look over here, I think if we zoom down, the crowd is really just kind of backed up. For a while there, the people were actually coming up and throwing glass and bottles at the police officers, and when the officers would rush them, the crowd would back up a little more, and I really can't say that they have actually spread out and gone home. They just seem to be backing up more and more. And again, that's good news because that's what the police are hoping, that they can get them to completely back up and go home.
All right, Dorothy Tucker. And again, this is one of just a few incidents on an otherwise peaceful night and a night of celebration. I want to share with you very quickly. I don't think the newspapers are out, but this is the headline on the internet edition of the Tribune. For tomorrow's Tribune, finally is the headline, Bulls end history-making season with title, and it says playoff MVP Michael Jordan blows past Seattle's Gary Payton.
Won for the ages. Emphasis on the for there.
For the ages, right, right. The 4th in 6 years.
And that one word, finally.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole city, what a sigh of
relief. A lot of relief.
relief.
Yeah, you know what? There wasn't much trouble tonight because folks were waiting for this. I think the trouble would have started had they blown it.
Right.
But thankfully they didn't. And you know what? I think the Bulls deserve a lot of credit because there is reasonable peace tonight. A team that wins 87 out of 100 games gets you accustomed to winning. I think folks in Chicago expected this victory was indeed going to happen. That's why, really, it's not the big deal that I think a lot of us perhaps feared.
Although we thought it was going to be a sweep, so we did have to hold our breath for a couple of days here.
A little suspense built in.
Yeah.
Let's check in now with Chris Habermill. Chris, where are you?
Linda, I'm actually a couple of miles further west from where you saw Dorothy Tucker on Roosevelt. This is Roosevelt, a little bit east of Independence. In the last 15 or 20 minutes, we had a crowd gather out here, and a car was set on fire. You can see an enormous police presence. They brought at least 20 police cars out here. Also, a couple of squad rolls have shown up on the scene, and that is what we've seen all during this evening. We haven't seen anything really organized, but some minor skirmishes between people and the police and people and each other. Some rock throwing, some bottle throwing, just some rambunctious people who are outside celebrating however they have chosen to celebrate. And this is what happens. The Chicago Police Department, whether they're on patrol or are called by a bystander, they come out to the scene. It is an immediate and very intense response by the police department. They shut things down really quickly. They have closed down portions of several streets on the west and all the south, and also the south sides this evening. They come in and they get the situation under control. The crowd that was here has pretty much dispersed. Now it's more police than anything else on the scene. And once again, I'm very glad to say that I've seen a very, very rapid police response to every single incident that has come down this evening so far. Of course, we still have some clusters of people spread out around the city which are celebrating. And once again, the police department is out here in force, patrolling the streets of Chicago. When something happens, they show up and they get it taken care of. Live over the west side, Chris Habermill, Channel 2 News. Back to you.
Thanks, Chris. The city has done itself proud tonight. Not only do we have a new championship, a fourth championship, but really very, very few problems tonight.
And there's going to be peaceful celebrations for the next several days. We mentioned Tuesday, 11:30, Grant Park, and tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, Jim Barry, fill us in on the wonderful details.
The big party, and you know what? The Bulls were expecting to do this a lot sooner, but it's going to happen Monday night. Dennis Rodman and John Sally throwing a big party at the Excalibur, and it's going to be a huge party. We're going to have
tickets.
Oh, yeah,
Channel
we're
2
there.
has tickets.
We got tickets because we're co-hosting it.
So we're not crashing
So we better
this
be
thing.
invited.
So we will have exclusive coverage of that tomorrow night.
From 9 to 10 o'clock. I think there's also a charity connection, too. A lot of folks invited. It's going to be a huge celebration for the Bulls.
I suspect Rodman's going to be in rare form. But
Yeah, and in
Rodman's
rare-
always in rare form,
Rare
isn't he?
attire, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to call your attention to a birthday, or actually a celebration cake that we got. Looks like a birthday cake, but it's not. If I can hold it up and you can see it in the shape of a basketball. We got this from Food Glorious. Can you see it? There you go.
Don't drop that basketball now.
I promise I won't. Bulls ring it again. The Bulls, of course, winning their 4th NBA championship tonight. I should tell you that we have had this in the sports department's freezer for the past 5 days.
Oh, I
So I'm not sure how good this is going to taste, but it certainly looks
We'll
good.
take it to the Excalibur Monday night.
Let's see. Well, at least the frosting is good.
All right. Well, we're going to go to a break. We'll continue with our coverage of the Bulls celebration after this short break.
One man, one team, one giant party. Monday at 9, Channel 2 has your ticket to Dennis Rodman's Bulls Blowout. The Worm is going prime time, celebrating the Bulls' victory. Join Dennis and Channel 2's Tim Weigel, your host for the biggest Bulls party ever. It's a party you won't want to miss, and Channel 2 has your exclusive ticket. Dennis Rodman's Bulls Blowout, Monday at 9 on Channel 2.
And Scottie Pippen does wend his way back into the locker room. So, this championship, Maurice, was not supposed to be as challenging as childbirth. It seemed that way, right? For those couple of losses in Seattle, or it seemed like the final round of the Masters with a 6-stroke lead. And the Bulls almost pulling a Greg Norman there, but of course coming back today to win, and all the enthusiasm is being unleashed right now. I think they've run out of champagne. They're just dousing each other with ice that has melted. As a lot of these guys, of course, have never been in a championship situation. All right, here, Phil Jackson is coming out right now, so let's see if we can get in on this. Apparently not. And now let's go back to Maurice and Laura.
Oh boy, it looks like a feeding frenzy out there, but unfortunately there's no food.
A very wet one.
A whole lot of water to be splashed onto everybody's heads there. We're going to be back with more coverage and the championship victory celebration, the victory lap, with the trophy coming up as we roll on.
It's been like for me for the last 4 months, and I feel like this basketball team was very focused. We wanted to win. We were dedicated to go out, play hurt, play injured. It didn't matter, as long as we got to our ultimate goal.
We're going to roll some tape in right now, and I thought what was effective tonight is right off the bat, first time you get the ball, you drive to the hoop. That was your goal early, I think.
Well, I think that was my goal in Seattle, but, you know, due to the fact that the crowd was so loud there, we could never communicate out on the basketball court. And it was very hard for us to really get in our sets. But tonight, we made the difference because our fans were cheering for us when we needed them. And they were the big plus for us tonight.
You alluded to your injuries. We've talked about it on and off for about 3 months. Can you tell us right now the truth? How bad off are you?
I feel good now.
No, what, seriously, is there something you haven't revealed to us, that the severity of your injuries?
Corey, I think I've been playing pretty injured for the last 4 months. But, you know, as I said, our basketball team is built around some great players, some great people, and we're very dedicated to winning this season. I think we were very focused of guys coming out playing injured, and I wanted to be a leader. You know, when I lead by example, other guys are there to follow me. So if I'm able to play injured, then other guys step up, as well as Ron did today. And, you know, I had to play throughout the season. And, you know, for us, what I'm going to do with the Olympics, I'll have to sit back and evaluate that situation. But I don't think I'll be playing 40 minutes for the Dream Team.
Is there a possibility you might sit out and not play at all?
Not at all.
You're going. You're going. Hey, let me ask you something else. You go up 3-0 in this. Can you get the cigar out of my face, Big fella? You go up 3-0 in this thing, and you destroy Seattle out there. At that point, did this team feel a little too good about itself? Is that possible? Were you a little full of yourself, maybe?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, you got to give credit to Seattle. They're a very good basketball team, and that arena is probably second loudest arena I've ever been in, other than the old Chicago Stadium, right, because the noise level in there was so devastating that we couldn't even communicate with each other on the court, and you know we were getting a little rattled. So you know, we did what we had to do. We went to Seattle, we put the pressure on them by winning that first game, and you know they came back like the champions that they were.
16 months ago, you were unhappy, you wanted out, you said, hey, heck with it, I want to go elsewhere. You stuck around. Are you glad you did?
Well, I'm definitely glad. You know, I think this ball club made some decisions, brought some people in where we were put in the position where we could win again, and that makes a lot of difference.
Absolutely. Scotty, congratulations. Great job.
Thanks a lot, Corey.
All right.
Thank you, Fox. It's all good.
Right now to the podium, and we'll be back in the locker room in a minute.
We're not going to go to the podium. That was Scottie Pippen talking a little bit earlier, smoking a fine-looking cigar.
Just working hard, and today we paid big dividends to a lot of guys who came here.
It'd be great to come back in next year, but you got two other big things they have to worry about. It's Phil Jackson, Michael Jordan. So, you know, I'm just going to take the rest of summer and just relax and enjoy what's going on. And if I'm here next year, great. If I'm not, you know, I guess I'll go elsewhere.
You know, I just had a lot to think about, you know, and maybe my mind wasn't geared to where it was, and, you know, but I think deep down inside it was geared to what was most important to me, which was my family and my father not being here to see this. And, you know, I'm just happy that the team kind of pulled me through it, you know, because it was a tough time for me.
You can't describe it. It's fulfilling, you know, rewarding for all the work we've done. I think I might have worked harder this year than ever before in my career, and that's sort of the way this whole team functions, and this is the reward. Let's do it again.
The Bulls all pumped up and psyched up, and of course up on top of the world, Dixie. We break it down with Dennis Rodman. We've had him along for a ride here on Sports Sunday all year long. He's done nothing but just electrify everybody he's come in contact with.
Well, you know, I knew, because I had coached him for 2.5 years, and I knew the kind of player he was. I knew that this man was a winner. He is the winningest basketball player in the last 10 years in this league. He's played on more winning teams and more wins, single game wins, than any other player.
He even had some offense tonight.
That's right. He got 9 points. He was, this is a little stick back here, but look at him celebrate. This is what he does. Takes Sean Kemp, twists him up, forces cool. Stays cool. I mean, he did everything. I talked to him afterwards. He said, I came out here to do it all, to put it on my shoulders, to bring the crowd in, and to do what was necessary, as he said, to help this team win a championship. He said, I came to do what I wanted to do, and I did it.
I think one of the most special things we've seen from Dennis Rodman all year long is the way he's connected with the crowd, his blue-collar work, and the fans have just embraced him like nobody would have ever expected, especially when the Bulls, they used to hate the guy when he was with the Pistons, right?
Well, let me ask you a question, okay? Because you're always asking me questions. What did you really think of Dennis before you met him and got to know him on Sports Sunday?
I'll be honest, I thought some of the stuff he did was kind of cheap. I always thought he was a hard worker, but I questioned some of his antics because when he was with San Antonio, he wasn't really excited about playing in that playoffs, let his team down, and he explains that, hey, they lied to me as far as management, and that's why he quit on him, but he should have handled that off the court. You never let your team down on the court, and that's where I was disappointed in Dennis, but I agreed with you. I thought once he got in a good atmosphere with Michael Jordan, Phil Jackson, that this would be a perfect match, and we saw it all. And after the ball game, I had a chance.
Often, by the way, me asking you questions.
We can try a little bit later, but right now I'm going to ask Dennis a couple questions. We caught up with him in the hall. I would say right now this is your third world title. You're doing it with a different team, celebrating with champagne and a worm lollipop.
Brother, gotta have it. You know, this tastes just about as sweet as what we did tonight, but you know, this is what it's all about. And the people, you know, I gave the people what they wanted.
Can you talk about your night? You came out once again on fire. People were questioning the flopping, the antics, and all that, but you just came out like a yeoman and got the job done.
I do what I do, and if it's flopping, great. If it's acting one game, this one game, but it all works out in the end. You know, you can't be a genius all in one night. It all
Did you just come out and just say, I'm going to go wild and crazy? I'm going to get 1 billion rebounds. I'm going to be all over the place. I'm going to throw my body all over the place. Go nuts. Is that the plan?
That was the plan. That was the plan for me to go out there and do something to spark the team. We didn't have no spark all game long. In the third quarter, I got to go do something. I have to do something to get this team over the hump. Third quarter, it was over the hump.
Now, you said if they won a championship, you'd be back.
I would love to be back. It's just according to what their organization want to do with me. What they want to do to me. And I gave the city what they want. I promised the city I would bring a championship here. I'm back here, and they need to back it up with, you know, to me.
What has to happen for you to get back? People are talking about demanding $10 million and all these other things in the newspaper. In your mind, what would have to happen to make sure Dennis Rodman's a Bull?
Just appreciate what I do and how I do it and what I bring to the game of basketball, what I bring to the city. And I'm not asking for $10 million. You know, what would be good for me will be enough for me to help me and my little girl. Other than that, that's about it. I'm not greedy.
How about this, Dennis? 9.8. Would you take 9.8?
9.8. I'll take 9.8. I'll take maybe 8 million. But right now, I don't want to talk about money. I want to celebrate this. All
right. Can you come back next year and play the same way? Do you feel that strong?
Of course. I have no problem with that. My body's in great physical condition. My mind is mentally prepared to come back and try to defend what is ours. And if I don't come back and do it, I need to get out of here.
Dennis, you did it with the Bad Boys. You've now done it with the Bulls, which many people consider the best team ever. How does this one rate in your mind?
I think it ranks among the best just because of the satisfaction. I've been on a lot of duress over the last 3 or 4 years. I've fought the NBA. I've fought the system. I did this. I've done that. And now I said, you know, I will have the last laugh this year towards the media, towards the critics, towards the NBA. You know, I'm not smiling yet, but jokers are among us right now.
Talk to me about that, the redemption season. I mean, everybody had doubts coming in. Oh, Dennis will junk up this team and tarnish it. But all of a sudden, you've captured the city. You've helped them win a title. You brought energy. You have your own show. You have your own lollipop. I mean, could it get any better for you right now?
That's not all important. I think what's important is what I did tonight. You know, you can have all the gimmicks. You can have all the ideas and things like that. But if it's not rewarding in the end, it ain't worth a damn. And tonight, it was rewarding for me. You know, you could toss all the money out the window. This is what's happening out here.
As far as what's happening out here, Dennis Rodman on the court tonight in victory in Game 6. 19 rebounds, 9 points, 11 offensive boards. That ties an NBA record. Dennis was on fire. You were on fire during that interview. I think you were. Did you win a championship tonight? You were that excited.
You know, I won a few championships, not at this level, but I know the feeling, and I guess the feeling returns because I was feeling the electricity of the moment, and especially for my friend Dennis Rodman. I was so happy to see all of the things and travails that he's gone through, and I was happy to see the conclusion, and that conclusion was, here was a guy who said, I will be a blue-collar worker, I will embrace this city, I will do a job, I will do the dirty work. He did it, and fulfilled the promise.
And what a ride it's been. I'm glad we were along for this one. It has been spectacular. And we're just getting warmed up here at the United Center, following up the World Championship effort by the Chicago Bulls. They beat the Seattle Supersonics 4-2. And we're going to stick around for a couple more. Stay here. We'll have Sports Sunday coming up after this.
Get the ball to
Michael Jordan getting to hoist the trophy.
Michael, what did you say to your own kids today?
You know, my kids woke me up and said Happy Father's Day, which is probably the best thing that happened to me all day. And you know, my kids didn't want to leave me. They're still here. They don't want to go to sleep. They want to enjoy this, and they just don't want to get wet. This is the first time they had an opportunity to celebrate a championship, and they all know what it means. They know it's special to their granddad, and they know what happened to him, and you know, we've educated them about that, and you know, they miss him a lot, but I think they're very genuine with they still have a grandfather left, and my mother has really been, a great influence to them, and I think they have enjoyed the moment, and that's all I can ever ask for. As long as they're happy, I'm happy.
Did you say something to them when you won when the first time you saw them? What did you say to them?
This is for them. This is for this is for my father or their granddaddy, and they were just happy for the moment. And Marcus wanted to go see Dennis Rodman. Jeffrey wanted to go see BJ. So I felt really understanding that they see me as dad and they don't see me as Michael.
How about your daughter?
My daughter was just happy to give me a big kiss. I'm happy for her.
In the back row. Back row. You can't get the trophy, Mike. All right, go ahead.
Really, Foots, we're down here in the melee. What will we do without Gene Siskel? Huh? I mean,
well, he's 6'3". That helps, doesn't it?
And Jim Barry back there, too. Jim, we just got a new sports department member.
Oh, he's been with us the whole way through.
You're right. He's not even ex officio now. He is the real deal.
And you know what? In the next 2 weeks, he's going to get a lot of chance if he wants it.
All right, we're going to break away.
Take some vacation.
All right, gentlemen, we've got to break away now and go up to Chris Habermill over the scene of a little trouble. Chris, where is this?
Lester, this is something we do not like to see in the midst of all of this celebration out here. You see this cluster of blue lights and also the red and green lights of a Chicago Fire Department ambulance. This is at the corner of Cicero and Washington on the west side, about 5 or 6 miles west of the United Center. There has been a shooting in the street out here. One person has been wounded. Their condition unknown at this point. They were down on the sidewalk when we arrived a couple of minutes ago. Chicago Fire Department ambulance, also Chicago Police Department. You can see the immense amount of response that they have out here. A number of squad cars have arrived with their blue lights flashing. They're going to be closing down this intersection very, very quickly. A lot of people that are fans passing by in their cars. They want to make sure nobody else gets hurt out here. We had some bottle throwing, rock throwing at the police department in this area here. Also a large crowd that was gathered around out here. That crowd has been slowly dispersing. They were gathered around the person who was wounded on the street. Once again, the Chicago Fire Department ambulances, paramedics are on the scene attending to the victim, and they're going to be taking them to the local hospital very, very quickly. On the west side, I'm Chris Habermill. Back to you.
All right, Chris, now there's no indication this was related to any celebration?
No indication right now what exactly prompted this shooting out here, whether it was a celebration, somebody perhaps firing off a handgun near this crowd of people and accidentally hitting somebody, or whether there was some other circumstances surrounded by that. It's too early to tell. There have been numerous reports of shots fired around the city this evening. Some of them have been bona fide. Some people have been arrested for unlawful use of weapons around the city. Again, with any kind of a major celebration going on, especially in a city of this sort, occasionally there will be instances like that do happen. Hopefully nobody is injured in any of the celebrating that goes on. Again, of course, it's very unfortunate to see something like this happen. A lot of people that are reporting shots being fired are actually reporting the sound of loud reports of fireworks that are going off too. So once again, it's very, very tough to call. And the situation's still very fluid out here and across the city. Chicago Police Department trying its best to get to as many calls as possible. Very many calls are coming in even at this hour.
All right, Chris, thank you. And as you know, if you've been with us since the end of the game, we are celebrating, continuing our coverage of the celebration of the Bulls' 4th World Championship, happened just tonight. And let's go back and savor some of the moments that brought us here. Jim Barry.
It's been a couple hours since this game finally ended. The Bulls winning at 87-75. And after those 2 miserable games in Seattle, a lot of folks wondered, were the Bulls out of gas? Well, they proved tonight at the United Center back home they indeed were not. Let's go back to first half highlights and show you that the Bulls got out of the gate fast. Michael Jordan tossing up a 3, count it. Jordan sparking the Bulls to an early lead. Also, defense was a big key for the Bulls tonight. Scottie Pippen with one of 9 first-half steals for the Bulls. Ron Harper, you've heard about him being the unsung hero of the game, hitting that jumper and wanting the crowd at the UC to get into it. Again, we see the Bulls moving it around. Scottie Pippen not shooting those threes tonight as much, getting in deep there. Jordan going to the bucket. The Sonics collapse to him, so he kicks it to Luke Longley, who showed up big tonight for the Bulls. And yeah, it was time for the Fat Lady to start singing once the Bulls would wrap this one up. Great teamwork, great defense. Again, here's Pippen with the steal. He ignites it. Doesn't look like his ankles are bothering him here. He knows Michael Jordan is there, racing to the bucket. Michael with the tongue wagon with the strong finish. Bulls again looking like a team, nothing like the team that was ineffective in Seattle. Again, we mentioned the defense, a big story. Ron Harper getting it to Scottie. He was under coach's orders to take it to the bucket, so that's what he does all the way to the rack. and Pippen showed that he was ready to come out firing tonight on all cylinders. Bulls would try to run away from the Sonics, but they couldn't. Here we see Michael Jordan coming out with the championship trophy.
Yes, here we are.
Tim and Howard, you got it.
Hold it up. All right. I got a cigar in my hand. How do you feel to hold it again, Mike?
It is heavy. I think this is heavier than all the other ones.
Michael, you look at your Michael, look at your reflection in there. What do you see? What do you see when you see your reflection in there?
I see my kids with a mustache and my father without a cap. Bald-headed. We all bald-headed.
Hey, Michael, does this
my father.
Does this one feel as good as the other? Mike.
It feels even more so.
Why? Down, Mike.
I wish he could see it. Well, he's seeing it, I'm pretty sure, but I wish he can hold it. I'm pretty sure he would have a cigar with me right about now. Nah, I only kiss women. I don't kiss men. Hold on, I get Dennis for you.
Michael, did you learn it?
I did.
Can you watch your stuff?
Y'all want me to kiss this again?
Michael, you have any messages? Any messages for the fathers of Chicago tonight?
I tell you one thing. I think everyone should value today a special day for the fathers. You mean, in tribute to them. And you never know how long they're going to be around. Hopefully, they'll taught you the right and the wrongs of life, and bless them. This is their special day, and I know they're very blessed with the kids that they may have and the families that they may have. But I truly miss my father, and I wish he was here. And it's just one of those moments that you really want to share with everybody in your family. But this is special for having a father around.
Get the mics down. Get the mics down.
Back on, guys.
Michael Jordan with a Father's Day message for the city.
All right, Gene, thank you very much. I think we've still got a shot of Michael.
That was a very, very interesting little snippet of how the media works in a situation like this. You have this rivalry between the electrics and the still photos and the writers and the radios.
Well, they got to get their picture, and we got to get our words.
Got to do a job under absolutely incredible and absolutely impossible conditions. But listen, when they win a world championship, we can put up with a little water in the face, a little crowd, and a little mess. So,
and
Jim,
I'll tell you, gentlemen, it certainly didn't take away, though, whatever was going on there in the back, did not take away from what I thought was a very, very moving moment there.
What he says, what do you see in that trophy when you look? And he says, I see my kids without a mustache. I see my dad without a hat. It's magical. It's just magic.
Linda and Lester, I think really what we have gotten here is the most thoughtful. Michael said this was going to be the most mature championship. Obviously, he's older now. He can appreciate the magnitude of what he's accomplished, and I think this was really the fruition of all that, and he's had time to sort of, grasp the enormity of what all this means. And as you mentioned, Linda and Lester, he's putting it all into perspective. We're talking about family, which is the most precious thing in the world, and this is all just a part of that great, beautiful thing, the family of man.
This is why he is. This is why he is a role model, not because of his athletic ability. Obviously, that's part of it, but because of those sorts of things. Putting, even in this wonderful moment, winning 4 championships, putting life in its proper perspective.
And think of how many people worldwide would give anything to be Michael Jordan for one day. And what does he say just after the game? He said, even if he lost it, I knew I would come home to a loving family, and that's the main thing. That's the most important thing.
And fathers can relate to your children coming to your bedroom today and saying Happy Father's Day, and that. And that was interesting. That was the most important thing, the best thing that happened to him today. That's just a real great moment to watch. And so the trophy, I think we heard 16 pounds is the trophy. He was complaining about how heavy it is, and that goes back on the shelf at Berto Center, I would presume, along with 91, 92, and 93.
And why don't we pick it up and show you how they won that trophy, because it really was a great effort. The Bulls actually got stronger tonight. A lot of folks thought that maybe they'd run out of gas, but they didn't. Ron Harper, the man who had the sore knees, came out giving them a huge second half lift. There he is hitting 1-3, and when he missed, there's Jordan playing the cleanup man as the Bulls were on the offensive boards all night long getting second shots. That was really the story of this game. Also, the Bulls able to hit their threes again. Harper there connecting again. You heard everybody talking about him being the unsung hero. There he is wearing the funky Air Jordan shoes. And here we see the Bulls also reloading from three-point land. Dennis Rodman, a stretch during the third quarter, really energized the team, helped the Bulls blow out to a 17-point advantage. Look at this move by the Worm. And after that, the United Center crowd is feeling the energy. Dennis says, I think we're bringing it home. And he was right. Jordan goes back door. Bulls up 17, but the Sonics refuse to quit, even though Juanita's dancing there up in the skybox. And Michael's son is holding up the Happy Father's Day sign. The Bulls still have work to do. The Sonics had made a game of it, so Steve Kerr breaking out of his shooting slump, hitting a three. Then Tony Kukoc would take over. He also had shot miserably from three-point land, but he connects. And Kukoc is a streak shooter if there ever was one, because once he knocked down that first one, he just kept throwing it up. Yes, sirree. Kukoc says this feels much better than those European championships that he won over in Europe. The bench knew that they had it. Bulls win at 87-75. And again, we heard Michael talk about it all night long, how important this game was to him, what it really meant to him. And after the game, he spoke about what it meant, dedicating this effort to his father.
Your best play of the night was grabbing that ball out on the floor. You weren't going to let anybody get that sucker, were you?
No, that's for my father, and you know, it go right in my trophy room with everybody signing it, and you know, even Jack Haley, and you know, this is a very special moment.
You said that's for my father. Obviously, it's Father's Day, and he's never very far away from your mind.
No, he was in my heart all day. That's probably why I couldn't play that. I wasn't really as focused as much as I wanted to be, and I think just a special day of him not being here. Really, I had a tough time focusing today, but thank God I have a team.
What do you think about this thing now? You said your children were old enough where they can enjoy it too. They know what's going on with it.
Yeah, you know, no matter what I've done today, you know, I got 3 beautiful gifts at home and a 4th with the wife, and you know, that is the most important thing. This is secondary, and you know, it's a tribute to my father. But you know, if I would have lost here, you know, I knew I had a warm home at home, and that's the most important thing. I believe it. I'm very positive. I believe we'll be back. I did say we. That includes Phil and hopefully Dennis. And me. He's not going nowhere. He's not going. He's one of the reasons I came back. If he leaves, I'm leaving again. You know, I hope he's around. And as much as I admire Sean Kemp's ability, I'm just so happy they didn't make that trade. If they made that trade, no telling if we would have been here and if I would have been here. And you know, a lot of people doubted Scottie Pippen for a long period of time, and you know, he's becoming like a little brother to me. I'm very happy that he's come back today and answered to a lot of the critics that kind of criticize him. And to his credit and to the work that he's done, the 18 months that I was away, I'm very blessed to be a part of his team, and seeing him grow so much in the last 8 years is truly a blessing for the city of Chicago, and certainly for me.
The greatest player and the greatest supporting player right there, Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. This isn't just a team, this is a family. That's why they went 72-10 in the regular season, 15-3 in the playoffs. They played 100 games this year and won 87 of them. Nobody has ever done that, and perhaps no team ever will.
Well, let's hope they can keep it together next year, same group.
Yeah, I hope.
Let's check in now with Marianne Childers, who can give us an overview of how things are going elsewhere in the city aside from at the United Center. Marianne.
All right, thanks, Linda. We aren't sure at this point if it's related in any way to the Bulls, but we can show you a scene. Chopper 2 is hovering over at Cicero and Washington, and this is an area where there was an unconfirmed report of a shooting, 1 man injured. Again, we don't know if that's related. As you look at the picture from Chopper 2, the police tell us reports of disturbances tonight included reports of attempted looting and arson. There was at least 1 car fire. There were scattered arrests, and there were lots of reports of bottles and bricks being thrown. The most serious incident, however, was one that was brought quickly under control. This was at Roosevelt and Troop, where a drugstore was looted. There was a heavy police presence on the scene very quickly. The police likely to be on the scene there for some time. Elsewhere in the city, the celebrations have been pretty noisy, taking to the streets, but largely peaceful. This is the scene at Northern Western. Bulls fans driving their cars and cheering around. That big party, though, at State and Division ended rather early, police going quietly home. And police spokesmen say the number of calls to 911 has been declining steadily throughout the evening. In all perspective, police say that there's about a dozen spots that they're kind of watching. However, we have to remember Chicago's a city of some 3 million people, so all told, a pretty wonderful celebration for our Bulls. In studio control, I'm Marianne Childers. Back to the studio.
Thanks, Marianne.
We want to go to a break, and we'll continue our coverage of the Bulls celebration after this.
One man, one team, one giant party. Monday at 9, Channel 2 has your ticket to Dennis Rodman's Bulls Blowout. The Worm is going prime time, celebrating the Bulls' victory. Join Dennis and Channel 2's Tim Weigel, your host for the biggest Bulls party ever. It's a party you won't want to miss, and Channel 2 has your exclusive ticket. Dennis Rodman's Bulls Blowout, Monday at 9 on Channel 2.
We're about to wrap up our coverage of the Bulls, the champs, celebrating this, the 4th NBA World Championship title, now back in the hands of the Chicago Bulls. Let's go back to the United Center and look at that piece of gold.
There's a coup.
Johnny Ligmanowski, the Bulls equipment manager, and John, as Howard, as he's just told us, John's going to take this home with him. I mean, they're entrusting this with you.
I'm in charge.
Well, Johnny, you know, Cindy Crawford gave you the bikini, a bathing suit. Or how does her bikini compare to having this keepsake in the house?
Well, it looks like I got 2 trophies now.
How did you get this thing away from Jordan? Huh? How did you get this thing away from Jordan?
I think he's tired of carrying it around. He's celebrating in the locker room.
How come you're in charge of keeping it, though? I mean, this is pretty valuable stuff. Reinsdorf let you have it?
I'm in charge till the parade, and somebody else can have it.
So the big question, what means more to you, the bikinis or this thing?
What do you think?
Tim,
one guy to another, right?
Tim, pick it up. What does it feel like?
Pick it up, Tim. See how heavy it is.
That's pretty heavy stuff.
Take the mic and let me hold it, will you?
Yeah. All right, listen, I'll take the mic here.
Boy, it is heavy.
Unbelievable. Johnny, but you can handle it, though.
Yeah, I can handle it. It's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it.
Lyndon Lester, John Ligmanowski, just one of the many unsung heroes behind the Bulls story. This is really a tremendous organization, John, not just because you're successful, but because everybody really gets along, works well together, and it's really all the reason why it's the greatest team in the league and maybe of all time.
Right, that's why it all works. So.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did Rodman give away his jersey tonight?
Yeah, who did Rodman give his jersey to, John?
You know, I don't know. I think he may have kept his jersey tonight. This might have been the only night he kept his jersey. So.
Well, you know, that would only make sense because, I mean, this is a pretty valuable keepsake. You notice the way Michael Jordan held on to that basketball. Right. Nobody was getting that away from him.
He tackled that, and he was on the ground with that thing.
And you know what? Ligmanowski might not get this sucker away from me. That's right. I could have a heck of a party in my backyard tomorrow night.
Can I have your mic?
Hey, there's a trade.
Oh, gee.
I gotta borrow this.
It's heavy, Gene. Can you handle it?
You know what? Let me just see. This weighs about 2 Oscars, is what this weighs.
Yeah.
Let's get a tight.
All right.
Look at the way Johnny takes the microphone.
I know. It's almost like I know what I'm doing already, huh?
You got any questions for us?
Johnny Ligmanowski,
congratulations, buddy. What
a tight shot, Johnny. Thank you.
All
Let's
right.
get a good tight shot of it here before.
All right.
Chuck, if you could see the wording on it. I don't know if you can read it there.
What does it say, Howard?
The Larry O'Brien Trophy is what it says down at the bottom, and I think that's the only writing on it. Here's the globe on the top of it. This is just like the one we saw Michael Jordan, of course, clutching in Los Angeles, the first one he got, and the one he wouldn't let go of in there.
Gentlemen,
yeah,
Tim,
Linda.
Howard, Gene, put this into perspective because you guys have covered them all.
Put this into perspective. I think the perspective is, as we mentioned earlier, the last one's always the sweetest one, and this one is the sweetest one because Michael stepped away for a while. Yeah. He had to get everything back in priority. He was under a lot of pressure. He did exactly what he set out to do. His kids are now old enough to appreciate this. Dennis Rodman is on the scene, which upped the ante a lot. Scottie Pippen had to answer a lot of questions, and I think Phil Jackson proved without any question he's one of the greatest coaches of all time. So that's probably why this is the sweetest, because it was so much more, the pressure was so much more intense, John. Wasn't it amazing after they lost those 2 games in Seattle, everybody started to doubt the Bulls, me included. I mean, I had some questions.
What pressure?
Yeah, you're gonna dish out the equipment and take the trophy home. That, pal, is pressure. Having this in your house is pressure, let me tell you.
You know what you're saying there. Each championship is well, you're going to roll without the trophy then, baby. Each championship is unique, guys, and as Tim said, I think the last one is the sweetest. I'm going to give this to you now. I'm going to let you go.
You have no idea. Sudbury was not kidding. It was only half kidding anyway. Lyndon Lester.
It's not that heavy. These guys are weak.
Well, I think that's a great fitting way to end our coverage as they walk out with the trophy. Gentlemen, thanks a lot. Great job out there tonight.
Lester, Lyndon, it was certainly fun, and we won't forget it for a long time. And let's hope we do it again 1 year from now. How about that? Huh? See you later.
And Gene, thank you for...
I'm ready because this is more fun than Twister, I'll tell you that.
Special effects were pretty good, weren't they?
3 thumbs up, Lester. 3 thumbs up, all right?
All right.
Yeah, thanks, you guys. Nice picture.
Well, with the celebrating for us right now ends, but it's going to continue again tomorrow night. Of course, we'll have full coverage in our newscast tomorrow of all the celebrations. And then tomorrow night, the Dennis Rodman, the big celebration at Excalibur that Channel 2 has exclusive coverage of.
Starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow night, then, of course, followed by our 10 o'clock news with the continuing coverage of this, the Bulls' 4th World Championship. And then Tuesday is the big day. The whole city can come out and celebrate. Down at Grant Park, things get underway at 11:30. That's Tuesday morning.
And we'll be at all those places, and we want to thank you for being with us tonight, and congratulations to the Chicago Bulls, and congratulations to the City of Chicago, which for the most part has had a very peaceful celebration tonight, we're happy to report.
And we're going to leave you with a look back at some of the highlights of what is a record-setting, incredible year. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Who can set the court on fire? Only the Bulls. Keep us burning with desire. Only the Bulls. Who can bring another title here? Who can thrill them, chill them, make them jump up and cheer? Only the Bulls. Only the Bulls. Only the one and only Chicago Bulls. Chicago Bulls. Who can make the madhouse rock? Only the Bulls. Who can shoot and jam and block? Only the Bulls. Who can fly and trample down the floor? After losing little battles, coming back to win the war. Only the Bulls. Yeah, Bulls. Only the Bulls. Chicago Bulls. Only the one and only Chicago Bulls. Chicago Bulls. All around the world, they know this team will survive. Who's got the pride, the glory, keep the dream alive? Only the Bulls. Only the Bulls. Only the one and only Chicago Bulls. Who can fly through the air? Who can get them off their feet? Who can always snatch your victory from the jaws of defeat? Who can play the toughest defense, shatter any scar? Get Chicago up and rocking, crying out for more. Only the Bulls. Only the Bulls. Yeah, Bulls. Only the one and only Chicago Bulls. Yeah, Chicago Bulls. Chicago Bulls. Chicago Bulls. Chicago Bulls.
One man, one team, one giant party. Monday at 9, Channel 2 has your ticket to Dennis Rodman's Bulls Blowout. The Worm is going prime time, celebrating the Bulls' victory. Join Dennis and Channel 2's Tim Weigel, your host for the biggest Bulls party ever. It's a party you won't want to miss, and Channel 2 has your exclusive ticket. Dennis Rodman's Bulls Blowout, Monday at 9 on Channel 2. Can you beat the pro? Join Channel 2 this...
Defends his position with the tenacity of a warrior. He flies through the air to snatch rebounds from his opponents. And when he has to, he even scores from the field. His name is Dennis Rodman, and tonight, he's throwing a party. Live from the Excalibur in downtown Chicago, this is Dennis Rodman's Bulls Blowout. During the next 60 minutes, you're going to see Dennis Rodman as you've never seen him before. Rodman on his problems with the refs. Rodman on his hair and hats. Rodman on why he loves Chicago. It's all coming up next on Dennis Rodman's Bulls Blowout.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Lester Holt.
And I'm Linda MacClennan. We are live in Excalibur in downtown Chicago, where tonight
Dennis Rodman is throwing a Bulls victory bash. He has not said a lot since last night's incredible victory, but tonight he will be talking to us exclusively, not only about his work on the court, but also about his love affair with Chicago. And we are standing here in a room full of VIPs, but tonight you're a VIP as well, because we're giving you front row seats to this victory bash.
And it's a battle of the fashion statements tonight. Dennis's hat and Tim Weigel's jacket. Take it away, Tim.
Well, we don't know what color the hair is underneath the hat because it's the same. All right, we got the same picture, but it is a real honor for these people, I know, to share this moment with you, Dennis, and it's a real treat for me to be sitting next to you because there is so much to talk about tonight in wake of what happened yesterday at the United Center. Now, one thing I noticed that we didn't see much of you after the game. Were you just kind of hanging out with friends and being mellow, or were you like being conscious of like staying out of the spotlight a little bit?
I was staying out of the spotlight for the most part. You know, I'm not all into all that, you know. I just want all the other guys to have a good time and enjoy what, you know, the excitement of winning the championship.
Well, it was quite exciting. I mean, this city seemed free before this, and you've seen a couple in Detroit as well, but there was something that seemed special and unique about this one. Your presence, what Michael Jordan has gone through, what Ron Harper went through and made himself ready to play yesterday, all these ingredients seem to meld together on Father's Day to create a really, I think, the most beautiful Chicago championship yet. Do you agree?
Well, it was a great feeling for everyone to come together and to share the excitement, the joy, and the mixed emotion that we went through all year long. You know, the pressure was very high. The expectation was very high for this team to succeed and win a championship. So there was a lot of things right on this game yesterday.
Well, there certainly was, and there was tremendous sense of relief throughout the entire city of Chicago when it finally became reality. I mean, the two losses in Seattle made people more uptight than I've seen them in a long time in this town. And to get back home and get it done, the whole city just went, ooh.
It was, you know, it was a big burden off my shoulders. You know, it was just like the weight has been lifted off, the monkey's off my back. You know,
and I noticed that too when you made the basket there in the third quarter, the incredible emotion, because that was the moment you knew that you had the game.
Oh yeah, I felt it right there. I said, I'm so happy this is over. This is out now. So let's go on and pursue and try to win another championship.
Now, the relationship that you have enjoyed with, you had to prove yourself to these guys. I mean, you know, you came in here where there was some skepticism, and right now to a man, you have won all those teammates over, and you've won the management over and the coaching staff. As you look forward to, you know, another contract here with the Bulls, that's a foregone conclusion. It must be comforting for you to realize that you found a home here.
Well, I hope so. I think that that everyone's very happy and comfortable now with Dennis Rodman, and I can just settle in and have my own niche and knack here. So I just think that you should have some different flares, different niche here and there, and in the team. You know, everyone has a different vibe about themselves when they're on the floor, off the floor. So I think this team gets along just like that. We leave each other alone when we need to. We need to come together and be a team.
Well, and we've talked about this many times, too, how important it is to keep this team together. Now, you were in Detroit, won some championships. John Sally was there. And we got to mention up front, too, by the way, John Sally is the main man behind promoting this party. But we're going to have John up in a moment. But you and Spider were together, and pretty soon Mahorn left, and then a couple guys got run off. And you saw a franchise tatter and fray. And I'm sure you don't want that to happen here.
Well, I hope not. You know, I'm at the tail end of my career, and hopefully that I can keep going for another couple, 3 years. If not, you know, I just probably retire and just and be a happy man. But you know, in Detroit it was a real big mess when everything started to disintegrate there, and I just couldn't take the politics and the crap that was going on behind closed doors. So I said I wanted to get out. I had my fun. Thanks for Detroit for having me there. And I had to move on.
Well, Dennis, the politics have been removed from this situation. I mean, there's still the business part of signing Phil and Michael and you. But as far as the politics go, that seems to be all pretty much worked out by the success this team's enjoyed. Michael has his niche, you have yours, Scotty has his, Phil has his. It really seems that the genius of this team is the way you've all managed to work it together.
Well, of course. You look at it, people look at me as, you know, when I came here, it's like, is he going to work out? Yeah. Is it going to happen?
Well, when you were in front of those people, that was what you said. Yeah. People doubted you, and, you know, here I am, we delivered. And the tremendous I've never seen it before in this town, the amazing affection that you have inspired in the fans and the affection you feel back for them. That had to be a powerful moment.
It's just a powerful moment for me because I can feel the people. I can feel the excitement, the emotion, the sadness, the happiness that they go through during a game. You know, when they see me get upset, they feel like they have to get upset to comprehend. Yeah. And it's like, you know, I have to do that. I work for the people, and the people pay my salary.
Well, they admire a guy who works his butt off, which you've always done. And it ain't nothing but a party tonight. This is really going to be special. We have so many people that are going to share the moment with us. Oh, yeah. We're going to take a little bit of a time out. There's a lot I want to talk to you about with you. Do those things hurt, man? I mean, this thing through the, I mean, if you don't even feel it?
No, if you like pain, you know, it's like saying if you have sex with your wife and you just happen to miss. But that's okay. We're not going to get into that.
I don't think you miss too often, my friend.
No, not at all.
All right, we got lots more coming up with Dennis, with John, Sally, and the rest of the Bulls. But Lester and Linda, back to you upstairs.
Tim, you are right. We have a lot more to come in Bulls Blowout. After this break, we're going to talk to Dennis Rodman about his troubles this season with the refs. Stay with us.
You're watching Dennis Rodman's Bulls Blowout.
Most controversial parts of Dennis Rodman and his relationship with the referees. The most controversial confrontation occurred earlier in the season in Philadelphia.
Jet Express.
Welcome back to Dennis Rodman's Big Bulls Blowout. We are experiencing some technical difficulties, so we're going to get back inside with Dennis live in just a minute. But first, why don't we check with some of the other party goers? There's Sylvia Gomez hanging out with some of the crowd there. Hello, Sylvia.
I'm not just hanging out here, Jim. I'm being thrown to the wind. I tell you, this party here is really anxious. They're quieting down right now because, oh, they were watching you. But they've been jamming here. They've been waiting for this camera to come on. They've got a lot of greetings to make here. This party, there's something like 500 people in this room alone. They are all waiting for Rodman. They're waiting for Scally to come in here, make their little presentation. This is just incredible. You know, they are really, really excited here. Now, I have to tell you, I mean, look at this guy. Why are you here tonight? This is Dennis Rodman. But this is an incredible crowd. That's a lot to come for just one man with a funny-looking hat.
Definitely. I love Dennis. I want to marry him.
Well, I don't know if Dennis is up for that, but I'll tell you what, guys, you've got 500 people in this room, and what is the goal for you guys? You know, I have a feeling they all just, in one giant yell, said party. I couldn't quite figure it out, but, you know, inside here, people have been coming. It was a very slow draw at first, but they've just been dancing. They have danced dances I have never seen before. Dances that I would really like to learn someday. I don't know if now's the time, though. Not altogether sure. But this place is... You know, we've got a huge crowd expecting that Dennis Rodman is going to say something incredibly charming to them. I don't know if he's got it in him. He's filling a lot of time with Tim Weigel on the inside there. Now, what do you think here? Now, you look awfully quiet. What are you doing here?
Looks like Seal.
I'm here to celebrate the game.
Are you here just to watch Dennis Rodman or to protect me here from the crowd?
Protect you from the crowd.
Well, you're doing a really good job. What do you think about this crowd?
It's just amazing how everybody's getting together having a nice time.
Hey, Sylvia.
Yeah. You know, people in the studio are talking to me right now. I think everybody is as excited here.
Yeah. Hey, Sylvia, can you hear me? This is Jim Barry back in the studio.
Hi, Jim. I do hear
Hi.
you.
I see a lot of folks behind you. We're being joined here by Marianne Childers. Paint the scene for us. How many folks are there inside and how many folks are waiting outside to get in?
In my room here?
Yeah.
In my room here, we're estimating somewhere at least 500 people. And I have to tell you, every last one of them is now in this corner with me.
Now, you say in your room, the Excalibur is a huge club. I don't know if you can hear us too well, but it holds several thousand people.
And they're expecting about 3,000 people there tonight over the course of the evening.
$20 a pop to get in, but I understand some of the money is going to charity. And, of course, everybody there to see Dennis Rodman, and I think some of his Bulls teammates are also going to be there.
Bulls party. You know, everyone's there to see him, and a lot of people want to make sure that they can see Dennis Rodman and all the Bulls players, in fact, that they know so well next year. And there's so many questions, as you know very well, because
who's going to be back?
Who's going to be back, and what's it going to cost? And it's going to be, the stakes are going to be very, very high. Jay Levine looked into that today, and we have a report from Jay now. Let's roll our tape.
I believe we'll be back. I did say we.
Michael says he won't be back unless Coach Phil Jackson is. He says he wants Dennis Rodman back too. So it seems do the Bulls bosses. Though in a live interview last night, they didn't appear ready to throw open the vault.
We're certainly going to try really, really hard to, you know, if it's not kept together, you know, we're going to work really hard to do it. So, you know, we're going to work awfully hard to do it. If it's not kept together, it won't because we're not really trying hard.
There are complications. The NBA sets a limit for teams' payrolls. Next year, it'll be just over $24 million. But there are loopholes for players like Jordan, whose contract now has expired, and is what's called a free agent. Teams are allowed to pay their own free agents as much as they want, even if it puts them over the salary cap. The same is true for Dennis Rodman, another free agent. The Bulls seem to want him back, and he wants to stay.
I'm just happy to be here with somebody, with a city that likes to see someone work their ass off, and you know, I just like to give back to the people.
And then there's the coach, who takes what the bosses give him and tries to win a title. With all the other NBA coaching jobs now filled, if he wants to coach next year, it's got to be with the Bulls. In the end, the man holding the purse strings is Bulls managing partner Jerry Reinsdorf.
First. Well, Phil has to be first. We can't even talk to the players under the NBA rules until the 1st of July. So we got to get the celebrating over with, and then we'll sit down with Phil.
The numbers were bandied about in the paper: $1,650,000 your offer, $3 million his request. Are those accurate? How close are you?
Well, both of those numbers are grossly wrong.
Of course, Mr. Reinsdorf said that right now he'd like to not think about the numbers at all. He'd like to just enjoy the party. In case you've just joined us, that big party's taking place at Excalibur, but as you know very well, we're having some terrible weather move through the Chicago area.
Right.
And we rely on microwave signals, and in this kind of weather, our signals can become scrambled, and we can have all sorts of problems. We're sorting it out, and we're going to take you back to the party.
That's right, but we're not going to drown the enthusiasm of Chicago Bulls fans throughout the city who are excited that the Bulls have finally captured their 4th NBA championship of the 90s. In fact, there's been a huge run on souvenirs throughout the city and Chicagoland area. Aaron Black looked into that today.
All they want are Bulls souvenirs in any variety, shape, or form, not necessarily one of each. Warren Lopshire says he left at 6 o'clock this morning from Waterloo, Indiana, to get all of his shopping done.
It's a 3-hour ride, but it's worth it.
Business is so brisk at this Sport Mart on LaSalle in Ontario. Employees from the Milwaukee store were brought in to help put merchandise out on the floor.
Business has been fantastically good. We thought that the weather with the rain and everything was going to put the kibosh on it for a while, but no, it hasn't. It has not dimmed anybody's enthusiasm. People, as you see, are coming in a constant stream.
For some, money is no object. One shopper says he spent $300 for Bulls mementos. It's easy to run up the tab when you're buying for friends and family.
Everyone in Memphis has been bugging them all the time about getting Bulls jerseys, license plates, so I have to go look for license plates now.
What's not for sale are Michael's handprints, but you know if Bulls fans could, they'd probably pay any price for this prized concrete. Here's something of Michael Jordan you can buy, an authentic autographed jersey. The price? $1,000. Veron Black, Channel 2 News.
Well, if you haven't found souvenirs yet, don't worry. The hot period for these kinds of things, we're told, it runs for about a month after the big event. And I think in Chicago, it's not going to be a problem at all to find any kind of Bulls memorabilia.
Already the pressure's on the Bulls to do it again next year. I saw a cap today that read, "Gimme 5."
Oh, boy, well, I got 10 fingers.
That's
right. Dare we think it. All right, we're going to be back in just a moment. We have to take a break. When we come back, we're going to see if we can work on our satellite signal, our microwave, and take it back to that big party at Excalibur.
We'll do it.
Okay.
And
welcome back inside the Excalibur to the Dennis Rodman Bowls Blow. We fixed the problem. See, I tripped on a plug here, and I apologize, folks. One of the most controversial aspects
There's just too much electricity in this room.
Too much electricity. That's what it is. One of the most controversial aspects of Dennis Rodman is his run-ins with the refs. We all remember the big run-in in Philadelphia earlier in the season, and he was suspended after the alleged headbutting after a foul was called on him.
Well, I think it's safe to say that Dennis Rodman has had more than a few tete-a-tetes with the refs over this past season. Let's hear his side of the story. Tim and Dennis.
All right, we are back, and that was exciting, wasn't it, Dennis? I don't talk about the tape. I mean the fact that we were in limbo there for a while, but we're cool.
Oh, it was cool.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, a little technical difficulty, but we survived that. But
you've survived a lot worse than that.
Well, speaking of technicals, yeah, you know, I survive a lot of things. You know.
Well, Dennis, part of your game is working the other team's heads out of control, like you did with Seattle and Burkowski and so forth and so on. And that includes the referees. How would you characterize your relationship with the referees?
Well, I think I think referees don't give me enough credit. I think that they try to bang heads with me as much as they can and see who's going to win, and they don't understand. I don't give a damn if I win or not. You know, I just want to win a ball game, that's all. But, you know, I think that the referees are giving me a lot of credit for hanging in there, all the things they've thrown at me all year long. So, you know, it's no big deal. I survived.
And you did. You survived this incident with the infamous headbutt, as Jerry Krause said. That was really the only time the Rodman Express got off the rails. What would you think about those couple of games that you were sitting out? Was that a time for self-reflection, or?
Well, it was cool.
Yeah.
It was cool. I mean, you know, sometimes you got to lash out a little bit. You got to, you know, show your emotions and the things that's really bothering you. So at that particular time, you know, I had enough. So I thought the vacation was great. You know, it didn't hurt the team at all. So, you know, I went and did my own thing.
Yeah. Then when you came back, you didn't change.
I didn't change at all.
Except you just didn't headbutt.
You know, like they say, you know, you can change without leaving at all. So I didn't change and I didn't leave at all. So I do the same thing I always do. I go out there and have it's one big party for me. That's all it is.
Well, it's one big party, but it's also a lot of hard work. I don't think people appreciate how hard you work to keep yourself in the kind of condition you're in. You probably work as hard as anybody on the team. Besides, you know, the image is great as far as you're concerned, but there's no drugs involved. As a matter of fact, you might be the most anti-drug guy in the league.
Oh, yeah.
So this is all part of the self-discipline that people don't know about you.
Well, they don't know that it takes a lot of dedication to go in the gym every day, twice a day, and work on your game and work on your physical aspects of the game. And mental preparation is the most important thing for me. You know, it's a mind game. You know, I have to deal with a lot of facts of life that come upon me, and so, you know, I have to deal with everything that comes around.
How do we reconcile that? I mean, your image is one of freedom. That's why people love you. You say things and do things that other people are afraid to do. You're free. But on the other hand, you're very restricted because you must keep yourself in condition. I mean, how do you reconcile those two would seem to be conflicting goals?
Very easily. You know, you can always party and have a good time, but one thing's come first. You got to take care of your business. Your priorities come first. Once you take care of that, you can go do any damn thing you want to do in life. You know, I'm going to go out there and be free. I'm going to run wild, naked, no matter what it is. You know, I'm going to do it. You know, and that's just the way I am. And a lot of people love to be like that, but they're afraid to come out and express that.
Well, they are afraid, but if you're out partying until 3 or 4 in the morning, you still got to get up and go to work the next day. So, in other words, you gotta keep an edge on it, though, don't you?
Well, I keep an edge on it. I keep a good feel for what I have to do the next day. I go out drinking sometimes, you know, a lot of people do, but you know your limitations, what you have to do and what you don't have to do. And on game days, I don't drink. Day before game, day before after that, I don't drink. But, you know, every once in a while you want to go and unwind, have a cigar here and there, and relax.
Well, you're relaxing now, and this is going to be an amazing party tonight, and you've deserved it. You're on vacation now, aren't you?
Well, I'm on vacation right now, but, you know, I would like all the people to come down and have a good time with us. It's going to be a great deal, and, you know, maybe we all, you know, take our hair down, our clothes off.
Well, wait a minute. You can't take the hair down too far, and you can't take off too many more clothes.
Yeah, you can.
You got the nice see-through look there. I like that.
Oh, yeah. It's like the foo-foo look.
Well, we've got a lot of your friends are in the audience tonight, and John Sally's going to be up here with us. We're going to smoke some cigars and have the time of our life. But Lester and Linda, what's going on up there?
Well, Tim, I have a question. Dennis is wearing a scarf that sort of covers part of his attire. Maybe we can get a better look at it. Can we?
I'll cover anything.
He's got his hands full right now with a cigar and a microphone. There we go.
Well, when you think of Dennis Rodman, you probably think of three things. After rebounding, you think of hair and you think of hats. And his colorful and, need we say, ever-changing hairdos have become a story not only here in Chicago, but clear across the country. And his hats, though maybe a touch more conservative than the hair, although I don't know, that's some finery tonight, are also one of his trademarks. What about that, Dennis and Tim?
All right, where did the tonsorial splendor look come from, and where did this start? Because this is obviously, that's a good look, a conscious effort on your part. Where did this all get going?
Where did it all get going? I just like to express myself in a different way than a lot of other athletes can't do. And I just go and just try to get that fine line, just get right on the edge, and you never know, I might go over one day, but for right now, I'm pretty satisfied with what's happening right now.
Is there, after the success you've enjoyed, more desire or impulse to go over, or less?
Well, it doesn't matter. It's what you feel inside, what your needs are, what you want to do, and what's out there for you. That